Good morning, flatties, anti-flatties, globers, and the like. We have a great show for you today, and coming up next, Zero Globe Proof. Chat with y'all in just a little bit.
Hey, can I ask a question for the stream?
Yes, sir. What's up?
Hey, I just wanted to ask, are there any good theories about basically why you never see the moon from a different angle if it's small and local? Like, what I mean by that is, if it's small and local, as it passes over the Atlantic, for example, London and New York would be looking at opposite sides of the moon, but what they actually see is the same face of the moon that we always see.
Yeah, I mean, correlation isn't causation just because we see the same side of the moon all the time. Give or take about 20%. Because it shifts a little bit, but it does. Yeah, it shows mostly the same face all the time. To me, that all that means is, hey, look, we see the same face all the time. It doesn't allow me to jump to conclusions like, oh, it must be spinning with us and around the sun the same way and dirt, dirt, dirt. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, that's fine. But I mean,
that's just me, though.
But if you're not jumping to any kind of conclusions, if you're just saying, but like, it does kind of go against the idea that it's like a small local physical object, which is what most people do say that it is.
I'm not even going to be as sloppy as to say it's a small and local object. I don't know what it is, and I don't know how far away it is, my friend.
Okay. All right. Fair enough.
That's my stance is always, it's kind of like, how do you know for sure? Okay, no, but really, how do you know for sure? That's kind of my stance, right? People come with evidence for something, and then I'm like, cool. So, but do you really know? How do you make it empirical? So with the moon, since you and I can't go to the moon, all we can do is speculate from the ground. And I'll tell you something, the moon's behavior does not tell us much from the ground.
Yeah, I mean, I more or less agree. Like, I wouldn't say, I wouldn't try and make any definite conclusions either, because you're right. Like, I can't actually go up there and have a look. So I guess what you can do, though, is look at, like, you can look at the sort of basic globe Earth model, and you can look at the basic flat Earth model, or as close to a sort of accepted flat Earth model as you can get. You know, the sort of David Weiss model of basically the Earth is like a saucer, and then the sun and moon.
Got to stop you right there. Got to stop you right there, man. I don't claim that model. I know all the flat Earth. We don't. I'll just speak for myself. I don't claim a model, and I hear a lot of flat earthers say they also don't claim a model. So the David Weiss thing, don't worry about him. He's too popular to be legit, in my opinion, anyway. But so yeah, no models with flat Earth. But what's interesting about the globe Earth is you say, well, you know, you didn't say it, but you might tend to agree when I say, well, the moon spinning the way they say it does matches the globe Earth model, right? Right?
Well,
because we're always seeing the same side, and the way they say it spins matches up with us seeing the same face all the time, right?
I mean, yeah, I'm not. That's internally consistent.
Sure, right. So, but again, that's just looking up at the sky and then making up some stories about what's happening up there and saying, "Oh, look, it fits."
Mm-hmm.
That's basically, to me, what that is.
Yeah, that's fine. I mean, I guess the question that I was asking isn't really aimed at you then, because
yeah, for sure.
I get it. You're like, you know, I'll say there's this sort of somewhat widely accepted model that people think is more or less kind of roughly correct.
You see what you're doing, though? You said more or less and roughly and how it should look if this, you know what I mean? You see how that's flimsy?
Yeah. Oh no.
Yeah,
So
I hear you.
I'm talking about the flat Earth idea.
Yeah.
I'm saying that a lot of people subscribe to this, David
Yeah.
Weiss style
Yeah, they
saucer.
do.
So, and my point was just that the observations of the moon don't tie in with that. So
Right, they
I guess it's
don't.
not a question for you because of you, as you've said, no models, and you're not proposing a particular model.
Yeah, man, I just can't I'll put it, put yourself in my shoes unless I can go outside of the earth and look at it from afar and see the entirety of the shape. I can't even begin to speculate as to why the stuff in the sky does what it does. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Yeah. And that's just me, man. People are annoyed as fuck by me. They're like, dude, can you believe anything? And I'm like, I don't know, man. As far as I can throw it, maybe, but that's just about it. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
I was just arguing with some kid in the lobby. He's talking about how he thinks archaeology is accurate, especially as of the last 100 years. I'm just like, dude, we don't even know what happened last year. We don't know the truth of what happened last year, let alone 100 years ago. You got to be kidding me, right?
Yeah, I mean, archaeology is something I don't really know very much about at all. But yeah, I mean, I guess what you can say about that though is that if you find something that's like a fossilized skeleton of something in the ground, what you can ask, even if you accept that you're not going to be able to say for sure what the explanation for that is, you can at least try and come up with ideas, and an idea might be, well, that's the fossilized remains of something that lived millions of years ago. So if you don't buy that, you could say like, well, then what's a better explanation?
Sure. Well, if I were digging around and I found something that looked like what we're told is a fossil, I'd look at it and go, son of a bitch, that's really neat. Looks like something was living and then it stayed in this rock while the rock was doing something and it made this impression, and boy, oh boy. And that is all I would be able to say about it. And again, I'm not an archaeologist, so I don't know their process. I don't know how they get to proving things, but man, to me, it's like, if I wasn't there, how do I know that that's what this thing is? They say carbon dating. Well, correct me if I'm wrong, but the only way to know if something is 30 years old is if 30 years ago you found it and you've been paying attention to it for 30 fucking years. You know what I mean? It's the only true way to know.
Yeah, I mean, that's the only true way. I mean, obviously, I don't know that much about carbon dating and radiometric dating either, but
right, I don't either.
You can look at
and that's a problem.
and say over like a given period, they degrade by a certain amount, and the degradation that we see in those isotopes within this object suggests it's from X number of years ago. Now, you can't, I don't think you can say that 100%, but
yeah,
it's not,
these universities, they do say 100% about a lot of stuff. You know what I mean? That's kind of the problem.
Well, I think most of them would probably say like 99%, but they are
exactly. But what person isn't taking 99% as 100%, right? We all just are lazy enough, at least in my experience. My opinion is that people will make the jump. Oh, 99%? Yeah, no, that's 100%. I mean, might as well be, right? Oh, yeah, it's 100%. 100%. 99, what's the difference?
Yeah.
I don't know. Yeah, I got a weird take on it. And people, it's not popular. People are like, well, then how can you know anything? And I'm kind of sitting here going, it's kind of my point, guys. But it also simplifies life a lot, because I'm not sitting here assuming I know something that I can't prove. So I'm really, confident, because I'm going to dismiss a hell of a lot of shit. And maybe that's just because I'm lazy in my thinking sometimes, and I don't want to have to do the research that other people have done. But it's kind of like, I'd rather not appeal to authority. I'd rather know for sure. But since I'm lazy, that means I'm going to have to be willing to be ignorant about a lot of shit.
Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of what people say on both sides ultimately boils down to an appeal to authority, because there is just so much that practically you can't actually check for Totally.
And that's, it took me a while to get comfortable with that, right? With me going, over and over and over, going, gosh, yeah, no, I really don't know, and neither do they. Wow. And I spent a few years, a handful of years doing that, digging down in this research. But yeah, that's where I stand, man.
Yeah, I mean, I think I probably have more respect for like your point of view of we can't say anything for sure, rather than other people that I've spoken to who will say we can't say anything for sure apart from space is fake and the devil put the dinosaur bones here to trick us. Like definitely the we don't know is a better, I would say, so it's a more honest position than we don't know everything that I don't want to think is true, but we do know this other stuff.
Sure, yeah, cherry picking, yeah, for sure. For the sake of the argument that you're choosing to defend so vehemently. Yeah. Again, my idea may or may not be popular here, but I'm really just trying to be like super precise and empirical these days. And when someone says space is fake, I'm going to tell them, no, it's not. You don't even know if it's fake. Does that make sense? Mm-hmm. Nobody fucking knows if it's fake or not. It could be exactly how they describe it, but the problem is no one's left to be able to check it out. Right? Like, that's the thing. The lie is the point, because they make the claim space is this, space is that. Well, I'm not going to say space itself is anything, but I will tell you who's lying about it. That kind of deal.
Yeah,
because I know what it's not. You can't leave here, right? Second law of thermodynamics violation. We've all heard it. And if you've studied it, it makes complete sense. You can't have gas pressure without a container for the gases or the atmosphere to bounce off of, to press on, gas pressure. So that means that if you're making rockets that can burst through that kind of containment without damaging it, I want to see that rocket, and not only that, I want to see a rocket go from the ground to space uninterrupted. Just one camera shot.
Well, if you're on a bit later, I might pick your brain a bit about that. But I have to,
Sure.
I have to go and do an exciting work meeting over Zoom.
Right on, buddy. Well, hey, have a good meeting, and yeah, we'll all be here later, and I'll be here, and yeah, so come on back.
Cool. Thanks, man.
Yes, sir. Take it easy.
I have a question.
What's up, Shinji?
What's up? Is there an art channel? Like,
sorry?
Art channel.
Art?
Yeah, like a promotion channel.
Are you asking, is there a promotion channel here in the server?
Promotion art, like something.
Like art promotion?
Yep.
Are you an artist?
I make edits, video edits.
Video edits? Okay. Well, if you scroll up and down on the left, your guess is as good as mine, to be honest. I didn't help set the server up, and I'm not even a mod. So, yeah, I haven't been here long enough to do advertisements like an art advertisement, or is it like it's video editing is what you do?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. You'd probably have to get with. We just don't advertise too much in this server. Yeah. But I would get with. Yes, any mod. I guess California Nightmare is a mod. He might know a little more than me. So I'm sorry, I can't really answer that question, my friend.
Oh, it's all good. Don't worry.
All right.
Thanks.
Yes, sir.
You guys are interested in stuff that'll help you attack evolution and all its bullcrap, you should try a book called The Evolution Cruncher. It's by Vance Farrell. It's a book called Scientific Facts Which Annihilate Evolutional Theory.
Right on. Thank you, sir. Do you mind posting a link in the voice text?
I guess I could take a picture of it.
That would be lovely.
Right.
I'll have to exit to do that, but I'll do it.
Oh, thanks. California Nightmare. Can you hear me?
Yeah, what's up?
He said outer space is fake and gay.
Yeah, I say that to everybody.
It is. It is very gay. I mean, look at the rockets. Did you see that last Elon Musk rocket? Literally a metal penis.
Yeah, I saw it. It was pretty
Fucking ridiculous. And people are like, oh my god, it's the most beautiful one yet. It's like, man, I got a beautiful one right here at my hips. You want to see another beautiful one? Good lord.
Exactly, dude. It's ridiculous. These global.
Yeah. I almost want to like look at pictures from all angles of that thing and find the vein, right? You know, you had to put something that looks like a vein on it somewhere. Just rub it in our faces.
I wouldn't be surprised if he actually did. These people,
Right.
these people are obsessed with like phallus worship and shit. So
Yeah.
that wouldn't surprise me.
It's Osiris, I think. Osiris worship. And it's all basically the same. Osiris, Ra, all that stuff, man. The Sirius, the dog star. It's all the same. But hey, are you guys ready for another false flag here in a couple days?
Well, it's about to occur, and where's here?
What do you think it'll be? You think it's going to be an economic sort of deal? I think it will be. I think something's gonna happen over the next 3 days, and to me it's gonna be an economic sort of deal because they've been ramping up something, but nothing's really happened yet. But with all this crypto and all this, the economic climate, as it were, is changing. It's the only climate change that I can see that's actually obvious is the currency climate around the world. So, in my opinion, this false flag, this thing that's going to happen this time, is economic.
Hello?
Hello.
Yeah, is anyone here able to give roles?
I cannot give roles, but California Nightmare is a mod. He may or may not be able to do that.
No, I'm not a moderator, and I can't give roles.
Okay, well, there we go. Stick around, though. You could get a role for sure. You're already VC verified. Did you want... What kind of role were you looking for?
One of the Earth-shaped ones.
Well, what shape is the Earth, my friend? I can take a note down and tell a mod later. If you're flat or globe. What do you think? What's the shape of the Earth? Are we moving? Are we spinning around?
Yeah, I believe it's a globe.
Okay. What is your number one... Like, when you wake up and you look outside, what makes you say, globe?
Well, I guess it's probably not when I wake up, but it's more that when it's nighttime.
Okay. And what about the nighttime makes you think you're spinning?
Well, I live in like a place that's like really dark. It's got like little light pollution, right? And
Okay.
you can look up into the sky and you see things moving quicker than stars. The
Mhm.
things are usually like satellites and stuff. So I think that's one thing that grounds me.
Okay, I want you to realize what you just said. And I'm not trying to make fun of you at all. Here's what I want you to, because a lot of times what at least what I try to do is kind of help people with their arguments and such, and like the kind of a critical thinking process. So you looked up at the sky, and then you said that made you more grounded. Do you see how that doesn't really make sense?
Oh no, I'm not going to talk about the wording of it. Obviously, I say grounded as in like, oh, I know where my place is. That's what I meant.
I see. So okay, no, I'm just
Obviously,
trying to
it
be.
was funny on the
See,
words, but I don't know.
we try to be very ultra specific. You know what I mean? Just so
Yeah,
that there's no confusion. So, okay, well, thank you. You're being honest. I really do appreciate that. Let me try to ask another different. Okay, so you notice things in the sky moving, but to you that means you're moving. You're on the thing moving.
No, it's more the fact that I know that the satellites is the fact that how these satellites work. Obviously,
How do you know the satellites are doing what they say they're doing?
well, unless there's something else far more complicated that I can't understand, there must be satellites.
It's not very complicated.
What would you
90
think they are?
99% of all international data transfer, 99%
Through like
is
cables
done
to the sea. Yeah.
underwater cables.
Yeah, I know.
And then
that, yeah.
so they have, and NASA admits this all day and night, that they have helium balloons up there transmitting data. And they won't call them satellites, but they'll admit they're up there for sure.
Oh no, yeah, I've seen helium balloons as well. Like you can distinguish between a helium balloon.
Have you ever seen a satellite in space? I'm not talking about the ground, and you see a little light traveling across the sky. I mean, like
the International Space Station.
Hey,
So
can
you've been to the International Space Station?
No. I'll fin- It's a kind of a long point, but I'll see if I can get through it.
Hey, can I ask something real quick? The International Space Station is not in outer space. They say it's in low Earth orbit, so it's not even in space to begin
Yeah,
with.
technically.
And can I also add that the medium of outer space is impossible to exist due to it being a violation of the second law of thermodynamics. And if you want to take the Big Bang into account, then it's also a violation of the first law of thermodynamics. So it breaks two natural laws. So outer space, dude, it's done. It's over.
Yeah, it's a problem.
I know this is gonna sound like I'm good, right? Okay, so what I'm gonna do is talk about the first thing about the International Space Station, and then if we can, I'll come back to that one. So what you can do is everyone can do it at home. You just need I guess you need a telescope, but they're kind of expensive. Some of them. You can chart where the ISS is going to fly, and it can actually cast a shadow if it goes in front of, say, the moon or the sun. I done mine with the moon.
Hey, can I add? How can you verify that's the ISS when you can't even verify the medium that it's in, which is the vacuum of outer space?
True.
Which is again impossible to exist.
I can't verify that, but
okay, then there you go.
I can't. To me, the thing that holds me back from thinking that it's not the ISS is the fact that a lot of people would have to have like a mouth zip sort of conspiracy about it.
Well, it's a big club, that's for sure.
Yeah. I understand. That's the thing I can't subscribe to at all, because I know how hard it is to keep a secret, especially.
Hey, look.
Very dedicated.
Can I make a point right now? You're right. It's hard to keep a secret, and that's why often these big space agencies make like slip-ups where they admit a flat Earth without actually realizing it. I don't know if they realize it or not.
Yeah, it's on purpose.
I have like 35 documents of NASA admitting that we live on a flat Earth. And I can send it in live stream. Voice text right now. Give me a second.
Yeah, the 35 government documents. That's a good one. Are you? Can you see the live stream voice text, Kessler?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. We're going to be posting stuff in there for you. And I don't expect you to read it all right now, but definitely save these things.
Read it,
Can
buddy.
I wanted to add too that that this lie is very possible because guess what, man? They're lying to you right now. They're lying to all of us right now, right? And you can verify the lie yourself, right? That's one of the best parts of flat Earth is that you could actually prove it yourself. You could prove it that they're lying to you yourself, right? You don't need any third parties. You don't need any middleman. You could do it directly yourself, right? So this
Well,
lie
yeah.
is possible, and it is being conducted on an international level.
Yep. And Kessler, I have a question in that vein. Do you believe the government? Let me ask you this. Yeah. So, do you believe the government has ever lied to you? And if so, what was that lie about?
Well, yeah, the government lies every day.
Every day. Okay. So, what makes you think that they wouldn't? What makes you think that they wouldn't lie for billions of tax dollars or private funding?
Well, they do lie for billions of tax dollars every day, but I don't think the shape of the Earth contributes to those billions.
Are you sure? Because what they're doing, listen, what they're doing is they're telling you, hey, we need all this money so we can go to this place, but that place doesn't exist, so they don't need all that money, do they?
No, I don't live in a country that has none of my taxes go to the space industry.
Are you in, hold on, I'm going to guess, Scotland?
No, not Scotland. No, you're close.
Ireland?
Nah, England. I live in
England, okay.
So it's a...
Yeah, okay. Well, you can just tell me I'm dead wrong, because if I don't get it on the first try, that I might as well not even. You know, if you're not first, you're last. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Anyway. Well, cool. Let's see. Anybody else got questions for Kessler? He's being really honest, which is awesome.
I still kind of wanted to address my points earlier that were.
Sorry. Yeah. What did you mention again?
Okay, so I mentioned that the existence of outer space as a vacuum is impossible to exist as it violates two natural laws, which is the second law of thermodynamics, as you cannot have gas pressure without a container, and the first law of thermodynamics, as energy cannot be created or destroyed, only transferred, right?
Yeah. Sorry, which laws was it again?
First law and second law of thermodynamics.
So the second, So I think what happens with the second is you need to account in gravity, right?
Okay, but in the second law of thermodynamics, there is no gravity at play, right? And you also have to demonstrate gravity, which is the bending and warping of space-time. But the thing is, the bending... Right. But the thing is, right, is that gravity, it's never been scientifically validated, right? Because gravity is just a concept. As we know, space and time, they're not physical. So you cannot manipulate them, right?
Yeah,
so you cannot experiment with that. So it's just conceptual. Thus, it's not real.
Right, so gravity is like a weird one, right? So there's one big test that they've done. I imagine you guys probably already know about this, right? It's Cavendish. I imagine you all...
Yeah, I know about the Cavendish. And if you actually read the papers on Cavendish was never actually trying to prove gravity or experiment on gravity. Cavendish was actually trying to measure the density of the Earth, which again has nothing to do with gravity. So that's what the Cavendish quote unquote experiment actually was about. Had nothing to do with gravity, and it's not a scientific experiment, right? Because there is no natural phenomenon being observed or tested in the Cavendish quote unquote experiment.
I can't really comment on the Cavendish. I don't know enough about it. I just know that I know the brief of the experiment. That's about it. I don't know enough to have a conversation about it. I'm sorry about that. But in terms of a replacement for the force or whatever you want to see it as that pulls us downward, what would be sort of the flat Earth replacement for that?
All right, so dude, so if something's been falsified, we don't need to replace it, right? So, falsification is independent from replacement.
Yeah, I mean, just probably just bad word in there, but like, what would you say is the force?
Honestly, I don't know, but I could tell you some theories that some of our members here say. Right, talk about. Some people say that it's I think this is what's called downward. Hold on, electrostatic downward acceleration or incoherent, well, whatever. Right, that's what some people believe is causing that, and others say
Electrostatic
it's
acceleration, yes.
yes. Thank you, Rookie. Thank you. And others say that's just Archimedes' principle of density and buoyancy.
Yeah, so Archimedes actually uses gravity in his equation, right? So if you use an Archimedes,
Oh,
you need to
really?
replace gravity in that equation. So whatever you'd replace gravity with, what would that be?
Okay, so do you have a citation for that? Because I want to see this.
Yeah.
'Cause and also, you need to define like what gravity was used in the equation. Like what type was it? Einsteinian or Newtonian?
In the buoyancy equation. Hold on, I'm not sure. It wouldn't have been either of them. But it'd have just been mass force.
Alright.
Yeah, so I can see here on the equation it uses F, which is gravity, but it's weight essentially. So
No, F is
measurement of weight.
no, it would have to be G for it to be gravity.
F is force, right?
So let me see here.
Yeah, F is force. So this force right there is something going down. So if you use Archimedes to explain why stuff goes down, it loopholes itself, right? Because he has a force in there that says it goes down. So you can't really use Archimedes to explain the force that's already in the equation because it's an infinite loop equation, right? It's irrational. It doesn't solve itself.
I'm looking at a little bit of Archimedes' history, and he was born before the theory of gravity.
Oh yeah, he was born before the theory of gravity, right? Yeah, but it doesn't mean that gravity doesn't exist or that force, or whatever it is, it might not be gravity.
Well,
that doesn't mean that it just becomes into existence once, like Newton has an apple fall on his head.
Well, look, Newton was the first one to supposedly find gravity, right? Or
no, he didn't find gravity. No. He wasn't the first one to. He was the one to refine it and put it in planetary status.
I misworded that, but anyway, right? Look. Can you post the website you were talking about where you got this gravity?
I don't think there's any website. I think it's just this formula. It's FB equals. Hold on, I'll just send you the formula.
Okay, so how do you deduce that F means gravity?
Sorry?
How do you deduce that F means gravity? Do you have any sources that say that F is actually gravity, or are you just saying this?
Well, it doesn't have to be gravity. It's just a force going down, right? So
okay,
that's it.
Okay, so you're just saying this. You're just saying this, right? You don't have any sources that say that it's actually gravity causing.
No, I wouldn't.
Hold on. Especially that Archimedes. Hold on. Especially the Archimedes principle, bro. Like I said, has nothing to do with gravity, right? Because things rise up, right? Things are more buoyant, right? So it rises up.
Yeah.
When gravity states that, when it depends on which theory of gravity you're talking about, right? But in Newtonian gravity, it states that mass attracts mass, right? So everything will have to fall downwards. Everything is being pulled to the center of mass, which is Earth's core. So everything will have to fall down, but yet things rises up. So immediately, like, it just contradicts itself.
No, it doesn't contradict. That's exactly how it's supposed to work, right? In Archimedes' equation. If it's less buoyant, then it rises.
I could just really simply, like, the reason it contradicts itself is because you're trying to assign a unidirectional cause to a multidirectional phenomenon, right?
No,
that doesn't contradict it at all.
I also want to add that you're literally just stating your own opinion here, right?
No, it's not an opinion. Sorry, we're getting sidetracked. Guys, we're getting sidetracked here. What I was asking, my original question was what causes that directional force?
I answered.
Nobody knows.
Nobody
Yes.
knows. Right. Okay.
Yeah, like even
Absolutely
your even your globe science guys like Michio Kaku, Neil deGrasse Tyson, they will come out and say we don't really know what gravity is or what causes it. We have no idea.
Well,
So
yeah,
like,
because they're in
it's not
debate.
like we have to come up with a replacement
Right.
theory for them not really knowing, right?
Right. No, that's fine. Like that's all. I respect that. That's all I was asking.
So, like I said earlier, gravity doesn't need to be replaced by anything if it's been falsified, which it has, by the way, using logic.
Oh yeah, I apologized about that word in there. I didn't mean to say that. I was because it detracted from the point that I was trying to make. I apologize about that.
Is this guy the only glober here, or do you have any other globers?
The Earth is flat.
Is there any like sort of like current like work being done on experimentation for whatever causes the directional movement?
When I make brownies, they're flat.
I would say not really, because like all you can really do is manipulate some variables, like the density of the medium, density of the object, or possibly even the static charge. But that doesn't really isolate what is causing the phenomenon we observe. So
Yeah. So it's just about as so all of the theories are just as credible as each other, or
Black Swan.
so
I mean, like until there's some like genuine experimental backing, then it would just be not even scientific theory, right?
if you had to put it
Just
on a
colloquial
scale of like if you have to put it on a scale of like 10 being it's pretty close to what this force could be, what would you say? You have electrostaticism and then you have gravity. Well, which one would rank higher, do you think? Or even Archimedes' principle, which one do you think would rank higher?
Well, I mean, Archimedes' principle doesn't even really require gravity in that sense, right? I mean, that was around like way before.
Yeah, but he did use gravity in a sense of weight, right?
Well, if you're talking about how they added little g in the formula for buoyancy, sure, but that's because they have to measure the force in newtons, right?
Yeah.
Because like the 9.81 acceleration that they put into the formula, that 9.81 would only work in a perfect vacuum, right? If you pretend that the air isn't there, which is already kind of silly when you're talking about an object and a medium, which is obviously not a vacuum. But if you were to take this example, like if you have an apple floating in a bowl of still water, then you could probably use that formula and figure out and come up with some numbers. Cool. But like, is the apple accelerating downward at that rate? Is the water? Doesn't seem to be. So
Yeah, I'm just really interested in what causes the direction of the movement down towards the ground.
Thing.
Hey,
that's the thing, though. That's the thing, because it's not a universal downward
It's
vector.
not gravity.
Kessler, really
it's not
quick.
universally downward. Not everything goes down, and not everything that goes down always goes down, right?
Yeah,
because
real
of why-
quick.
So this is the problem.
Kessler.
Like the way I see it, it's like this whole universal downward vector that they have. It's kind of like a post hoc explanation to explain the spinning ball globe. Because like if you have a spinning ball, then obviously things move away from the center of rotation, right? So how does that work? Well, because there's this invisible force that we can detect that keeps it all together. So it's kind of an afterthought, really, gravity to explain how things can exist on a spinning globe,
The gravity doesn't right. So the Earth spins, right?
or how the spinning globe even came about in the first place, right? Because gravity makes balls or whatever.
Right, yeah, but the Earth doesn't spin fast enough to displace weight more than I'd say
It doesn't spin at all.
0.1%. No, but like on our model is what I'm saying. Like from my point of view, right? So from what like I've learned.
Hey, real quick. I hear you. I'm sorry to interrupt. Real quick, just so you can, while we're talking to you about this, take a look at the voice text. I posted 2 GIFs about Archimedes' principle and fluid dynamics, and density, and buoyancy. So there you go. Carry on.
So when the Earth spins right at the equator, it won't even displace, I'd say, 0.1%. of weight. I mean, you could probably measure it, right? You could probably measure it. I'd say it's probably somewhere in the 100.
So who's measured it? Someone had to
all
have
you
by
need
now,
to do
right?
is take a perfect kilogram, right? You take a perfect kilogram.
No, who
measure
did
that
it?
whole-
Who did that? Who measured the spin at the equator or the North Pole?
No one
who's
hasn't, just
done that?
theorizing. Someone might have done it. 'Cause
Oh,
it's easy to do.
I got it. Okay.
But you could. I mean, I'll have a look and see if anyone's actually done it because it seems pretty easy. I think someone might have, but you could get.
You're
one
gonna come back with the pendulum probably.
Nah, you could get 1 kilogram at the pole, right? Measure it there. It's exactly 1 kilogram. Take it to the
Right.
equator.
Have you seen the have you seen what's called the Gnome experiment?
No, I haven't.
Well, it was basically like this scale company, right? They make scales, and they basically did a test exactly like this, testing their scales and weights at different locations, and getting it. There's no like correlation to the equator or North Pole, anything like that.
Yeah, maybe
Just the data's right. You can Google the data, right? Gnome experiment. Just look at the locations and weight and what they say it was. So, doesn't really seem to be anything that backs that up.
I know. I was just theorizing. I'm gonna have a look at this gnome now. I can't find a source for it. I keep finding news sites. Do you know
Wait a second. Did you say that you're gonna search a news site for the?
No, I said
Yeah,
like I can't find one. They're all news sites. Like I'm not.
Oh yeah, yeah. It's gonna be hard for you to find a study about that, an experiment or a measurement, direct measurement. Because here's the thing: if we're on something,
sorry to interrupt, but I mean the gnome experiment that Martoth just said. I was just if he had like a link for it or something because I can't really find one.
Sorry.
It's okay. I think I just probably muddle people up.
No, you're good. You're good.
So
there we go.
So there's something about like the Foucault pendulum where it needs a push to get started. And it's also connected to the thing you're supposed to be measuring that is moving. So there's two things wrong with that, right?
Right.
Does that make sense? Okay. Yeah, because if I'm trying to see if my my drums are moving, I'm looking at my bongos here. So if I'm going to see if they're moving, I'm not going to attach a bunch of shit just to the drums. I'm going to attach shit to all kinds of other stuff to see if in relation to the to the ground, if my drums are moving. Does that make sense? I'd have to see about the ground, about the drums, about all kinds of stuff. You know what I mean? I'd have to separate the drums from the earth to be able to truly move, to measure that. And Foucault isn't. It's connected to the earth by, levers and metal bars and all kinds of shit.
Yeah. So basically what they have to claim is that the earth is rotating underneath the pendulum while the pendulum is on earth.
Yep, that was a much better explanation.
I'm just looking at the gnome experiment here. Whose Google Doc is this? Like, where did you get this Google Doc from?
I think Indio posted the link. Not sure whose account it's from, but
like what I'd say about this experiment is it's. I mean, the data is interesting, right? You can see you can see a difference in weight. Obviously, the correlation's pretty whack, so they're using a norm. It's probably going to pick up. Probably not really control.
With the Foucault pendulum, you get the best effect if you use lead metal as the weight, and you will notice that there is a deflection in the swing of the pendulum. But if you use two opposing magnets glued together, if you use them as the weight of the pendulum, and you swing them, you will notice no deflection anymore. So explain that, because lead metal has dual magnetic properties. As a single atom is diamagnetic, and as a metal, a conglomerate of atoms bonded together, it is paramagnetic. So it has two magnetic properties of opposite sides in the same time. And that's why you get that deflection, because of the flow of electrostatic charge in nature and electrostatic field. So you will get a deflection.
So I'm not really. I know a lot of. I've heard a lot of this electrostatic stuff. Like already, I'm only been in here maybe 10 minutes, but I'm not really an expert on like the electrostatic stuff. I don't really know what I'm talking about with that. So I can't.
I'm not an expert either, but I did learn enough mechanics and physics to actually understand it.
Yeah,
Easily.
I can't really comment on it because I usually refrain from talking about stuff that I don't know about enough about.
But what's your
Yeah,
profession?
I don't know if I want to say it over Discord just yet. We only just met. Ask me to dinner first.
Okay, all right.
I don't know
Well,
why,
I mean, my
why is that
profession.
such a big secret?
Yeah, no worries. Get. My profession. I'm a boxer. Okay, like I teach boxing. It has nothing to do with knowing whether if I'm a scientist or a mathematician or anything. All of us that are in here, we all have a different profession. We are not all scientists or whatever. We just came to the conclusion of the earth being flat. And then the rest of us did our research on everything else. You know what I mean? We're not all here as a scientist or a mathematician or somebody that's really into trying to figure out we're not cosmetologists or you know what I'm talking about. You know what I mean? You know what I'm trying to say?
By the way, sorry.
Yeah.
Those guys you see on TV, like Discovery Channels, Neil deGrasse Tyson and Mikio Kaku, those are not scientists. They are actors, clowns, entertainers.
He's right.
Yeah.
He's right. 100%.
Yeah.
He
The
is.
scientists today are very well paid, and they are in laboratories where you don't get easy access to.
They're told to say things and then keep their mouth shut.
Yeah.
Because their lives are threatened.
Yep.
I have a question. Do you guys
they
believe
are
in Freemasonry?
That's what happens when you make a deal with the devil, bro.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
So the devil says, hey, your life's going to be fully taken care of. You're going to have Lamborghinis and Porsches. You're going to fucking have everything you want, okay? But just one
All you
thing.
have to do is just lie.
All you have to do is never be honest again. Can you handle that? And most people, my friend, they can handle
follow
it.
through with it, dude. Oh my
Yeah.
gosh.
People are like, oh, you guys are just conspiracy theorists. I'm like, hang on. Put yourself in their shoes, right? You're a prominent scientist. You're coming up in the science world. You know, you're gaining some kind of either educational at the bare minimum or in the scientific community. You're getting some clout, some prowess. All of a sudden, one day, someone pulls you aside and says, hey, man, I got a deal of a lifetime. I'm going to make you an offer you can't refuse. And basically what they tell you is, listen, you can either go down this path and finish your work with this, then we're going to steal your patents and act like you never did any of this, okay? Or you can keep your name on it. You can make 5 times as much money, and your whole family will be able to be taken care of. Your kids are all going to college. Does that make sense? And who's going to say no to that? And then they tell you later, oh, by the way, we're going to kill everyone you know if you tell anybody this stuff.
Yep.
And it starts with the family dog. They always kill the dog first. I don't know why they do that, but no, I'm just kidding.
What would you say that's everyone that's in the scientific profession?
No, that's not everyone. Sorry, and I'm glad you asked that question. Very good question. He asked, before I interrupted him, he asked, is that everybody in the scientific community? No. It's only the ones that support a peer-reviewed kind of deal, or certainly the people who support astronomy, astrology, astrophysics, etc., right? It's the people that are communicating with the mainstream that are told, what to say, how to say it, when to say it.
And also,
not everybody's involved, because like I said, hold on a sec, because like I said, the up-and-coming scientist, he could be 25, 30 years old. He's still early in his career, so he's not in on it, right? And there's millions of people just like him that are not in on it. So anyway, okay, go ahead.
I would also like to say that not all of them even know they're lying, if that makes sense. Like,
absolutely,
they go to college or something, and they study something, and they parrot it, later on to newer students. Or if they work at NASA, they're simply given a task, right? Like, build this one part, and that's it. They don't know what happens to it. They don't know where it goes. But they're lying without even realizing it, if that makes sense. So it's only a few people that are actually aware that they're lying, but there are thousands and thousands of them who, don't know that they are lying, basically.
Right.
And work.
Go ahead, Kessler.
So these people that do this work, for example, and look at these like data sets, collect all this information. They would be like, say, oblivious to the fact that it's like fraudulent.
It depends, but yeah, I mean, here's another one. It's kind of like dirty cops. All cops are pretty much bad unless they're trying to expose the evil that's in their precinct, and hardly any cop is doing that. So they're all kind of in on it, right? Does that make sense? Now, again, it's such murky waters because there's compartmentalization kind of deal where a scientist will go to a project, a funded project, and only work on this, and this. And then they're just told what the end result hopefully is for the study or for the experiment or whatever. But all you really know is the nuts and bolts you have to take care of. The 2 Petri dishes, and that's it. You don't know if what you're doing is actually contributing. All you know is they're paying you to do this, and then you give them that, and then they say it's part of this big thing that they just did.
What was it?
And then they don't know the wiser.
Yeah. It's a good story for this, right? Well, recently, I think it's probably all know that they took the image of the black hole, right? Do you remember that?
Oh, the donut, the glazed donut, or the cherry on Snoop Dogg's joint. Yeah.
Yeah. Obviously.
What about assholes? Sorry.
Go ahead, Kessler.
That took a lot of people working together. Like, a lot. Like, I'm pretty sure the number was in the thousands. So all of those people would they all be lying, or would they all be sort of conned?
No, here's where it's genius. With the black hole thing, did you see the picture of the girl who supposedly discovered the black hole in their data? Right? You see, like, she's excited. She's sitting next to the computer. They got all these equations on the chalkboard that don't mean shit. Have you seen that picture? I can try to find it. But anyway, what they did was, this is kind of how smart they are, and because they've been planning shit like this for thousands of years. They got it down to not just a science, but as precise as the tip of a safety pin. But anyway, so what they'll do is they'll give this girl a computer program that is already based on presuppositions that it's a globe and we're spinning in a space and all this. Okay, so her entire computer is made so that she'll be able to make an image like this based on the data they give her, and that's it. They could give her data, any kind of data, right? That it was a black hole is trapezoid shaped. Actually, we just found it out given the data we right. So that's what it is. She just created an image based on data that could have come from anywhere that could mean anything, right? Satellite images. Do you think this girl sitting at the computer, going, oh my God, I did it, has anything to do with the functionality of the satellites or whether or not the satellites are up there? No. She just trusts, Chris down the hall to bring the data so she can make the fucking picture, right?
Yeah, but what I'm saying is they didn't just use like one telescope. It was Earth-based, by the way. They didn't just use one Earth-based telescope. They used like many throughout the world, right? In multiple different countries, not just like the USA or like usually it's in the Andes, but not just any of those telescopes. It was all of them from around the world.
Well, hold on a sec. Okay, let's ignore what I just said about the conspiracy aspect, I guess. Let's go with the official story. You can't see a black hole up until basically this picture, right? And if a black hole is sucking in every... Hold on.
Oh, sorry.
You're good. If a black hole is sucking in everything, including light, how the fuck are we going to see that thing?
So this is actually like... I guess obviously you're not going to believe what I say, but you still can't see the black hole. What you see there, the light, is the light that is behind the black hole and also orbiting around it in a disk. So that light actually can be bent by the black hole. So the light behind it is traveling, and if it hits it at the right spot, it can bend around, and it gives obviously the image that there's a disk of light around that black hole.
You see what they do, though? You see what they do? They make you presuppose so many things for you to even get to the point where you can presuppose a black hole. I mean, it's more flimsy than fucking sheet metal. You know what I mean?
Who would you say they is? I heard you mention they.
Sorry, what was that?
You said
if
they.
you were to come into the conversation, it totally sounds a sexual conversation. Just gonna put that out there.
That's fine. That's okay with me. I'm good with that. What were you saying, Kessler?
Things.
You mentioned something about they give you this information. Who
you were saying something, I think. But if you don't remember, I don't remember what I was talking about. Master Chief, you didn't have to say something funny because now I don't even know. It's fine. It's all good. I'm sure Kessler has more questions.
Yeah, I caught my ear was you were saying about how they give information to presuppose that, and then it's flimsier than sheet metal or whatnot. But you mentioned the word they. I just
what up?
Well,
you think they is?
What's up, Indio? Do you want to take over? Or am I doing okay?
What's up,
I don't know.
Morning. I told you, man. Coming into the middle of the conversation.
I'm just here to not get fined.
Go ahead, Indio.
I'm not taking over. I don't even know what you're talking about.
Oh, okay. I didn't know if you were listening or not.
Then. Oh, man, I'm trying not to get a fine. Guess you have to watch football to get that right. Anyway, carry on. I have no idea what the subject was.
Well, outer space. So Kessler.
Narnia.
Yeah. Yes, Narnia. So here's at least my stance. I know people agree. If this is violating natural law, even if it's just violating one natural law, it's violating multiple ones. But let's just say we accept that it's just one violation of natural law, and it's the second law of thermodynamics. So the second law of thermodynamics, I'm just going to quickly go over this and show you our argument.
Yeah, I know the second law.
Okay, so entropy, right? The gas would fill the available space. It does that, not would. It does that. We already observed that that's what happens empirically every single time we look at it. That's what it does. So how do you have that gas pressure next to anything but containment?
You don't.
Correct. Yeah. So, if these rockets are built with something crazy, like I said, they can bust through without any damage. Okay, but I don't think that's possible. How do they get through the container?
There's no container per se. There's a gradient in the atmosphere, and the gradient is parabolic. The higher you get, obviously, It gets really thin out there. I mean, you can still detect.
God, here we go again.
Like even
Here
the
we go.
International Space Station really isn't in space.
Okay, so
still
you can
does-
have a gradient without it having anything to do with gravity or anything, because the problem is
No, gravity has to be in that equation, which is the problem.
no, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. Why do you say that? Also, gravity doesn't.
Well, there's no
Given the story,
gravity.
given what gravity is, hold on. Given what gravity is, to you guys, it does not affect gas molecules at all.
Affect atrophy.
Yes, it does.
No, it doesn't.
And when you keep in mind of the globe, you think that.
Correct.
You think that.
So, Kessler, what you have to do is forget everything you have ever known about the globe and just use your senses to observe your reality. Does it feel like it's moving? Are the things in the sky moving, or is the thing below your feet moving? What can you really prove to yourself?
Well, I
Is
always
there
say, like, does it feel like it's moving, right? And I always think, like, if I was on where I lived is like a train that's really smooth, right? And it moves at around 120 mile an hour. It's super smooth. And I always think at night time.
See, that's the mistake right there that you're making. That's a I'm sorry to cut you off, but that's the mistake right there. At 100,000 miles, 100
Listen,
miles per hour.
You're not on a train right now, dude. That's what we're trying to figure out, is if the
You
Earth
also
is moving.
forget.
We know
I'm
trains
sorry.
move.
Can I interrupt?
Go ahead.
The thing is, the Earth's quote unquote speed in the globe model isn't constant. It accelerates and decelerates.
Yep.
So you should be able to feel the acceleration. If the train suddenly speeds up, you feel the train speeding up.
Yep.
So why do we not feel the acceleration?
So the reason why you don't feel the is because your body just cannot feel that type of acceleration. Like, it is so minute, it is so small.
When in life, other than in your fantasy about the globe, can you reproduce that effect?
Reproduce what? Spinning globe?
No.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Hey, so where can you reproduce the thing that you're assuming is happening to the Earth? Where can you validate that that's something that can happen?
Basically impossible to downscale, right? If you ask yourself that.
Sorry, one more time.
It's impossible to downscale something like that.
Exactly. So it's unfalsifiable regarding the globe.
And hey, can I add two things here, which is a big problem for this guy's claim about the train and why we can't feel rotation. Well, anyway,
I didn't even finish my point about the train.
Anyway, the train. Okay, so this is a false equivalence fallacy, right? As we know, the Earth is not a train, and the Earth travels in a elliptical motion around the sun, right? But the train travels in a linear motion. So this is
I wasn't comparing a train to Earth at all. I was just going to tell a story about what it doesn't matter. I wasn't comparing the train to Earth at all.
I don't need you to interrupt me, Mr. Beta Male. Hold on.
Okay, well, anyway, I want to make the second point here, right? So in our anatomy, right? We have two organs called the vestibular system, right? It's called the vestibular system, which is located within the inner ears. And the purpose of this organ, right? It allows us to detect rotational movement, right? Yeah. That's the whole function of the organ. So if the Earth was spinning in the directions that they claim it is, we should be able to feel the rotation of the Earth with our vestibular system, but we don't, right?
No, so you have to understand the different thing, which is relativity.
Relativity. Okay, so what does relativity have to do with the vestibular system and why we can't feel rotation? When the whole function of the vestibular system is to detect rotation in the first place.
So it can't detect through relativity, right? That's like impossible. Like because you've got to think from the point of view, nothing is moving. If constant, nothing's moving. Fair enough, it's a slight degree of acceleration, deceleration, but that it's so minor that the vestibular.
Do you have a citation for this? Because I could provide you tons of citations to state that we should be able to feel the rotation, judging by the way the organ works.
Wait, that's what.
Let me post some links for you.
How would the vestibular system even detect something that's constant?
It's not
Because that's the whole
constant. That's the point.
Yeah, it's not even constant. As we know, the Earth decelerates and accelerates, right? So it's not constant.
Yeah,
And
it
you're-
accelerates. Yeah, I've
Hold on,
agreed.
hold on.
Accelerate and
It's-
decelerate, but it's
you're-
nowhere near
you're
as effective
making-
as the system.
You're making a lie without realizing it right there. Like, I've studied this science before in high school, and even they admit that the senses of, like, how do you say it? Yeah, feeling motion isn't something you can get used to. You can get used to a smell, you can get used to a taste, but your ears, like the inner ears, will always feel motion.
Yeah.
Like, like if you're on a hypothetical elevator for like 5 hours, you'll still feel the motion if you focus on it. But the thing is, right now you can focus as much as you want, but you won't feel any motion at all.
Right. Okay. So, just before I go further, which rotation, which acceleration of the Earth are you talking about? The rotational.
Yes.
So, do you know what that acceleration factor is, by any chance?
I don't think I have the numbers right now, but I'll
Does
look
anyone
it
have
up.
the number for the acceleration in meters per second squared or anything? It's probably going to be a decimal because it's very small. But if anyone's got the number, what I'm trying to make the point here is it's that small that's undetectable. Well, to the human, a human would not be able to detect that type of acceleration. It's that minute.
Yeah, it's like 0.01, but the problem is
you're not going to detect that.
the
with your
problem
ear.
is to calculate that, right? But the problem is to calculate that you need the radius value, which is the thing in question.
So then you're going to go back on yourselves here, right?
Yeah,
And
because
it's
of
going to be a loop of we've got this number.
So it's 1,000 miles per hour. They say.
Yeah, that's a velocity, right? I'm talking about the acceleration.
1,038. Hold on, Shinji. Can I ask him a question? Kessler, can I ask you a question?
Yeah, go ahead.
So, what's the difference between your legs and the ant's legs?
My legs, and I'm not really. Mine.
You're not as small as an ant, but let's say we were gonna put you as small as an ant, and you were to walk on a counter, to walk onto a table, like walk on the leg of a table, right? What's the difference between your legs and the ant's legs?
I don't know. This is pretty anecdotal. I don't really know. My legs are bigger, more mass.
No. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is, if I was to shrink you as the size of an ant, okay, what's the difference between your arms and legs and the ant's arms and legs? When you go ahead and climb on a leg of a table, what's the difference?
So right there, like I'd probably be super dense, right?
No.
And I think the difference is ants have like little. What is it?
Their weight is gonna be the same as always. Like it's gonna get lighter, right? When you shrink.
Oh yeah, if you change my density as well. What do you mean? I keep the same weight, or?
No. When you shrink, your weight's gonna change, right?
Or yeah, okay. So I become the weight of an ant.
Okay, but see, when you climb a table, when you climb a counter of when you climb a side of a table,
yeah.
What is the difference between you climbing up a side of a table than an ant crawling up a side of a table?
The ant sticks to the side of the table.
Thank you.
What does that mean?
Electrostatics.
They have feelers and things that make it so that they're attached to the side of the wall, side of the countertop. So you can't climb like they can. You can't
we
define.
Can't really test this though, can we? This is like untestable.
See,
we can't really shrink a human.
Gravity doesn't exist to an ant. Syndrome. Gravity doesn't exist.
This is pretty anecdotal. I don't know if
See, listen, the reason why it doesn't exist because they can climb and they have things that they can grip to a wall, right?
Okay.
Not only that, they have strength. They can carry things on their back.
Yeah.
This is incredible, right? Something that's so small that can climb things while carrying something on itself.
It does. Okay. I think what he's trying to say about that is that the ant can do stuff compared to its body weight and such that gravity would make it very hard for anything to do that, an ant or a human or anything, right? Yeah. Because
I'm not really a biologist. I don't really know much about like insects and stuff, so.
Well,
I'm not really sure. Like, I know
you don't have to. You don't have to when you're observing. When you're just observing, right?
I can't observe myself as the size of an ant, so I'm not really sure where to go.
Here's the thing. Okay. So you say that we can't feel the spin because it's so large, right?
No, we can't feel the acceleration.
But if you were to put yourself inside a train at the size of an ant won't be rolling off. You would.
Hang on.
What does that mean?
Calm down. Hang on a sec, please.
Okay.
My point that I'm getting to is that, so is there a way for you to reproduce yourself on a very, very large object going 1,000 miles or even 500 or 200 miles an hour and you not feeling it?
Sorry, could you repeat that one again? Sorry,
So you say the reason we can't feel the rotation is because it's very big and we are very small, correct?
No, I did not say that.
What? So, okay. Why wouldn't we feel the rotation?
We can't feel the rotation because of relativity, right? It's a constant. There's no change to.
But there is. It fluctuates.
What would be the change?
Fluctuate.
Yeah, the speed would fluctuate, right? What is that number?
Right.
What is that acceleration?
It doesn't matter. If it fluctuates at all, that means means there's a change in angular momentum.
Yeah, it will be.
Yes.
That will
everywhere. Hold on. The point I'm trying to make is that everywhere else in life, we feel that acceleration or deceleration. Everywhere else in life, no matter what you're on, okay? Playground equipment, cars, trains, planes, I don't give a fuck. You feel it, the deceleration and acceleration. So why wouldn't we feel that on Earth?
So I'm going to say why we wouldn't, all right? So why we wouldn't is because the factor of acceleration needs to be to a degree of which we can actually detect it. And the factor of acceleration and deceleration of the Earth's rotation, someone said the number earlier, it's 0.0 what? It's super small. Like, you're not going to feel it. Like, that's the same acceleration.
How do you know you're not going to feel it? That's what I'm saying. You can't reproduce the globe and take out. Here's the thing. You can't manipulate the gravity variable, dude. That's the problem with all of this.
So, right. Sorry to be like, if I come across as like rude or anything, but if you
you've been very respectful. You've been great.
If you accelerated in a car at whatever the acceleration factor was of the Earth's rotation, if you accelerated at that pace, which is 0.0 whatever meters per second squared, you would not feel that in a car. You would sit in that car.
Hold on. Have you ever been in a car? Because I always feel when I'm moving in a car.
Yeah, if it's moving at this 0. Whatever you said the number earlier, right? What's the
No, I mean, like I always feel it, even if I'm on the highway cruising.
Right.
Like,
So Earth is in a car.
Factor is probably, listen, you stood still in the car, right? You're stood still in the car, handbrake's on, right? That car's probably moving, even though the handbrake's on. We all know this handbrake is obviously not going to keep it on full lock. Some people's cars roll slightly, very slightly, and you don't even notice it. You can get out of the car and walk away, and you think that car's stationary. I'd say that is the acceleration factor.
But isn't it more like going around a track in a car, though? And isn't that constant acceleration?
No, because we have to speak from relativity of a standpoint of we are in a constant motion, and then there's a change to that motion, right?
But isn't the Earth going around in an elliptical pattern?
So you're already presupposing your outcome.
That's not constant, by the way.
Yeah, but that's the whole problem, right? Because you have a circular you have a circular motion, so there's a constant change in velocity, which is that's the whole argument.
Yeah, but listen, this acceleration factor is just not enough for humans.
Yeah, I know. But the problem with that is that you're saying it's not enough because you have some value for that, which is based on the radius.
So
of the ball that you need. So you're assuming the radius to prove that the acceleration would not be. But that's a problem. We need to verify the radius first.
Well, you throw the acceleration number at me, and then we can discuss about that further, right?
Can I put my 2 cents in? I have my coffee now. Now my brain's functioning. So there is an experiment that can falsify the idea that gravity is holding gas down. There is an experiment. Because the claim is that gas is being held to the Earth from the vacuum of space, right? That's the claim. I got this right?
I'm not really.
There's a vacuum of space that the Earth is embedded in, and it has gas surrounding it, and the gas is being held to the Earth by gravity from that vacuum. And it's
not from the vacuum. Not from the vacuum.
From what?
From what then?
The vacuum isn't a force.
No, but the gas expands into available space, dude.
Oh yeah, but we're talking about gravity here, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
So no one said force. I didn't say force.
All right, yeah. It's a force gravity argument. Carry
So
on.
it's being held to the Earth by gravity from the vacuum.
Oh, right. Okay, sorry, I misheard you. Yeah, sorry. Yes, it is.
Yeah. So if you're going to make layers, you got Earth, air, vacuum, right?
Mm-hmm.
So we can do an experiment. Well, we can do an experiment where you get a vacuum chamber, right? Put it on the face of the Earth, and insert gas into it, and the gas should sink to the bottom.
No, that's not the same because it doesn't go to scale that correctly.
What does that mean?
With gravity, you're working with scale, so you can't downscale gravity. In the same sense.
Why not?
Well, because
just saying doesn't mean anything.
Hold on. Don't things in a vacuum chamber fall?
What do you mean? Yes.
Yes. Why? Because they're on Earth where you have the strongest gravity at the surface, right? So why is a vacuum chamber not a valid experiment to test gravity on gas?
The vacuum chamber is obviously going to be at one of those levels of the gradient, so it's going to match whatever level of that gradient it's at. And even still, it'll be in an enclosed
That doesn't make any sense, dude.
You can put a vacuum chamber anywhere, and it's obviously going to fill it because you can't downscale that.
And it's a container, and the gradient is external to the vacuum chamber, obviously.
That you cannot get a repeat result on scale with that experiment. It's impossible.
I mean, you can just keep repeating yourself. That's fine. I mean, but it doesn't mean anything until you have a reason. Saying it doesn't work at scale, like what's the difference?
What's the difference? Well, because you're working with gravity here, right? So if you're testing gravity, you have to abide by what gravity is, right?
So
right.
Can I actually ask the last question before I leave?
Can I finish, please?
Because
the gas is not connected to each other, right? It's a gas, right? So all the molecules are independent of each other. They're not connected. So what does the scale matter? They're still working at the same scale. Gravity is affecting individually each molecule or atom of the gas.
Yeah.
And they're disconnected from each other.
Yeah.
Yeah. So what's the difference between the atmosphere being held to the Earth in a vacuum and simulating the vacuum of space, putting gas inside, and having the Earth hold it to the ground?
Well, because think about it, right? You know how the atmosphere works, right? It's different gradients.
I'm aware of that. You can have a gradient in closed systems. That's irrelevant. It's literally a red herring that means nothing.
Well,
if we look at what?
Okay, so to do this experiment, how does this? I don't understand.
Okay, get a cylinder.
Well, that's the problem.
That's 100 feet tall. You evacuate all the air out of it, and you inject a little bit of gas at the top, and wait for it to sink to the bottom of the vacuum chamber. But wait for gravity to suck it down, or for a gradient to form within this vacuum chamber. But guess what? That will never happen. It'll never happen.
This vacuum chamber would need to go maybe 50 kilometers high. Not even that, actually. 10 kilometers high before you'd see a result.
What?
Listen, we've had Globers come in here with their little toys on their phone and say, look, I measured air pressure. I held the phone at my feet, and then I held it over my head, and I measured a difference in air pressure.
Well,
so basically, you're saying this is immeasurable, and it should be measurable.
Different in air pressure.
Can I just quickly address what he said? Because he said that you would have to get 50 kilometers up in the air to have gravity be noticeable in that experiment. How does that even make any sense, dude? Gravity is supposed to be stronger the closer you are to the center of mass, right? So it's going to decrease when you get up.
Oh yeah, you misheard my.
The best place to do this experiment is on the Earth. No, I didn't mishear you.
No, okay, so I misspoke then. If you didn't mishear me, I misspoke. What I said was you'd need a chamber 10 kilometers high.
Why?
So it starts at ground level, right?
Why? Why would it have to be that high?
Because you're going to measure a gradient. How are you going to measure an atmospheric gradient that currently stands at maybe
You
250?
don't need to measure the atmospheric gradient. You want to measure the gradient in the vacuum chamber. Doesn't matter where the vacuum chamber is, dude.
The McDonald's box.
And look, a gradient. Listen, and a gradient has nothing to do with anything. What does the gradient have to do with anything?
Because what else are you trying to measure?
We're trying to watch gas be attracted to the Earth.
Okay.
Against the vacuum. Like, so you got a vacuum.
Put a helium balloon in a vacuum chamber, see what happens. It'll sink. There you go.
Oh, there you go. You know why? The helium balloon is a solid, right? The balloon's a solid, so it's gonna fall. Cool. What happens to the helium balloon that falls in a vacuum chamber when the balloon pops? Does the helium just stay at the bottom?
Probably not, because there's it'd fill the chamber.
Exactly. It won't. That's the problem.
The gas will disperse evenly within the vacuum.
This experiment is thermodynamic. When you're talking about atmospheric pressures, how can you, right? What are you trying to measure in this vacuum chamber? It's far too small to even measure it, because what you're looking for is an atmospheric gradient, and you're pumping.
No,
gas.
we're not looking for an atmospheric.
And what are you looking for? You said you're looking for gas to sink.
More gas.
It's not going to happen in a box.
We're looking for gas. More gas being closer to the Earth and further away from the Earth.
Yeah, so this is like...
It could be density or it could be pressure, okay?
Sorry, repeat last?
It could be density or pressure. It doesn't have to be pressure. It could be temperature, too. We can measure all three of these and determine how much gas is in any particular part of the vacuum chamber.
Right, yeah. But this is a small vacuum chamber, right? So this is a very low...
Matter. You keep saying small matters. It doesn't matter because the gas is not a connected volume. Gravity is acting independently on each individual molecule. They're not connected to each other.
Listen, you're probably going to... So you get this vacuum chamber, right? And are you going to fill it to the pressure of one atmosphere?
No, what can we get it down to on Earth? We'll go to 10 to the negative 8 torr or something. That'll be our vacuum, and then we'll inject a little bit of gas.
For the sake of argument's sake, just so we're not talking about 10 to the negative whatever numbers, because it's just going to get absurd when we talk about it. Say you have 1 atmosphere worth of pressure, and you fill a vacuum chamber with 1 atmosphere worth of pressure, right? So you've got that.
What you're saying doesn't make sense. You don't fill a vacuum chamber with 1 atmosphere of pressure. You put a volume of gas into it. So let's put a cubic, I don't know, we'll have 1,000 cubic foot vacuum chamber, we'll put 1 cubic foot of gas in it. The pressure of the gas when it's inserted is irrelevant because the pressure is going to change once it goes inside the vacuum chamber. The pressure of the chamber is going to go up, right? And the pressure, actually the gas will cool off, so it won't even have a pressure. So when you say standard atmospheric pressure, how would you even measure that, right? You would measure that in a container.
So
this is the problem with this whole idea that there's an Earth and with air surrounding it in space. You have a volume which is infinite, right? You can't even do the equation because V is infinity.
Wait, the equation for what? Sorry.
The equation for pressure is, what is it called? Reynolds gas law or something. Listen, the point is, I'm not going to go down crazy rabbit holes. The point is, we can't do this experiment. We can't do the experiment, and the results of that experiment falsify the idea that Earth can hold down gas away from a vacuum.
Is it alright if I say something?
Yeah, go for it.
Yeah, just with what my man was saying here before with the chamber. This is, I hope I'm not being disrespectful. I just want to I'll try to help him out a little bit. So the way that the experiment would work would be you want to see how the gravity affects and how it holds onto gas, right?
Yeah, we want to see if we can get the gas to go closer to the Earth instead of doing what is actually observed is dispersing evenly within the chamber until it reaches thermodynamic equilibrium.
Yep, all right. So say you do it in a normal gas chamber, as you were saying before. gravity is pretty constant within that gas chamber, there won't be measurable change. That's why you need a really big vacuum chamber with different levels of gravity within the chamber, where you can measure how, as you get closer to the Earth, in that gas chamber, you would supposedly see more gas, and the further away or the higher up you go within that within the vacuum chamber, the gas would thin and become less.
You're basically saying the same thing he said.
Yep. No.
You're making a claim that this isn't measurable, and there's no basis for that. Like, at what resolution can we measure pressure gradients, differences in pressure?
I'm not too sure, but I'm just saying that.
Yeah, so you're just saying something. You're just saying something. You're just making something up, right?
Here's the problem.
If you don't know, right? Nobody told you, and you never read it anywhere. You're making it up. The claim that you don't have enough sensitive instruments to measure this pressure gradient inside a small vacuum chamber. Right?
Not only that, that's perfect point. Not only that, if you could manipulate the gravity variable, you wouldn't have to do any of those gymnastics.
See, I don't know why you guys don't see this fundamental problem. We're spinning, but we can't feel it. Just believe it. Gas holds down, or Earth holds down gas against, the vacuum. We can't demonstrate this in any experiment, but just believe it. The Earth is curving. Well, you can't see it. Just believe it. Why don't you see a problem with all this? That all this is like some faith-based pseudoscience.
All right. Why would the government want to lie about this then?
Who cares? We want to know too. Tell us. We don't know.
I don't know either.
You have to be clairvoyant.
Why would they lie? Why would they lie?
We should play that song every single time, man.
Why? Look, listen, it's irrelevant because we don't go to human drama and sociology to determine physical quantities of things, right? Because that's all like, why would the government lie? That's just people doing the things they do, right? So that's drama. That's sociology. It's irrelevant. Right? I wouldn't take a survey to determine the shape of my table. Say, well, the carpenter said it was, 36 by 48. And it's really 48 by 48, but I can't figure out why he lied. So it's really 36 by 48. That's not how things work. We don't do things that way. And on a side note, people often go there because it's really an appeal to incredulity. I can't understand why people would lie. So the Earth must be a globe. I mean, we know they're lying for a certain reason. There's no measurable curvature, right? That's how science was invented, so we don't have to go to human drama and credentials and things people say and personalities and all these things. We can do a repeatable, verifiable test or experiment and determine whether somebody's lying or not. We don't have to have any faith or belief in anybody.
Why would they lie?
See, we're not trying to, we're not trying to convince you to think the Earth is flat. If you think that, you're wrong. That's not why we're here, right? We're just giving you information, and we're trying to get you to think for yourself that there's a bunch of globe claims. There's a bunch of claims. And like I just listed 3 of them, and none of them are verifiable by experiment. Right? And that is literally the definition of pseudoscience, are claims or theories that are not falsifiable by experiment. And we have a lot of globe claims that are not falsifiable by experiment. And the ones that are, they falsify the globe. Okay, so the claim of 8 inches per mile squared, roughly that's an approximation, obviously. We go out to test and see if that exists in the physical world and it's not there. What are we supposed to do about that? Just go, I don't know why they lied, and just keep working and paying our taxes and just pretend that this isn't a measured result? You can go do these tests yourself, You can go test the globe claims yourself. You can get a large body of water, flashlight, mirror, laser, whatever you want. Punch it in the curve calculator, make a prediction, test a prediction, and see if the results of your experiment match the prediction. That's how science works. So you can do this yourself. And many people, most of the people that at least been on here a long time on the server, we've done tests and experiments and measurements. We're not flat earthers because we watched a YouTube video or because we believe in the Bible. We know the Earth is flat because of the results of experiment and our personal experience. Because here's a fun fact: nobody in this server who has ever been in this server has experienced the Earth as a ball. Never. Not you. No one you know. No one you've ever met. None of us. Well, I mean, that's funny. Crickets. Anyway, the point is, a lot of people think they've experienced the Earth as a ball because they've been seeing the image so many times. They think that they've actually experienced the Earth as that, when they've only experienced the Earth as a flat, motionless plane. That's your actual experience. The globe is a concept in our mind that we think about, and that's all. So far, we'll ever do. And by the way, gravity, Newtonian gravity or general relativity would work on a flat Earth. Published papers on this. So, I mean, I don't know why we talk about gravity all the time. To me, it's silly. And that's the other thing with gravity. So the claim of mass attracts mass is the reason things fall. That's never been demonstrated by experiment. Which, someone was alluding to. There's no viable independent variable to find the causal mechanism for things falling because everything falls at the same rate. Roughly. This thing on? Y'all still here?
I'm here, Indio. What's up?
What's up, man? I mean, listen, we're not trying to, like I said, we're not trying to convince you to be flat earthers. The thing is, the globe claim is pretty significant. It's an existential question. Should at least, and a big red flag is this. If you went outside right now and asked the person, or told the person, yeah, I'm investigating, they claim the Earth is a globe, and I'm going to do some tests and experiments to determine whether the Earth is a globe or a flat. They would ridicule you just for inquiring, not believing in it, just for testing the claim, right? They don't even want you to look at it. This is like, you're not allowed to look at this. Don't look over here because, this is settled science and trust these, whatever, thousands of scientists and people on TV, blah, blah, blah. Why would they not want you to even look or inquire? If people 2,000 years ago, some, caveman Greeks figured it out, why can't we figure it out in the year 2021?
Well, are you talking about, what is it, Aristophanes?
Yeah, Eratosthenes. They claim that he figured it out. Not really. I mean, you can prove your table's a sphere using the same method. So a flat earther named Decimal Z, he actually didn't even do the test himself. He outsourced it. He gave, he got some Chinese or some Malaysian. Got a couple Malaysian engineers. Give them, hey, I want you to do this test, right? And I want you to, they put nails in a table, like little nails, and they had a grid, and they measured the shadows and sticks and the nails and all that stuff. And you take the numbers, you can prove your table's a sphere.
You got a link?
Yeah, I'll post it. It's a video. I'll post it in the,
the video.
I'll post it. Well, it's a video of them doing the test. Sorry.
Yeah.
I
didn't know if they like
listen, if we post, the funny thing is when we have a 25-mile laser test, or a bunch of them, and it's a PDF, and no one will read it, and they go, "Where's the video?" We have a video. We post that. They're like, "Oh, it's a YouTube video. I don't want to watch that. I'd read a paper." It's like we can't. This is a thing. Like we can't win no matter what we post. Like no matter what we do. Like, oh, you filmed this? Oh, I think it's fake. Did you have a person filming, and then someone filming them, and someone filming them, and an endless chain of people filming each other to make sure it's not fake? I mean, it gets to the point of ridiculousness. But it's a video of them doing the tests. Unfortunately, when he first came up with the video, it was like an hour and 30 minutes. And then people, this is too long, and nobody would watch it. So he kept cutting it down and cutting it down and cutting it down. Now it's about 30 minutes. But if you want to see an actual, experiment, and verify that the experiment was done correctly, you have to watch the experiment. Right? Just don't skip to the end or read the abstract.
Where's this video?
Hold on, give me a second. I'm gonna post it. I know you didn't want it. I'll do it again. I'm gonna post it in live stream voice text. Like 30 seconds.
What's funny is they'll believe a CGI video, but they won't believe our video. I don't know what doesn't make sense.
It is Photoshop, but it's has to be.
You couldn't really believe anything from just the visual video, honestly. And that goes for everything. Obviously, that goes for NASA as well, but they're, in some people's eyes, a credible source, right?
I was just saying, and you know, Globers like to believe in watching a CGI video, then for others sit there and watch a 3-minute video.
I wouldn't say everyone. Like, obviously, everyone's subject to believing in shit that they see on the internet, but I think everyone's guilty of that.
No,
So you
just
agreed
agree.
with me and then disagreed with me, and then agreed with me again.
So, what am this FE core? Honestly, I'm pretty interested in this FE core. What date was this done? Hold on.
Okay, I posted it. It's a little. See, they
2008.
stick nails in the table and measured shadows and all that stuff.
What light is he using there? Is he using the sun or is he using a?
No, he's using a lamp.
He's using a lamp, right?
Yeah, well, Eratosthenes didn't know how far the sun was away.
Could have just used the sun though. That'd have been a bit better. I'm just gonna read this FE core thing real quick. I just scan over it. Well, I'll say scan over it. I'll save for 20 minutes. Did they measure the measured humidity and temperature?
They had meteorological stations. They measured at both ends.
Yeah.
Of the
What height did they measure that at? Do you know? I'm just looking for it here.
I don't know. It's probably in there.
They don't really state what height they measured it at.
I mean, listen. Did what was posted the PDF?
Yeah, just reading through the PDF.
So that's that test was done in 2 locations. So there was 2 done in Lake Balaton, and there was 5 done at Lake Isle in the Netherlands.
Yeah.
2 of those were done one day. 3 of them were done 3 weeks after that. Okay, and they got the same result each time.
Netherlands is quite fitting, right? Flattest place on earth.
Well, this lake was connected to the sea. It was like a bay or something, and they cut it off.
Yeah. Netherlands are pretty crazy with that sort of stuff.
So the globe prediction of how high the laser should be after 25 miles, how high it should be from the surface, from a 10-foot. So you have water, you have the lake, you have the laser 10 feet off the water. The globe prediction, you shine that laser 25 miles, is that 25 miles away, standing on the ground, the laser should be 440 feet above your head. But that's not what they measured. They measured 4 feet from the water surface. So this is a 2 order of magnitude difference. It's not a measurement error. Even if you took standard refraction, that only gets it down to 80.
Refraction at the moment.
Standard refraction only gets it down. What was it?
No,
20 feet.
not just standard refraction. I mean the refraction of the setting.
So super refraction?
No, the refraction of the setting. Like what height was it taken at?
The laser was 10 feet off the water.
No. The air temperature and humidity. Like
yeah, you need a radius. You need a radius for refraction, right?
Well,
you do realize.
Hold on.
You do go ahead, India.
Well, I was just gonna say, like, air temperature and humidity doesn't mean anything. Like, it is the change in temperature. It's a change in temperature. It's not the absolute temperature. Refraction is not an absolute value. It is a relative value. It's a relative value between two mediums with different properties, such as temperature.
Indio, correct me if I'm wrong, but wouldn't you have to have some sort of linear change in temperature to say that something is refracting at a standard rate?
The standard refraction is there's no basis for the standard refraction. There literally is. It's literally Mick West's made up number.
So okay. So this FE core thing here, right? My major takeaway.
But when he says, okay, well, what about the air between you and the target? It would have to be, what's the word? Not linear, but it would have to be. It would have to be consistent, like gradually consistent, to still be looking at an image, like, right? To be, you get what I'm trying to say? Like, because, okay, if I put a whole bunch of heat in front of something, there's going to be distortion. It's not going to be this perfect arc.
Yeah, you should get shimmering.
Yeah.
Shimmering, scintillation. Also, someone brought this up like a couple weeks ago. If the light is curving, that means it has a longer optical path and it should appear further away.
Right, so on this FE core experiment here, the major complication factor is obviously the refraction. And
what refraction?
What
refraction? What's your evidence there's any refraction whatsoever?
Well, we're going through an atmosphere right now, so there's no evidence that there is any refraction going across the lake because they didn't test for that. So how can they?
They did test it. It's not in that.
But they did not have current arrays all the way across the lake.
It's not in that document. But Mike Kavanaugh, who did that test, was interviewed on Nathan Oakley's show, and he said they tested it by what they did was tilt the laser up and down. Because of the law of refraction is that the angle of how does it go?
Yeah, but how do you know that? That's just you can't.
Put it this way: if a change in, because this is the way it works. If I change the angle, so say I tilt the laser up 1 degree, right? So we'll do increment. I tilt it up 1 degree and 2 degrees, right? At the other end, the difference in where the laser is, right, where you see the laser, is not going to be 1 degree and 2 degree. It'll be more for the second increment, right? So that will mean that there's actual refraction. If the increment is the same, right? Say a 1 degree tilt moves the laser 10 feet. Then that second degree tilt moves the laser another 10 feet. You know, right there's no refraction because that second tilt, right, going from 1 degree to 2 degrees should have a change of something like 20 feet because the refraction is not linear like that. But there's no evidence for refraction, and the other thing is they did it 3 weeks apart.
Problem.
So what did they do? Go to the second time, and then just magically the air condition is identical? Because they got the identical result.
No, well, you can never really prove that if you never had that data to begin with.
And,
you can't just eyeball it.
Not just this, they horizontally panned the laser. So the way they did the test was they had locations that they were targeting. They had locations that they were targeting, right, at different distances, right. So they had, like you. So you're reading the document, right? You see how they had different
why would they
tests at different
complicate it by
distances.
doing that? Why would they not just get a vertical temperature profile?
Can you let me finish what I'm saying?
Sorry, carry on.
Okay, so each target, they panned from one target to the other. They didn't like shut the laser off and then do another target. They panned from one target to the other, right? So you got, say, your 12 kilometer one, and then your 19 kilometer one, and then your 25 kilometer one. They just panned the laser left to right from one target to the other, and they got the laser at the same elevation. So what is like the laser curved perfectly with the surface of the Earth at every distance. That's implausible. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, so I don't know why it would be complicated with a sort of eyeballing procedure, and they wouldn't just redo the experiment. Have they done this experiment again, by any chance? Oh,
I mean, other people have done laser tests. They haven't. Like the apparatus.
Because if you were going to do this again, you'd definitely just have like a relay of vertical temperature profiles all the way along the lake.
And then what? You think then it magically?
Well, no, measure the refraction rate, and you'd be able to disprove, say, me.
Well,
and then you'd be able to prove it.
Okay. First of all, that wouldn't work because there is no predictive model for refraction in the air.
Yeah, so don't predict it, just measure it.
How do you measure it?
No, well, I mean, sorry, I misspoke there. Why don't you just measure the temperature profile across the lake?
And then would you then believe it? Yeah, and then would you?
A model,
you can call it in the day, can't you?
Would you believe then? Would you believe it then? Right?
No.
Yeah.
No, because you then have another thing, right?
I don't know, because refraction, honestly, is just too much of it.
Which refraction are you talking about? Because you're just claiming a word. Just saying.
In a second, I can kill refraction.
I would like to just, can I say, like, right? So we take the vertical temperature profile, then do what with that measurement data? There's no equation, there's no formula that makes predictions that are accurate. So what do we plug it into? What do we plug that data into? There's nothing to plug it into. Snell's law is not valid in a gradient index medium. Okay? Snell's law is a special case of Fermat's principle for two mediums that are homogeneous, isotropic with a well-defined boundary. That is not the air.
You used the refraction simulator on this experiment, right?
What refraction simulator? Did you just hear what I said? There is no model for refraction which works with a gradient index medium that makes accurate predictions.
So what did the experiment use for the I imagine they used the refraction simulator of some sort. Hold on, let me find it. I'll find it.
There is no refraction simulator.
Sure?
Not for a gradient index medium.
Hold on.
So the air is a gradient index medium. The refraction simulators that exist all use Snell's law, and it is not valid. It's not valid on a mathematical basis, independent of any other thing. And I'll post that. It's a published paper. You can't use Snell's law for a gradient index medium.
The refraction correction. Well, sorry, I probably won't be listening that much because I'm trying to read this. Sorry, apologies.
And it's constantly shifting the goalpost, right? Well, you didn't measure the vertical whatever, right? Earth's still a ball, right? The laser hit the target at 41 kilometers, but Earth is still a ball because you haven't measured the vertical temperature gradient.
Well, no, it's just
it doesn't matter. It's hard to argue with someone's religiosity. You know, when that level is at max percent, all you got to do is completely break them. I would ask him, all right, well, when you're done playing with all this refraction, can you measure angles with refraction in mind? Not in mind, but with it everywhere, like you think it is. The answer is no.
Yeah, I guess the claim is the general condition of the air is that everything is being refracted all the time. And there's no evidence for that, and the evidence is actually against it. I don't know.
Yeah,
so
you can't make geometric measurements if everything is refracted. But that's exactly what people do on a daily basis.
So I posted a paper that Snell's law is not valid in a gradient index medium. And so they have done tests for refraction, empirical tests, right, where they did take vertical temperature profiles. One specific one is where they use 2-frequency radar to measure refraction in the variation or the displacement of the position of objects that were measured was something like 0.00009 degrees. Okay, so infinitesimally small. I don't think you understand. Like I told you, I don't know if he's listening, but the difference between prediction and result is 2 orders of magnitude. Standard refraction is only going to compensate for 20 feet. Okay, you need to make up another 420 feet. You understand? This isn't like a small difference. This is a gigantic difference. 2 orders of magnitude.
What? Sorry, 2 orders of magnitude. What?
2 order the prediction of the globe, WGS 84 reference ellipsoid versus what was measured. I already told you. The laser, if the globe was correct, should have been 440 feet in the air. But it was only 4 feet from the surface. This is 2 orders of magnitude difference.
Yeah, what I'm saying is,
if you put standard refraction in at that distance, that gets it to down to 420 meters in the air, or 20 feet in the air. You would need. That's why I mentioned super refraction, because
it's definitely a temperature inversion lapse rate over that lake, definitely, especially in Netherlands in the winter or in cold temperature. That is. And it wasn't measured for, but you could probably simulate it and get actual results for what that should be. But
I already told you can't simulate it because there is no model that makes predictions. I mean, I don't know what you're understanding. There's no model
simulator, but I guess you guys didn't.
They use Snell's law, and I just posted a paper that Snell's law is invalid.
Yeah, I imagine a refraction simulator probably uses it as well, but
I know how. So Mick West has a refraction simulator, right? So-called. I'll put simulators in quotes. Simulator in quotes. It's not actually simulating anything. It's just a toy. Pislin's toy. All right.
It's changing the radius.
It's better than just guessing.
Right? No, it is.
It's no changing. Because it gives people a false confidence in something that's invalid. You say, well, that's almost like saying a logical fallacy is better than nothing.
Do you think it's very valid that you just measure from observer and then to the receiver, and then you're like, oh yeah, we'll call it a day? Probably what
Why not?
The action is over the lake, because you have no idea what those readings are over the lake, right? You just have no idea.
Well, they did take meteorological conditions.
Yeah, but it's different over a lake, right? Over a lake is vastly, especially at winter, is vastly different to land. Even at the shore of that lake, it's going to be different.
Supposed to be.
Listen, so this is a problem you're having, is that you think we should add variables that there's no evidence that those variables exist, and we should just add them.
I mean, of course there's evidence that that variable exists. Everyone knows that when you go out over a body of water, it gets colder. Have you ever been fishing or anything?
Yeah, so the body of water is colder, and
that will affect the refraction. But they didn't obviously test for that. Right?
Well, I don't know what the difference in air temperature and water temperature was. They're shooting it through the air, not through the water.
It doesn't matter about the water temperature. It just matters about that air temperature and humidity at that point. That's why there should have been relays across the lake. That would have been a sick experiment. That would actually have been good. That would have stumped. If they had the same results, that would have stumped a lot of people, I believe.
The point is, there's no evidence there's any refraction in the first place. You're grasping at straws. There's no evidence that there's any refraction in the first place.
I'm moving the globe post again. Moving the globe post, right?
There is data. There's experiments 3 weeks apart. They got the same result.
No. Above the lake, I mean. I don't know why they wouldn't do it. Well, they could reproduce this experiment right now and take data from above that lake. And it would be so much more valid.
You could reproduce the experiment.
Yeah, I could, but I don't have the budget for that. I'm not going to go fly to a lake and test it. I have no motive either.
Look, all we can go off of is this. We have empirical testing of refraction, right? So the U.S. Geological Survey, a bunch of, what the hell, what do they call them?
Yeah, but
they also did it in Greece. They did it, listen, people have tried to test and quantify refraction for 150 years, okay? In the empirical testing, right, when they go out and they measure how much refraction is, it is minute. It isn't the amount that people, like Globbers that try to defend the globe, say it is. We're talking the difference, say a 1 degree difference. Say I had, say 90 degrees and 91 degrees. You understand that the refractive index difference between those two, the relative refractive index, the difference is in the fifth decimal place.
Right. Okay. Listen, you give me the reading from that experiment.
We do
of
know.
which they did not
I'm going to
accurately
tell
measure.
you how we know because of other tests and experiments. I gave you one.
Also,
Two
did
frequency
not
LiDAR.
accurately measure the refractive index above the lake. So it's falsified, right?
You don't need the refractive index. You need the relative
You don't
refractive
need it.
index.
Why? That's a variable that you have no like idea about. Then you're just like, okay, I guess we'll just guess it.
I don't
Because
think you know how refraction works.
Previous experiments.
I'm really thinking you don't know how refraction works. The refraction index of that air could be a trillion. It isn't going to bend the laser.
India, he's a liar like the guy from last night. I can already tell.
Well, let's
He's
be respectful.
yanking your chain.
All right.
Well, I can test it. I can test it if you like. I guarantee you'll lie at the end of the test. I guarantee it. Either that or you're going to bounce like the guy did last night.
Well, I'm not here to be disrespectful. Or
Okay, so I'm going to ask you a question. If I have a volume of air, a volume of some medium, right, and the refractive index is 20, and I have some other medium, it's the refractive index is 10. Which one is going to bend light more?
I'm not an expert on refractive indexes. I'm just. I was.
So why were you even talking about it?
I'm looking.
It's not going to bend in either.
Experimentation.
Neither one is going to bend. Neither one is going to bend.
Right. Yeah. Okay.
At all.
Okay.
And I'm going to tell you why. Because I already told you. It's a relative refractive index for when the light crosses the boundary of mediums with two different refractive indexes.
Right, I wasn't meaning to be like disrespectful or anything. I was just I was scrutinizing the experimentation here, right?
But listen,
I wasn't scrutinizing the refractive index or calling it like, oh, it should be more of this or that or the other. I was saying they should have at least tried to find a variable there. You should always try and prove yourself wrong in experiments like that.
And I did, and I told you how they did it. Right, they tilted the laser, and they horizontally panned it.
Come on,
and they horizontally panned it.
That's
and
not
they horizontally panned it.
Not measuring above the lake.
It is. You don't listen. You've already admitted you don't understand how refraction works, and you're just saying that's not measuring refraction, which actually proves you don't know how refraction works.
No, I'm asking for temperature and humidity data. Moving a laser, okay. I know. I don't know how refraction works to a T, but I know that moving a laser is not going to measure humidity and temperature above the lake.
It does because the optical path is different.
Okay, so you can tell me what the temperature is.
Because the optical path. It does. It will measure refraction because the optical path is different. And the air that the laser has to go through will not be the same as some other place, right? So you will get a different refraction. So check it out. Laser, the target's 10 miles away. The target's 20 miles away, right? So this gradient. You think the air temperature, right? The globe is supposed to be this curved atmosphere, right? So the drop at 10 miles away is, say, 66 feet. The drop 20 miles away is, say, 300 feet, right? So this volume, right? So you have the laser at 20 feet away going through air that is 200 feet up. You have the light going through air that is 60 feet up. The optical path is different. You're going to have a different refraction profile, right? So you're going to have a different result at the other end.
Yeah,
it isn't going to hit it at the same place.
Yeah, you'll
have a different deflection. You'll have a different amount of deflection from one path between one path and the other. So when they did this test, when they horizontally panned the laser to different distances, they got the same result. The laser was located in the exact same place.
You're running away from my point, which was all I was saying was I was dropping a bit of criticism, saying they should have just met. Like I know you're saying panning the laser. Right, but panning the laser doesn't tell me what the temperature is at a specific point in the lake, right?
It's irrelevant. It's irrelevant.
Well, if you think it's irrelevant, then
it's because it doesn't need to, right? Because by doing the horizontal pan over multiple distances, you are eliminating refraction as being the cause for the bending and laser hitting the target.
But this is, I mean, we're into his whole Can I just say this?
I'm going to tell you why. Listen, I'm going to tell you why you'd have a different result. At 20 miles, right, you'd get the laser, even if they had identical profiles, right, identical temperature profiles. At 10 miles and 20 miles, because of the way refraction works, you're going to have a different quantity of displacement. Okay? it isn't going to be the identical displacement that just wraps it around the globe. The laser isn't going to be 4 feet off the ground for 10 miles and 20 miles because the temperature profile is going through different air. It's going through a different temperature profile. So the refraction will be different. So if I hit a 4-foot target at 10 miles and a 4-foot target at 20 miles, that's not what should happen. There was refraction, you'd hit a 4-foot target at 10 miles, and you'd have to have a 6-foot target at 20 miles. You would measure a difference just by horizontally panning it.
I'm not right. Listen, I'm not bothered about at this point. To simplify it, I'm not bothered about the end result.
Can I say something?
Go ahead, Elijah.
All right. So I just wrote this out, so I'll just read it. Yo, we're
My
into
phone's
his
on 1%, so I'm out.
All right.
Good luck, man.
So you're
Peace
begging
out.
the
Good talking to
question,
you.
and this is the problem. So our claim, right, is that there's a straight shot, straight line of sight to the target. You shoot a laser, right, and it hits the target, right? Your claim is that we live on a sphere, and your question is, how do we know that there isn't refraction bending it to the target? That would mean you would have to do the footwork to substantiate that claim.
No,
we don't give a shit. We don't give a shit about. We don't give a shit about things bending through air and all this. Look, we see something, we shoot it, it's there. Yeah,
Well,
it's right
how
there.
can you be sure if you didn't measure for it?
It's right there. What I'm saying is, you're like,
Right.
how do we know that it's not bending around a curve? How do you know? Go figure it out. That's your claim.
Well, no, right? You present, yeah, right? I'm not here to be like, as I said again, I'm not here to be rude. All I did was
If you're not here to be rude, I just told you what was done. To claim that it could potentially be refraction bending the light to a target over the presupposed Earth curve, then you would have to substantiate that claim.
Yeah, but listen, I thought that's what that FE core there. I thought that's what that experiment was set out to do.
Well, you were wrong. You were wrong. You were wrong.
What's the experiment for?
You were wrong. We were there to see if the laser would be intercepted by Earth curve. It was not. The end. It's a straight sight.
So why would
shot.
you not just account for? Why would you not even like measure for refraction and just go? Oh,
It's a straight shot. When I'm looking at a person, they're where I'm. When I'm looking at a person, they're where I'm looking.
Yep, that's not
when a sniper is shooting at a person, it's where they're shooting.
If you're missing out a variable, you can't deduce.
You're missing variables too.
Hold on, no get. So let me ask you another question, because you already said you don't know anything about refraction, but that's fine. Can you measure angles?
I know enough about refraction, but
Can you measure angles to things that aren't in their actual position?
I don't know what that question is. Sorry, can't answer that.
Can you measure angles with refraction?
What
the thing that people do every day when they're navigating over the plane surface. If everything is refracted, is that possible?
You're gonna have to repeat last.
If everything is refracted, is navigation possible? Using an angle measuring device.
I can't answer that question.
No,
I know you can't. No, it's okay. He can't answer that question. So all this other dancing that you're doing right now, here's a question that you should probably be able to ask when you come in here.
Right.
All right.
Yeah, I was just, as I say again, I was just scrutinizing the experimentation.
You're not scrutinizing anything, because the claim is that there's a straight shot. There's no hump in the way. You shoot it. There's no hump in the way. It's a straight shot. That's it.
Not how experimentation works, I'm afraid.
It's not an experiment. Hold up. It's not an experiment. Do you know what an experiment is?
I don't know the direct definition word to word.
Right. So you have an independent and dependent relationship that, well, you're trying to establish the relationship between the IV and the DV.
Variable, though.
You just said you would have to account for what? Changes, variations, variables. This is what you've been talking about this whole time.
Yep.
I'm pointing out to you that it's not an experiment because there's no hypothesis. There's nothing to vary and manipulate. It's just an observation and a measurement.
Guess it's not an experiment.
Obviously not.
Okay. So it can't be used as conclusive evidence for anything.
It's a measurement. It can be used as a measurement.
Yeah, it can be used as a measurement. Yeah, I guess.
Yeah. So if you
There you go.
measure your table, hello. If you measure your table, you know its dimensions, right?
This is getting anecdotal, but carry on. Yeah.
No. If you measure your table, then you will know its dimensions, wouldn't you? Okay. So when you measure the Earth, you will know its dimensions, correct?
Measure the Earth. I mean, there's a lot of variables that come into.
So if you measure that there is no curvature, right?
That's more about. What's the word? I can't think of the word in English. The method. That's more about the methodology, right? You're asking there, because measuring my table methodology-wise, I get a tape measure. There's not many variables that get in the way of a tape measure. Humidity doesn't affect my tape measure, right?
Right. Just like humidity doesn't affect an angle measurement.
No, humidity does affect light.
It doesn't affect an angle measurement.
No, what I'm saying,
fine. If I'm to accept your claim, then
humidity affects
people
light.
using. Listen to what I'm. Don't interrupt me, bro.
Apologies.
Because now you're being disrespectful.
Oh yeah, I didn't mean to. Sorry about that.
So when you're measuring angles to things in the distance, right?
Yeah.
Humidity, if it were to affect that, they wouldn't be able to use a angle measuring device, but they do. So you can't have it both ways.
I don't know what that's in relation to.
It's in relation to navigation across the plane.
Yeah, I'm not. I don't do like naval navigation or anything.
It doesn't matter. I'm telling you what I'm telling you. If you're saying, well, humidity would mess up and something that's in the distance, obviously it's light coming to your eye. You're seeing something, right? You're saying, well, it's not actually there. Well, then how do they measure angles then? Because that's what they do. But you're saying it would be impossible, even though it is possible.
I would say what's impossible, sorry.
You would say that you can't get an angle measurement of things in the distance because they're not angularly where they appear to be.
I mean, how is
it's very simple. It's very simple. It's very simple. If I post something in the chat, will you read it?
Yeah, sure.
You gonna read it out loud?
I probably won't be able to read it out loud. I prefer reading my head, honestly.
That's all right. Well then, who's available? Who's available to read out loud?
I'll read it. What is it?
Who's that? Hold on.
Rookie.
All right. Fair enough. Are you listening?
Yeah, I'm listening.
All right.
I'm probably gonna have to go after this anyway, guys. After I've had this read.
Of course you have to go.
I've been in here for a bit now. I can't. I've got things to do. I can't stay all day as well.
No, that's actually fair. I'm just being facetious now, but no, it's just that the other guy left immediately.
You want me to read the sextant part?
Read the whole thing.
The sextant is a device which can be used to measure the angular separation between two objects. The user points the sextant at the first object of interest, usually the horizon in navigation, and then slides the index bar until the light from the second object is reflected off the index mirror and horizon mirror, such that
The two images are horizontally aligned and observed through the telescope. This shades simply prevent eye damage. Using the Werner scale micrometer drum, it is then possible to read the angle to a high level of precision. To ensure that the object is at its lowest possible point, the sextant is rotated along the axis of the telescope. At the time of measurement and altitude are noted. By measuring the angle of B of a known star from the horizon and using a book containing known reference values for the star in question at the time of measurement, it is possible to determine the distance r along the surface of Earth to the point at which the star is exactly overhead. From this, a navigator knows he is on a specific circle around the plane of the surface of the Earth, of radius r, known as the line position LOP. He does not know his direction from this point, however, by examining a second star. A second radius can be detected. The navigator now knows he is at one of the points where both the circle functions meet. In this case, in the case that there is only one real route, he knows his position. Although this is only possible if the radii are parallel. More realistically, he can look up to a third star in order to find the intersection between three circles. Watch altimeter and the divisions of the reference table. There is reasonable scope for both human error and accumulation lack of precision. That's it.
Yep.
So
I think that explains it quite well.
Yeah,
that's my opinion. That's it.
So what were you talking about when you were saying measuring angles?
Yes.
All right. Okay. So like sextant, I'd have probably clicked on if you'd have mentioned sextant.
Mm-hmm.
What was the original question again? Then, sorry.
Can you measure angles if the objects you're measuring with are not actually in the position that you're looking?
Oh, can I measure angles? So from like a third party position, which is away from me.
So like with refraction in a light ray bent to your eyeball, like a curve, right?
Yeah.
That's not a straight line, right? What do you need to measure angles?
What do I need to measure angles? Could you use a protractor or something?
Using straight lines.
You need 3 points, 3 intersecting points.
Straight lines. Not bent, not refracted, straight.
Well, yeah, definitely.
You see that radius along the surface of the Earth, right? That could potentially be 3,000 miles. So you would be shooting into the corner pocket of that 90-degree angle where the star resides above that ground position.
Right.
The place that you're trying to navigate to.
Yeah.
Only 3,000 miles, you said, Elijah.
So the water.
Elijah, did you say 3 miles or 3,000 miles?
3,000.
Oh, only 3,000. It's flat, straight.
Thank you.
You know what a zero angle is on a protractor?
Sorry, what?
You know what the zero angle is on the protractor?
A 0 degree angle.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What is it?
2 arms on the angle lying each other.
2 arms. Or you mean like straight lines, right?
Yeah, whatever.
Exactly.
Whatever.
That's right. It's just I don't know what the wording is, like English and all that, you know.
Can I ask you some question? Stupid question.
Hold on. Yeah, it's a line.
Sorry, Elijah.
So congratulations. Go ahead, Sasha. Is it going to be on the same point?
On refraction. Why refraction didn't happen during the Second World War?
What with radio?
Why refraction didn't happen during the Second World War?
Yeah, what
with
is
the
it?
radio? What you mean?
Mm-hmm.
Refraction of what? Radio signal, I imagine it is, because radios are pinged around a lot.
Now, the last 1 hour. Why refraction didn't happen during the Second World War?
Why?
Sasha, you're kind of changing the argument.
Okay, I will stop.
Because my point is, the
Yeah, I
refraction
know.
you think bends light rays to your eyeball is bullshit. This is what Indio tried to get to you, but that's fair enough. That's fine. So, do you think a radius can be curved?
A radius. This is ambiguous.
Yeah.
What radius of what?
Really? A radius is a line from the center to the perimeter of a circle, isn't it?
Yeah, I was just double checking. Yeah, it's got to be.
Or a sphere, but it's got to be straight. Oh,
Yeah,
right.
yeah.
So that
Sorry,
radius
I was
along the
double checking
surface.
'cause I didn't know.
That's
if it was a
okay.
trick question.
That's okay. So the radius along the surface between the GP of the star and you has to be straight. Then, right?
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, but this is observational, right?
I think it's measurement. It's measurement. It's actually measurement.
Yeah, I guess you
So it's measuring. So it's measuring a straight angle, right?
Yeah.
That 90 degree. That's between. That's why optically what you see doesn't matter, because you can't see all the way to the GP, right? You can't do that. But the angle is a 90-degree angle between you, the GP of that star, and the zenith of that star. That's 3,000 miles away. You don't have a 90-degree angle if you have 3,000 miles of Earth curve in between you and the GP of that star. So thank you very much, and have a good
Usually
day.
The shooter on the horizon, right?
Exactly. That's what the dip correction is for, so you can get your eyeball directly to the level of the
I
water.
don't think it doesn't matter on a sextant though because it's so observational.
No,
It's not very
because you're measuring angles to the precision of half a mile
Yeah.
when you're going from point A to point B.
You know how precise are sextants? Would you say?
Very precise.
No, they're not.
Yes, they are. They're very precise if you know how to use it. If you use it incorrectly, you can get a very imprecise measurement, which is actually what this thing that I just posted says. So I know how to use it. I know how to use a sextant wrong, but if you use it right, it's very precise.
And
within half a mile. Over the span of 3,000, are you going to argue that that's not precise?
Elijah, I'm asking you a question now.
No, you can't, Sasha. I asked him a question.
Sorry.
Are you telling me that that's not precise?
Precision.
So you're saying that it's not precise?
Correct.
All right. Well, you're a moron.
He's saying that he's not precise, but he don't know anything about that tool, and people were navigating 1,000 years ago with that tool, but it's not. And he is saying it's not precise.
No, it's precise enough to get where you're going, but you're not going to shoot within half a mile, over 3,000 miles.
No, listen, man. Do you know anything about sextant? Do you know anything about sextant?
Hold on.
Do you know anything about sextant, man?
No, I don't know much about sextants, honestly.
It's not precise. Fucking.
But the whole point, Sasha, relax. Because you're not helping.
Sorry.
The point is, guess what? You're not going anywhere if what you believe about refraction is true. Then you couldn't use the sextant at all. It would be inoperable. And if the surface was curving, again, since you're looking at that 90-degree angle, if there was a ball curve between you and that 90-degree angle, where's that 90-degree line going to be shooting? If it's 500 miles and if there's a person 5 miles ahead of you, are you both looking at the same 90-degree angle on a curve?
Hold on, I'm just looking at the degree of precision.
Are you going to answer the question?
Sorry, repeat lost.
If there's a person 500 miles in front of you,
Yeah.
do you have the same 90-degree angle on a curving surface?
If there's a person 500 miles in front of me, there's a lot of variables that go into that, right? So it depends where I'm
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Include all the variables you need, but you can answer the question because it's ridiculous to think that you would have a 90-degree angle on a curving surface.
You can have a tangent
Okay, so how do you have a tangent? What's that?
with your eye line to the horizon.
What's that?
A tangent.
Not refraction,
Straight
right?
line.
Not refraction, right?
Yeah, but we're talking observationally here, right? It
Oh,
doesn't
so you're talking about observationally a straight line to the horizon. Okay, so then 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, that'll give you the distance to the straight line of sight horizon, right?
You're not accounting for a variable, a very important one, which is humidity and temperature of where you look.
Okay, so if it's refracted, then you don't have a straight line of sight. The thing that you're using your eyeballs, right?
Yeah,
This is what we're using. So if you don't have a straight sight or straight reading, right? Then
are you saying refraction?
There's no such thing. What I'm saying is, you just said you need a straight line of sight. You just said you need a straight line of sight to the horizon, which you don't have if the light is bent to your eyeball.
I did not say that. Incorrect.
Yeah, but he's just strawmanning you now because he's saying you're saying refraction doesn't exist. Nobody's saying refraction doesn't exist. The problem is
I wasn't worried about the straw man. That's why I walked over it.
Yeah. No, but like
that's why I walked over it. Because either you're saying you have a straight line of sight to the horizon, aka a tangent, which is straight, which is geometric, which is measurable. If it's refracted because of humidity and all this, guess what? It's no longer geometric because it's no longer measurable.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But that's the whole problem then. Because the moment that you say refraction, it means you don't have a physical horizon at a geometric location anymore.
Well, no, it depends on the refractive index. It just means that horizon will.
Of what?
Change.
What are the two mediums? Where are the boundaries between the mediums? What are you talking about? What are the two mediums in the air? Where are the boundaries between the two mediums?
What the boundaries of the atmosphere?
Yeah, that's what you mean.
So you're saying optically. Right? So you're saying optically, if you're accounting for refraction, then what you're looking at isn't at that location because it's refracted, right?
He doesn't even have the first clue what refraction is.
I didn't hear what he said because you're talking over his answer.
Could you just repeat the last one? It was too many voices. Sorry.
No, just repeat what you said. Just repeat what you said because I heard you say something.
Yeah, I said repeat the last question, please.
So, if there's humidity and there's refraction, then optically what you're looking at isn't at that position actually, right?
No.
What do you mean no?
So
if I'm looking at the horizon,
yeah.
Mm-hmm. And it's supposed to be 1.2 miles away, but it's actually 10 miles away. It's not geometrically where it's measured to be, correct? Because of refraction, correct? According to you?
Well, no, because nobody would measure the horizon like that.
Yeah, they do. That's how Al-Biruni got the radius.
Yeah, but in modern day, we wouldn't measure.
But that's how Al-Biruni got the radius. No one's measured it modern. Doesn't matter. No one's measured it modern day because they've just leaned on Eratosthenes and Al-Biruni. So no one's measured it. Because when we ask people who measured it, they don't say NASA. They don't give us anything other than Eratosthenes. Never Al-Biruni, who's the person who actually gave us the radius.
Okay. Can I present a point?
No, I'm asking you a question because I'm still on my point. Okay. If that's all right.
Yeah.
So if you have something you're looking at, is it actually there or is it not there where you're looking because it's refracted?
Well, refraction can cause a lot of a degree of inaccuracies.
So optically, there's a degree change.
Optically. Yes.
Great. So when you're using optics to measure angles to things in the distance, like stars, through the air,
Yep.
thousands of miles, mind you, how
It
could
wouldn't be
you
thousands
use a
of miles
sextant?
if you're looking at a star. It'd be about 100 miles.
Yeah. 100 miles, really?
If that, and then a lot of that isn't very dense. So I'd say probably 20 mile of like good air.
Okay, regardless. Either way,
not
you would not be able to use the sextant then, right? Because what you're looking at is not actually there. Where you're measuring to.
Sorry, can I just correct? Martos said in chat 100 miles to a star. I
Why?
meant 100 miles.
Why? Why? I just asked you a question.
Sorry, I just had to clear that up. I think he misheard me. I just wanted to.
Are you going to answer the question?
Sorry, repeat lost.
No, because you're paying attention to other things. I mean,
it's just a lot of
May I
things that
quickly
happen.
add in a question here?
Anyway, I'm done, guys. He's exposed himself. I don't really need anything more.
Okay, may I add a quick question here? This goes to everybody in chat. Could you all please put the best meme you have into the live stream voice text? The best meme you have in your collection.
What? No, we're not going to do that, dude.
I'm not sure how I'm supposed to answer who am I, but
Do you want to talk about the shape or nature of Earth, or because?
no, I'm mainly here for memes because you guys actually
Okay,
post
well,
quite a good amount
go
of
to the
memes.
lobby. There's a chat. There's lobby chat. A lot of memes are posted there. You can also scroll all the way down on the left where all the server channels are, and starting. So you got to scroll all the way down, starting at additional information A through M, and then M through Z.
I'm just gonna go to the toilet. I'll be right back.
Was that the guy I was just talking to? Oh no, it's Kessler. Hey, who's asking for memes? Did he leave?
That's the best meme I have right there, the globe one.
Okay, I'm gonna just send some here.
Hey, bro, why are you so quiet? Can you speak up?
Mumbling is easier.
Boy says, I don't know how a sextant works, but I know it's imprecise.
I don't know how refraction works, but I know refraction is making this measurement wrong.
I know how refraction works, and it's not the way you ballers think it works because you guys are just parroting from a paper that you've never actually read because you heard someone else talk about it.
Mm-hmm.
Very sad.
That's about 90% of it. That's all the same.
This would be a time to let the people that actually have been out to sea explain how dead drops are always wrong.
Why they are so fighting to prove that horizon is optical? That's our argument.
Mm-hmm. The horizon is 100% optical.
They're almost killing themselves to prove that it's refraction there, and that means it's done with that. Do not say even refraction. You are done if you say that.
You shouldn't have to try so hard. It should just be obvious if it were reality, right? Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm. Or how you can measure whatever you want to measure, humidity, temperature, whatever you measure. How you will arrive to curvature from that point when you measure? I don't know. It's 37 degrees. It's humidity 97%. It's a little bit of fog and dust. And now, how we will arrive to the radius? I'm so interesting to see the math for that.
I mean, regardless, you can't get an angle measurement when one of the lines of the triangle is curved. I mean, how dumb do you have to be?
Can I get in bed berms?
No, I'm about to ban you. Don't ask for anything else.
Why?
Why would you lie?
You're posting weird video links in the chat. Stop that.
Just put them in the memes channel.
That's a good idea.
Yeah, mosey on to the politics server and go troll them, or go to a mathematics forum and troll them. Just don't do it here.
I don't have perms to put anything in the memes channel.
That's just the way the cookie crumbles, right?
You're not that guy, pal. Trust me. You're not that guy.
These people think they're gonna go to YouTube, come here, and win an argument talking about refraction, wasting people's time. I don't even have time for it. I don't even have time for it.
It's really funny though.
Do they think that we haven't dealt with? Do they think we haven't dealt with refraction before? Like that's it's so weird. I hope they don't think that, but maybe they haven't been listening.
Sounds like an 8 or 9-year-old. Why?
Yeah, it's always why. Well, why would they do that? Why would they lie? I love that. What difference?
It always
does it make?
boils
That's what I
down to
get all the
that.
time.
It's about the last question they ask before they leave or spiral or something. They always save it to the end though, which I guess is fine.
They make it seem as if they're gonna they're gonna be level headed and they're gonna logically answer a question. And
You know what? Okay,
but
I can't talk about the technical stuff, but dude, I mean, why would they lie, man?
Why would they lie?
The final one that makes me mad is like it doesn't matter either way. What do you make a big deal out of it? Why is it so important to you? It's like, why is it not to you? I don't know.
The bottom line, no pun intended.
Oh, sorry, Elijah.
No pun intended, but the bottom line is straight. If you don't have that straight line to make that 90-degree angle at the GP, you don't have a sextant rating.
You can't.
That's it.
You can't build a house.
You can't do trig over a curve. As a matter of fact, Al-Biruni could not have achieved his ballular conversions if he didn't first get the height to the mountain that he got on, and he needed that height. So what did he do? Use trig over a flat plane. But this guy doesn't even know what Al-Biruni. He doesn't even know what trig is. I don't know. It's insane.
Well, I must admit, I didn't know who he was until just a few months ago or a few years ago, whatever.
Me either. I didn't know the Earth was flat. I never cared to look.
Elijah, I was swearing, but listen this. If I ask you a question, do you know anything about sextant? And you say no. How you can say it's not precise?
Precise, not precise. You're not going anywhere if you don't have a 90-degree.
Yeah, but I'm saying he don't know about. If I would not put myself on sextant if I don't read more about that, for example, and to have to say something about that. No, I don't know anything, but it's not precise. Like how people was navigating before GPS?
No, get. How are people navigating now? They do this now.
Yeah. Every day, all day long.
And don't mix me with get.
Did I say that? I didn't. I know you're not get.
You said get, Elijah.
My bad. I know. I don't know.
Many times happened,
Accents are really difficult sometimes. On both sides of that.
How can I get perms to post memes?
You got to hang around and prove yourself.
Yo.
Rob.
Atwig.
Yeah.
about this? Can you see the voice text?
Let me see here.
It's where memes are posted. Yeah, you can see that?
Yeah, although I don't have embedded berms.
Okay, so you want to post there, right?
Yeah.
Why?
Okay. Why do you want to post there?
I don't know. That's where a lot more of the conversation is.
Well, no. Here's what I suggest. No one's going to give you perms for anything right now, but pay attention to the voice text and just download all the memes that you see. Look at them, study what they're about, study what they say, and then come back and chat with us.
If you guys are worried that I'm just going to be like posting, flat earth meme things.
No, man, you are here inside. You can speak now. Why you need to post something?
Do you want me to
this
them to you?
This is the best place to have a conversation about it. The voice text is just kind of whatever. So let's chat.
Okay.
And you could also DM whatever you want to post to any one of us, and if we find it appropriate and topic related, we'll post it for you.
Okay.
There you go.
I'm getting my collection ready here.
Oh, super.
Patwig, these are weak, man. These are so random. These are random memes.
So far, not so good.
Fine.
I'm not posting any of these, just so you know.
You got to work pretty hard to impress Creation Bear, man. He's been around the block a couple times.
I don't know if anybody already posted this one.
Yeah, Ricky, that one's good. Yeah, Truality, that's the picture I was talking about for sure. Look at those equations on the blackboard. They're just like, let's just put a bunch of shit on the blackboard.
This one's especially funny too.
That one's weird. That's weird.
It's creepy. It's creepy, but it does get.
Yeah,
it does
I don't want to look at
response. Yeah, you don't want to stare at it.
I don't really like. I scrolled up and then you let me know when there's enough posts so that I don't have to see that again.
Sorry, I know.
It's fine.
It's like posting porn. It's like, oh man, why'd you have to do that? You know.
No,
It's
porn
like,
is.
Oh, now I got that in your mind.
Somehow.
Well, no,
Like,
not
if you
always.
if you
Not
post a
always.
naked lady, I'm okay with that. But like, oh, that picture's horrible.
We don't do that here.
So,
no, we don't do that here.
So, Patwig, has anybody asked you what do you think about the shape of the Earth? What do you
I've been in
think?
the server for like over a year.
Oh, yeah. Go ahead.
So yeah, I came here to chat a while back, like near beginning of the pandemic time zone lockdown. So
Yeah.
I spent a few afternoons here.
What do you think?
My opinion still hasn't changed. So
Opinion about what do you think?
about space and such.
Oh, space. So space is keeping you on this spinning water pair. Is that it? I mean, some place you will never go, right? 500 people allegedly went there. You have to trust 500 people saying they went to a place you will never go.
Yeah. Well,
that's factual, right?
True.
That's factual. Okay. And then the question will be
probability of going in there is near zero. So
right. And then the point here is that you have never experienced the Earth as a ball. Never. right? The Earth presents itself as
shipping lanes.
flat. Shipping lanes, they go from A to B.
Yeah, and same with airplane flights. For example, they would never fly across down like the South Pole or
Did you experience ball?
areas.
Did you experience ball when you fly?
How would you experience a ball if you fly?
Right.
That means you didn't experience the ball.
Well, an airplane needs to follow curvature, right?
Well, airplane has a lot more factors factored in a lot more than the spinning of the planet because mainly the jet stream and it's all relative. So
yeah,
do you experience the globe? And then you said airplanes and.
No, I'm talking about like the routes they take. For example, the shortest route they take is a lot of times looks really weird if you look at a straight flat map. But because of if you look at it globe wise, it's a lot shorter route if you take certain routes.
You're full of shit, man. Have you ever even been on a plane?
Right.
Yeah.
Don't swear. You should probably be a little respectful, I think.
So
Don't
we don't need.
Bite me, man.
I know, but don't tell him he's like full of shit, man. Come on.
Well,
you have no room to speak here. Just
Kessler, you're not a moderator, right?
Yeah, don't concern. No concern trolling there, eh, Linda? Just stay in your corner till you're spoken to.
Okay.
So again, you have never experienced the Earth as a ball, right? It presents itself as a flat, non-rotating Earth. Wherever you go, it's always flat. Water is flat. You experience water as the surface of water will always be flat when you look at it, right? That is how you experience it. Then we measure, right, over water, over land, over frozen lakes. It's always flat. And then you go to an airplane, which is not the land, right? It's something in the sky.
Yeah.
So the Earth, right? The Earth itself is not a ball because it doesn't measure as one. Because if it was a ball with the rays of 3959, then we should measure it as such, and it is not measurable as a ball. So that then they showed you on your TV, on your screen, on your monitor, on your telephone, images, right? Compositive images. And they told you, well, 500 people went to Narnia, and you have to trust me, bro. This is on your screen now, so trust me.
Okay, well, let me send you the thing.
Yeah, boats go over a flat plane, right? The water is always flat, always. It doesn't curve away from you.
Well, yeah.
There's no.
I mean, if you're in a boat, you're probably not going to care if it does curve like 20 miles away because your boat has only deal with what's right next to it.
Exactly. The horizon is optical and perspective based. You're exactly right. Welcome to Flat Earth.
No, I mean, if the Earth does curve in that regard, it doesn't matter.
It doesn't. So show us the measurements then.
The boat.
You had to use the word if, my friend. Yeah, where are the measurements? Don't use the word if, just find us measurements, please. Thanks.
Yeah, take a stand. Either the boat's going over the curve or the Earth's too big to see the curve. Which is it?
I'm going to say the boat's too small to see the curve.
You're just making assumptions?
Well,
it's a guessing game.
S, U, me.
Okay, so if you have a boat the size to actually see the curve, because it could be like on top like Mount Everest or even higher to be able to see a curve, or
That's incorrect. That's incorrect.
Yeah, like okay, but
in your model,
I don't know exact numbers for this, but
well, let me help you out. In your model, the heliocentric priests, like Neil deGrasse Tyson, will tell you that even from the Bessel's parabolic flight, they didn't see curvature, right? So that's a bummer.
Okay.
I'll give you this. The only curvature you're going to see is through a fisheye lens. There is no observable curvature, period. From a mountain, from a building, from an airplane, no observable curvature, period.
but from Mount Everest you can see curvature, not for aeroplane. Because Mount Everest is more high than where planes, altitude, where planes flying. Is that true?
Well,
because Mount Everest is 8,000 meters. That means 8 kilometers, and aeroplanes is never flying 8 kilometers. That's too high for aeroplanes.
Okay, where can I post image? Because I have an image I want to post here. that-
Again, you DM it to somebody, and they'll decide if it's appropriate or not.
Hold on.
You can imagine the kind of trolls we've had.
Yeah, I know.
In a world.
Okay, I'll do
There, I just posted something for you. Pick your curve. Which one's real?
Yeah. Complete the curve is what you should do. Draw the line.
Okay, well, let me send it to him.
You can't really observe a curve from. I mean, 1 million
From anywhere.
Wait.
Look, from
No, no, no,
anywhere.
No, yeah, like observing a curve is like near impossible when you're on like obviously.
Okay,
No,
who can I
it
send it
is impossible, Kessler, because nobody has measured it. Also, look at those look at the feet in every picture. It's the same rate of curvature in every picture, my friend. At 100 feet, it's the same as 1,000,000 feet. Get the fuck out of here.
Kessler, you're taking a double position at this point.
I didn't mean to be rude if I come across rude.
You're not being rude. I'm just an asshole. Sorry. Go ahead, guys.
So you're taking a double position. So you won't see curvature, but boats go over it, right? You understand this? They gave us.
Oh, Roger R.
Kessler.
Let me send you anything.
Kessler.
I wanted to
They-
reply to Graph Flow, that's all.
They gave us the dimensions, right? 6,371 kilometers in diameter, in radius.
Yeah.
They gave us the dimensions. So over 10 miles would be 66 feet of curvature drop.
There's another
which is
variable there that you're missing out. But
which has never been measured, right? Because you want to go into bendy light. So so your claim that the Earth is a ball is unfalsifiable because wait, the light bends over the hill and now we see everything flat, right? So this drop rate has never been measured. So how can they then determine the dimensions of Earth, right?
well, to do that measurement, right, is a big variable that you need to take into account, which is humidity and temperature along a relay.
But I have a question though, Kessler. If the ground itself is curving, then what the hell does the temperature above that ground have anything to do with the physicality of the ground curving?
It doesn't have to do with the physicality of the ground. It has to do with the methodology of.
Okay, well, that's what we're talking about, just so you understand.
Oh,
we're trying to talk about the physicality of the surface.
so
of
if
the
you want to
Earth.
find
If
out
it's
the
curved,
physicality-
that's what we want to get
the
down to.
empirical
Bringing up-
data from the
you keep-
measurement.
You keep bringing
Okay,
up
yeah.
variables. Okay, what variable causes the Earth curve to change? It's supposed to be
Yeah, that variable
constant.
is refraction, which is really difficult to measure.
How do you
So
how
the
do you
thing is
manipulate
that
refraction?
is
You know?
based on
You manipulate
the Earth
refraction
actually
with
curving.
humidity and temperature.
So when was that detected?
No.
You can detect refraction with your own eye through.
No. What we're saying is when was the curvature detected? Because that refraction you're bringing up is based on the ground curving. So the ground has to be curving first for light to be bending around this curve. So
yeah,
what curve? Where? When was this measured? By whom? Let's get down to that.
I've seen curve from an airplane, like a slight.
No, you haven't.
Okay,
You
this dude's
haven't.
lying. Anyone else?
Yes, I have.
So
What do you
you
guys think
haven't.
about that?
Yeah,
So
okay,
you haven't.
Talk to Neil deGrasse Tyson, who will tell you that at quadruple the height that you were, you can't see curvature. It's flat. So either he's lying or you're lying.
No,
Choose
because
one.
I saw like a slight curve. It was
Yeah.
like a slight
So,
curve.
Rob, who's lying, you or Neil deGrasse Tyson?
I don't know who that is, but I'm just saying.
Rod, look in the live
Probably
stream
isn't
voice
either
text.
lying in that case. It's just more along the lines, just different.
Oh, so you're
No.
next.
So Rod,
the guy that claims that he's seen curvature out of 3 plates of bent plexiglass might have been seeing curvature, but it's because of the bent plexiglass he was looking through.
Yeah, man, and the fuselage is curved too. Did you know
Yeah,
that in an airplane, the fuselage is curved? So you're
Exactly.
fucked.
I literally had a pilot tell me that he laughs at flat earthers because he puts a flat edge up when they're at altitude, and him and his co-pilot will laugh at flat earthers because they see a curve. And then I told him that they're looking through bent plexiglass, and then he never replied again.
You went and researched that, I'm sure.
Lots of people.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure you went research into it.
Yeah,
oh,
you can tell, right?
I want to understand who is lying, he or Neil deGrasse Tyson, because I want to understand.
They're neither one of them are lying. Neil deGrasse Tyson says you can't see curvature. He's not lying. That guy that said he's seen curvature out of a plane, he's not lying either. He's seen the horizon curved because of the deformations that were happening in the plexiglass.
And isn't it kind of suspect? Yeah, and isn't it kind of suspect that the curvature only happens at the edge of the fucking windows and it's uniform in every... I mean, come on.
Come on already, right? Fuck, I'm going to make a shirt say, come on. That's my shirt.
Isn't it weird how when I get on a plane to jump out of it, I don't see any fucking curve anywhere?
Yeah, that's the problem.
Nice.
Oh, that's the problem. I also cannot see. Why I cannot see?
Maybe...
Yeah. No, Rod. One second, guys. 1 second. So we need to have a concession here, Rod. How do I pronounce it?
Well, you cannot. It's like a tongue twist in Danish.
No, what? Try me.
Rol.
Rod.
Almost.
Yeah.
Almost.
We'll call you Gil from now on.
Yeah,
we'll call you Gil from now on.
Rod. So that's okay, Rod. So
Rod.
We need a concession here because we have this major famous astrophysicist, right? And he said when Felix Baumgartner, you know the guy that jumped from the balloon, you know the guy?
Edge of space balloon jump.
So he said about that guy, Felix Baumgartner, that he didn't see curvature because he was too low. Then we had the Jeff Bezos parabolic flight, right, with the big phallus going up, and then he went up and fell down, right? He wasn't in space; he just went up and fell down. So that
rocket was actually powered by Viagra.
Yeah, so they tricked you there. They told you he went to space, but he actually was just falling down, right? That is what they claim is quote unquote 0G. It's just falling with a tin can around you. So they tricked you with that. And then Neil deGrasse Tyson came again, right? It's the second time. And then he said, well, even Jeff Bezos didn't see curvature from that height.
Oh, really?
So we need a concession, right? So why is Neil deGrasse Tyson, the most famous astrophysicist, allowed to lie on every major broadcast network? Why is he allowed? Or are you just mistaken? Maybe you thought you saw curvature because you thought you were on a ball, which is called confirmation bias. That is so. Why is he allowed to lie?
Don't know, but
okay.
I did see a curve from the plane window, but the explanation.
No, you didn't.
Don't interrupt.
Didn't I just explain that?
Yeah, if you didn't interrupt, I would say what I was going to say, which is your explanation.
Go ahead.
Sorry, go ahead.
Pretty good because it makes sense that the window is actually curved, so it looks like there's a curve, right?
Well, cool. Awesome stuff.
I think that's a good explanation.
Okay, cool, man. That's cool.
Super.
And still, I sent the thing I was wanting to send there to like 3 different people, and no one's posted it in there.
What?
The image of the flight path.
Oh. I might have that soon.
Why don't we all get together and make a Bedford level again? A real good one. Very accurate.
If Lake Tahoe wasn't burning right now, we could probably do that.
There you go.
It's the biggest one around here, and at least that I know of.
Well, even Globers will tell you, well, no, because refraction. You know, it's
I love it when they say that.
Always the word refraction, right? They don't know. Yeah. They don't know what they are claiming. They need an R for refraction. Even the guy that came up with the terrestrial refraction, right? He will tell you the two things that are necessary. This is Andrew Thomas Young, right? The two things that are necessary for terrestrial refractions are curved gases and a curved Earth. So gases do not have a shape, okay? And there is no measurements of the radius. So both things fall flat on their face. So the terrestrial refraction that globers invoke by saying, well, the Earth, we don't, what we are seeing there, right, is not the boat, it's just it's a hologram of the boat, because the boat is actually beyond the physical geometric limitations. It's beyond that, but the boat is being pulled back and the geometric limitation is pushed back, right? So the boat is being pulled towards you, and the line that is actually blocking that boat is being pushed back, right?
What a mental gymnastic, huh?
When in your life have you ever seen behind a corner or over a hill where the hill was pushed back and the object that was actually behind the hill came in front of the hill? Okay, this is what the globe claims. There is no demonstration of this. There is only ad hoc explanations, back engineered formulas for this. Okay, there is no real life demonstration of you looking at a hill and the object being brought in front of the hill, and the hill is now beyond the hill is pushed back. Okay, this is what the globe claims. This is what you have to believe.
You wouldn't be able to get a wide shot. Listen, you wouldn't be able to get a wide shot of Manhattan from a helicopter if any of your globe stuff was true. Does that make sense?
So who can I send the image to get it posted into live stream voice text?
No tilted buildings, no nothing. There's no evidence of any kind of bend anywhere.
Well, I have something here that I want to be put into the live stream voice text that would help prove my point here, but no.
What point do you want to prove? You want to
prove? Who can I send it to?
Do you want to say that an airplane? So how do you measure a curvature with an airplane, Patwick? Something that is in the sky. How would you measure curvature with an airplane?
It flies over, where it flies over.
And then Earth is a ball because you projected it on a map.
Okay, so if I am flying, like, let's say, an airplane from United States to, let's say, Poland, and I'm flying from, let's say, middle United States, it would be a shorter route for that plane in the middle of the United States to actually fly up into Canada, kind of cross over up in Greenland, Iceland, and then come down to Poland and fly in from the north. It's a shorter route than instead of taking a straight, go straight east from the United States to Poland.
So I have
why would a plane want to go through extra paperwork, extra this, extra that? It would fly over a whole bunch more countries, a whole bunch more, would be longer distance according to Flat Earth, but under the
you are strawmanning the projection, right? So you claim that that flat earthers think that this is the correct size and dimensions of the Earth. Are you understanding what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So a map is a model. It's a reification fallacy. It's not the reality. So you can use any map and then project any path over it and then come to any conclusion you want.
Wait, you said the map is not reality?
Yes.
And why would they need
No,
to actually...
it's not reality.
It's not reality.
Can't we use the map to navigate? Sorry for interrupting. I just
That's a different. That's a different
timing on how fast the plane is going to be going, and then how far away it would.
How would you measure How would you measure that?
How fast a commercial jet engine goes.
Yeah, how would you measure that? Right.
Well,
a lot of variables.
How fast the plane engine goes, and you can actually buy a plane if you wanted to.
Oh,
there's nothing.
Oh, we're going to buy a plane to have this conversation.
From you?
Well, Well, I've flown planes before, so
You have flown planes before, Patrick?
yeah, there were small planes, but nonetheless.
Okay.
still
Did you have to nose down to follow curvature?
Did I what?
Nose down? That would be suicide, dude.
No, I was too
Yeah,
busy thinking about not
because
crashing,
planes nose up.
That's a good point.
Right? They nose up, or else they would crash. They don't
Was it-
follow
what do you mean?
curvature.
Do you mean
Was
like
it difficult?
slowly-
Was it difficult landing on a moving runway?
Did not go on a movie. Well, it's all relative, so it wouldn't.
Oh no.
Yeah. There are
you
no
say,
measurements
oh,
of Earth. There are no
the whole world is
measurements.
moving, or I'm moving.
There are no measurements of Earth
Right.
moving, Padwick. There are no measurements of Earth moving.
So if I'm landing a plane, you can look at it two different ways. Either A, I'm the only thing moving, or B, the whole world is moving around me and I'm just stationary.
Well, hey, what do you experience? Yourself moving or the Earth moving? Ready, go.
True, but who's to say? It's just that you're speeding up and then also slowing down.
Measurements, right, Padwick? We need measurements of Earth moving, actually.
You see what you just did? You admitted reality as you observe it, and then you tried to make up something about a belief you want to have.
Oh, also, can I get the thing that he sent actually put into the damn live stream voice text? Because I've sent it to about 7 different people now, and no one has put it in there. And also, Roger, I would send it to you, but you have your thing like not accepting any messages.
Kid, are you running things? Is this your server?
Yeah, if it hasn't been posted, it's probably rubbish. That's why it hasn't been posted.
Okay, so if I can't use,
everyone have a
images
fair
that I want
chance
to
to see
use,
his evidence,
y'all
right?
can go and have your discussion with people who are all on the same page.
Are you very used to getting your way, young man?
No, I'm wanting to actually use my own sources on this and actually have my own
Sources?
images. Well, yeah, I have my own images here that I want to use.
Images.
Yeah.
Let me tell you how we use images to
It's
get
an
you to
image of a
start
map.
critically
There's nothing wrong
to
with the image
get
of a
you
map.
to get you to start critically thinking. That's what these memes are
Well,
for.
to
It's
me,
not,
it seems like
hey,
you guys
one
just don't
meme
want
proves the
me to
flat
post
Earth.
what I want to post.
Never mind, I
maybe
wasn't
try to help with my
speaking.
point.
No, you're right. I wasn't speaking, kid. Go ahead.
So to me, it seems like you guys are just trying to censor what I'm trying to put here to actually help prove my
Nope.
point.
We're not trying to do anything. If it's rubbish, it's rubbish. We're not going to put it in our chat.
Mm-hmm.
You can go to the lobby and post anything you want there.
Where?
Why don't you let him post what he wants in this debate?
Well, number one, it's not up to me. But number
It's
two, this
not
is
a
not his
debate.
server.
It's not
Oh
a
yeah,
debate.
it's not going to happen.
Put it in a lobby either.
It's
yeah,
not
and
a
why are you
debate.
concerned trolling? Why are you concerned trolling? Oh,
Yeah,
why won't you let
click
him
on the link
post his
there, and you'll see it's
images
not
in here,
trolling or anything.
guys?
It's
You're not,
not a
being
debate.
fair. You're not posting his images. Why are you picking on my friend? Shut up, Linda.
So
Wait,
you're
what was
begging.
what was the rubbish he was posting?
You're
It's a
begging the
picture of a map with the airline flight lines.
Yeah, you're begging the question that the Earth is a ball, and if the Earth was a ball, then these lines, yada 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 yada.
It's the
If-
short
if-
route.
if-
We need the measurements of Earth being a ball in the first place, Padwick.
They already have models of Earth being a ball.
A model, right?
Yeah.
So,
We live on a model.
a model. So
Well, a model is a
Well, you have
representation
model,
of.
so they have
reality.
cars, and
Yeah.
cars have models. Small
So it
models,
isn't reality.
So
So is the car model a real car where you can sit in? No, right? So a model.
You know
is
what a model
reification-
does?
A
Yeah,
reification.
Yeah, a model helps
fallacy.
you reify a belief. That's all a model does. Helps you reify a belief. Sorry, Roger. Go ahead, man. I just
Yeah,
kind of
it's-
wanted to distill that for those kids.
It's a reification fallacy because the model is not reality.
Well, yeah, fallacy. I mean, model is just to show, like, to demonstrate something, right?
Yeah, and you need a working model, a working scientific model, and then still wouldn't be reality, right? It's just something you made and then
Okay.
reified into.
to me, it seems like
reality.
you guys are doing this. You're practically blocking out all the information that will disprove or be
That's-
able to. do
that's not
anything
true.
to what your beliefs are.
That's not
and
true,
not letting me bring up
Padwick.
any of my points.
Padwick, that's
What
not true.
beliefs?
I told you, right? You try to back the question
Then
that the Earth
let me
is a
send you
ball.
the images.
You try to back the question that the Earth is a ball, and if you draw a line over this ball, then
But you
et
won't
cetera,
let
et
me
cetera.
send the images that I have that would be able to help prove my point here.
I guarantee you they wouldn't, and we would just pounce all over them. It's pointless. But
Okay, so
again,
instead
I'm
of
not a
actually
mod.
looking at it, you're just saying no. We would win the fight anyways.
No.
An argument
Hey,
anyways. We're not gonna even look
kiddo.
at them.
How about this? How about this? I'm not a mod, but DM me the stuff, and we can have a chat about it. Okay?
I already did.
Oh, good, super.
By the way, while you guys do that, I want to ask about the map thing, because you guys said that a map is not real or not reality or
But
something.
they're saying maps aren't real
So
at all.
what about-
because
Is the
what
map
about
is
you
the
can't live
is
on
the
a
map the land itself? Is the map the land itself?
Well, I mean, obviously, if
No.
you can use the if
It's a
you're
yes
using
or no.
GPS,
It's a yes or no. Is the land
I would say
itself?
yes, probably yes. Yeah.
Wow. Okay. No.
Okay, but okay. So do you use GPS to travel from A to B?
That's a red herring. We were talking about maps, okay? Not about GPS.
Yeah, a GPS is on a map.
So
Do you mean ground positioning system?
No.
No,
So-
I mean when you go on Google and you type whatever place, it shows you on the map where it is, right?
Yeah, it uses a ground positioning system. Ground.
It uses global trilateration.
So is the map the land itself?
Yeah, if you go on
Physically,
Google Earth,
reality. No, it's not. You're looking at a picture.
represents-
So is the map, the picture where you're looking at, the land itself, the reality?
obviously it's not the actual. reality,
Okay.
but I'm
Okay.
saying
So that is why we call it a reification fallacy, because a map isn't the land, right? It can describe the land, but it isn't the reality. Okay.
yeah.
It's best guess at best.
Why is it a fallacy? I haven't even said an argument. I haven't even said anything. I just asked what you think about the map.
Which map?
Like Google Earth, for example. Like for example, on Google Earth, you can zoom in and you can like see your own house.
Okay.
On the
Awesome stuff.
So the map obviously represents reality, right?
They made pictures in airplanes of your house and then posted it on a Mercator projection, and then now what? Earth is a ball.
Mercator projection. What's that?
That's a
It's
type
like a
of.
plot map. No,
It's
it
a-
doesn't
it-
represent reality.
It doesn't. Oh, so why can you like zoom in on stuff on the ground on Google Earth?
They made pictures from an airplane of your house and they projected it on a Mercator map.
How do you know that?
This is what they do. This is what they do.
Rod, you
Google
probably
admits that they
understand
do that.
there
If
are
you
there are multiple projections, map projections. So why don't you run off and find us the one map that represents the globe?
I'm
Let
just
us know
talking about like Google Earth.
Well, is that the one true map that you're referring to? Is that the map?
I suppose, yeah.
Because I don't think you're understanding that all maps are just projections.
I just
There is no
posted
one true map.
I just posted a couple of projections. Which one is the correct one, Rod?
I don't
You can't project the globe Earth on a 2D surface, by the way. So you're trying to trick him there. I think that's a
No,
it's not a trick question, Kessler. You need to think about this too, bud. Which map is the true map of the world?
I think you guys are trying to.
No, Kessler. The question
Well,
is.
I think the one that we usually use is the Mercator projection for 2D mapping it, right?
That's
have anything to do with 2D or 3D right now. The question is, you're claiming to have a map. Which one's the right one?
So I'd probably use 2 right there.
Which one?
I don't know the name of it, but I can't even send an embed link, so I'd print screen the one I want and then send it to you. But so I'd use the Mercator one for 2D projection, right?
Mercator was replaced by the Gal Peterson.
Well, yeah, okay, the Gal Peterson one. I didn't know it was updated. Apologies.
Yeah, so every map is wrong, right?
Yeah, every
So
map is
you-
wrong. That's why I'm saying
okay.
for a 2D projection, I would use
Okay,
that.
so you use you use flat maps to navigate. Nobody use a globe
No
to
one uses.
navigate.
No. I'm not a navigator, so I can't comment on that. I'm afraid. But
So who uses a globe to navigate then?
I
Kessler?
mean, you couldn't use because it's
I'm not a
then it's the
navigator.
whole. Then it's the whole. You can't use the whole world map to navigate. You would have to.
So you-
navigate.
Well, yeah,
lo-
you're gonna globe maybe.
locally.
You use the map.
Which one are you
They-
talking about?
You use the map that is most suitable for your application at that moment.
Right.
Okay.
Right. Obviously.
Okay. Take a look at what I put into live stream voice text because I'm not allowed to post any of the images that I want to of the flight routes they took. I'm just going to post a link to the website that it basically allows you to track airplanes.
So which projection do they use?
They use what the airplanes have as where they are.
Which projection do they use?
What do you mean a projection? It is quite literally a live map that shows where
Yeah.
each airplane is.
The projection
You sit there and you can wait for one to fly over, and you could look up, and the airplane will be over. when
Thanks,
it
Pat.
says
We
airplane
get
will be
that. The question is, there are multiple map projections. We just discussed this 5 seconds ago. So which map are you referring to?
The one he linked on the website, I think I can answer
Yeah.
from is just the Mercator projection.
It's just meant to allow people to see where airplanes are.
Thanks.
That's what the website.
Yeah,
is.
thanks. It's a cartoon. So we're talking about which map represents reality.
Yeah, it's not about when a website predicted a plane's going to fly over a certain area, my friend. It's a little deeper than that.
This has another aspect to it. If the airplanes fly in a curved route and the world is flat, why would they do that?
Bro,
When
that's
they
a
could just fly a straight
You're
route.
showing that's a cartoon. Okay.
That's because they don't fly in the curved route, my friend.
So you're saying this cartoon does it have no relation to reality?
You can't prove that it does.
Okay,
Yeah, you can. You can. Why don't you just go look at the plane route?
Do you work for these shipping companies? Are you?
And when you see
do
a
you work
plane
for the
flying
airlines?
over
Do you,
you,
do you
you look
plot
up.
these
And you
flights?
see a-
Do you plot these flights directly, kiddo? Do you actually know that this is what happens, or is it just something a website says?
Well,
Yeah,
it
I
says
just
quite
post-
literally the flight numbers.
So I
You ever
posted,
notice? You ever
That's
notice
lovely.
when? You ever notice when you're in your ISS live stream, all the airplanes and ships on the water in between the ISS and the Earth's surface? When you're in there pulling your pin, watching all their CGI imaging and stuff.
Well, you wouldn't be able to see them that well. It's the camera resolution.
But you can see the ISS from 250 miles away, but you can't see an airplane or a fucking ship or a jet or
The
something,
ISS
right? In
literally casts
between
the
the two,
shadow
right?
on the moon, right?
Kessler, try to stick to things that you can verify. You know, it's
You
not
can verify
helpful if
flight
you just
information.
go out
Well,
stories that
quite
we've
literally,
already
we can't
heard.
verify anything, right? Realistically.
Well,
In
no,
real
here
world.
you can verify what I posted there is because you can look outside and you can see the flight flying. You can go to this website, you can see the flight number, you can see where it took off, and you can talk to people who were on the flight.
Okay, what about the ground not curving at all?
So tell
What
me,
does that
how can you
flight have
not
to do with
verify that the flight
surface of the
happened?
Earth? What does that flight have to do with
Why
the
don't we
surface of the
verify-
Earth?
It has to do with the surface of the Earth about the route it took would be the shortest route. For example, you can have a plane fly from England going straight west. Going for, like, say, New York to England, you can have one plane fly from just fly straight up and go straight west. Or you have a plane that flies on the curve, and the one that flies the curve will reach there first.
What curve? Well, that's what we're trying to verify if there's even a curve.
Look at their
to begin
flight
with.
routes.
You're
They
just
have
showing
main
us-
flight routes that they
but you're
take
just
that.
showing us cartoons and saying, look, therefore the Earth is curved. Okay, why don't we go out into reality and look for the curve, not on some airplane website?
It's a faster
Okay?
route between flying straight there on a flat map versus taking the curve on if it were to be interpreted onto a flat
what
map.
curve? That's the question. What
curve?
There is no curve unless you
If
guys.
there's no curve, then why would they ever take a curved route?
You're showing us cartoons on a map.
No, they do. They do
The
actually.
cartoons
So you take
represent
curve-
the planes.
No, they don't. That's the whole point. That's why we brought up.
Oh,
the
so you're saying they don't? So if I look at the website, there is not a plane flying over me. When it says there's a plane flying over me, when I go outside and look, there's a plane flying over me.
Planes fly by
My friend.
waypoints.
Okay.
They
There's a
fly
plane
straight to
over in
waypoints.
curvature.
Are you seeing the connection that you can't make? You can't make the connection. The correlation is not causation.
Yeah, I posted a GIF, right? Do you mean this is from Flight Radar? Do you mean something like this?
Yes.
Is that what you mean? Yeah. So you see them arcing over Greenland?
Yeah.
Is that what you mean?
That's
Well, it
'cause
has
they're
one
going
aspect
over
to
a
it.
curve.
Yes.
Okay. So, and that is in your eyes a curve. Because they curve over Greenland and then to New York or to whatever city they want to
it's
go.
a lot faster to go all the way over there because if you
Hold
look
on.
at the
Do you see how they have to
it would be a
curve
lot
so that
shorter.
they don't hit each other? Maybe did you ever think of that?
It's
not
the
why
projection. Okay, the
where-
projection
like, they-
on the
the
Mercator
projection
map.
help each other and it doesn't matter.
Make that curve. They
No, it
curve.
doesn't matter at all. They can just kind of fly right next to each other, right?
Yeah, like look
Yeah,
at
he's
big
he's
sky.
trying
None
to
of this even matters anyway, guys, because it's just cartoons.
Oh,
on
it
the
has
map.
no relation to real life. When you can go on that website and you can see the exact flight numbers of all the aircraft flying.
Okay,
You can
but
see where they
you're not
are.
over
If
any
you
conclusion.
are
Just jump
outside
into
and
a
one flying over, you
conclusion,
can
kiddo.
see the damn airplane.
There's a rover on Mars, guys. There's a rover on Mars. We should just let this guy win. We're on a spinning ball flying through space. NASA would never lie. The government would never lie. It's all real,
No, the
guys.
government will
All
lie.
those TG images are real, you know?
Right.
We don't have
But
homeless
with this,
and
they're telling
we don't
the
have
truth.
we don't have homeless and hungry people out on the streets here. We're not dropping bombs on people that don't want them dropped on them. And yeah, no, it's all good. Life's good.
It's all good, buddy.
JFK wasn't assassinated by a coup.
So Truality TV just posted the map. So let's compare it then, okay? So you see them leaving Europe, then going over Greenland, and then to New York. Is that something you would?
I mean, why would they fly in a curved?
So
path?
they
Why would
leave
why would
they
they
leave
fly?
Amsterdam, right, and they go to New York, right, and they go over Greenland. So Truality just posted a map. That would be a straight line on that map.
Also, you're
Well,
assuming.
longer routes, but
Hold on. You're assuming Earth curvature based on a cartoon
that
representation.
represents real life where you can.
It's not a
How do you know that?
Oh, see, that's
because you
how
can
do you
go
know that?
outside and see the plane that's flying over you.
Atwig, we've already addressed this. That's the fallacy, reification fallacy. No, it doesn't represent reality. No, it doesn't. That's a fallacious reasoning. No, it doesn't. Sorry.
Okay,
It's a
fine.
huge
Why not
leap in
you go look
logic,
at the website
man.
and you wait out? You look at what's going to be flying over you, or you look outside and you see a plane flying over you.
Okay,
and you
cool.
check the
I'm looking
website
up-
and
I
see
the
you can get the
plane
flight
flying.
number,
Guess what?
everything.
The ground isn't curving though. That's the point.
So
Sure.
if it proves that yes, there's a plane flying over you when it's over you, and it proves it over there, and it basically that website basically always shows that whenever there's a plane going to be flying over you, could go outside and see. So that means practically that everything on there is going to be correct for where planes are flying over.
No, dude, sorry.
Pat. Why do you think a drawing on a cartoon is reality? Go.
Because it's linked to where they are.
No.
Not.
No.
Okay, so let's say it wasn't a cartoon.
It's kind of a rhetorical question, but I'll give you one more try.
It has their flight numbers. You can see where they are, where the planes are, and you can go outside whenever there's a plane above you, and you can look and you can see the plane.
Okay,
these
Right. So
you can see.
Hold
the
on,
plane.
guys. I'm almost there. How is that a direct measurement of Earth curvature?
So how this relates to Earth curvature? If you can see where the planes are, and you see how this website
How is it a direct measurement of Earth curvature?
That's not the
I'm not
point.
You know what
trying
I'm
to measure
asking
Earth
for?
curvature. I'm trying to
That's
prove that
the
there
whole
is curvature.
point, Wig. It's about the curvature. That's the whole point.
Yeah, but that's not what
It's not about
I'm
flight
not trying
paths.
to measure it. I'm trying to
Cartoon map.
prove it.
What you're saying is reality is wrong. It's a fallacy.
It's like
a
same thing as saying,
faulty
is
logic.
a fish alive? Or how big is a fish?
What?
Or it's like, is there a fish in the ocean? Yes. But I'm not trying to
Here's
measure
what
how
you're
big
doing.
a fish is. I'm trying to measure, are
Here's
there
what you're
fish in the
doing.
ocean?
Hold on. Here's what you're doing. So you get peanut butter, jelly, and bread out, and you set it on the counter, right? And there's only a few people in the house: your mom, your dad, maybe your sister, okay, and you.
Why is
So
it
that's
sound
four
like
people. Hold on. So you got 4 people. Then you leave the kitchen, so you no longer see the peanut butter, the jelly, and the bread. You come back, and you see that there's a fresh peanut butter jelly sandwich made right there. Now, for no other reason than you say, oh, my mom must have made me that sandwich. Crazy. You start eating the sandwich, your sister comes in because she made that for herself and she had to go make a phone call. You assumed because sandwich, mom made it for me, she had to have known I got all the items out. Do you see what you're doing? It's leaps of logic left and right.
That made no sense. That was extremely. That's like Schrodinger's sandwich right there.
Yeah, it makes about as much sense as saying that this map on this airplane website represents reality.
Yeah.
It does, because you can go outside and you can see the airplanes.
Earth
You don't understand what I just said.
Are you saying that these airplanes?
You're assuming based off of nothing. You don't have the information. You're just assuming that these planes do this thing in the sky with this curve on the line, and that is Earth curvature. That's the worst part. It's a cartoon.
It's the shortest route they go over.
So let's do this again, right? So let's do this again. Padwick, I've posted the GIF from Flight Radar 24, and you see airplanes leaving from Heathrow or Amsterdam going to New York. They arc over Greenland in this projection. Correct, right?
Yeah.
They arc over this projection. It's a map, a projection of what they call a globe Earth. It's a projection. It's how they made the map. Then when we go to the map that Truality TV showed us, when we go to Heathrow and New York, that's basically a straight line. So it matters which map you use.
And in the same way that a map doesn't represent reality, it's the same logic as how a menu it isn't the food when you go to a restaurant. The menu doesn't represent the food. Okay, so that same thing applies. The map is not the terrain. The menu is not the food. So we're trying to talk about reality and not the depiction of reality. Okay?
Right. A curved line on a cartoon map does not a globe Earth make.
I mean, these flight
you
tracker.
guys keep saying it's a cartoon map when yes, it is a cartoon map, but it does represent stuff in the real world.
No, it doesn't.
How can you use it? It's a cartoon map.
Look, no, okay. You guys are looking at the GIF. I'm saying go to the website.
Oh, it's GIF.
Oh my
but
God,
okay.
dude.
So do we need to repeat it again? Is that or do we need or do we need to ask?
You're looking at. So yes,
do we need to ask Rod? Right? Do we need to ask Rod what he? Do I need to ask
yes, it
him?
would be
And if he concedes, do you concede that?
Concede what?
That the map you use will show you how these airplanes are arcing or not arcing. It is the projection of the map. Okay.
Well, these
we can
tracking,
use a dinosaur Earth, right? We can use a dinosaur Earth, and then the plane would follow the dinosaur over his tummy. Okay.
If you can have every one of those plane routes reach the shortest distance, if you look at it from a
so again, so when we see when we look at the GIF I posted from Flight Radar 24, an airplane from Heathrow arcs over Greenland to New York, and when we move a bit down to the picture of Truality TV, that is the flat depiction. It's not reality. It's just a flat. It's also a projection, right? It's also just a model, just a map somebody made. And when we look at that and we go from Heathrow to New York, it's basically a straight line. It's not arcing.
Okay, yeah, that's right.
Okay.
Except it only works for one flight out of the many. So
when we go from let's see South America. Where was it? Where did I post it?
So if you find a map model that has all the flight trajectories be able to work perfectly, as in showing the perfect line of showing the shortest route of just being straight from point A to point B, then you have the real map.
So
And
is a curved line the straight? Is a curved line? Is that the shortest route, or is a straight line the shortest route?
Depends on what map you're looking at.
Oh, in reality, we're talking about in reality. In reality,
a straight line is fast.
Okay.
There you go. Welcome to Flat Earth.
So you finally got it, right? It's the
I'm
map
saying
you
if you look
use.
at a globe.
Okay. So it's the
hold on,
map
hold on.
you use.
It doesn't
and then
matter
you
what
put
map
down
you
the,
use to determine what is the fastest route for just looking at the map, but you can also send a test as in taking two different planes
Try
and
to-
see mountains,
try
which
to
one guys are faster. But
rip
nonetheless,
the map out of your brain. You're trying to pick
If
out
map,
the
then map.
maps and say,
But
this
if there's a
is
map,
reality.
then map is
You
evidence
can
of
separate
maps.
the map
why don't
from
you?
reality.
Okay, you can do this. Grab a globe, grab a string. You put let's say a pin on the string at let's say New York, and you put the other pin into some place in let's say Russia. And what is going to be the shortest route for that string? It's going to be flying over the North Pole, not exact North Pole, but you get what I mean. It's not.
How
gonna
many
be
mental
flying right
adventures
across all
that don't
over
prove
Europe.
How many mental adventures that don't prove reality do you want us to help you try to think about right now?
That's a good point. Yeah, that is just a mental experiment.
Who
So that's
cares
saying-
about any of that?
Well,
it doesn't prove
what
Earth
that basically
curvature.
means is that if you're using the globe model to fly in a curvature like that, it would be far faster compared to just flying straight through all Europe.
Stop using the word if, and then maybe we can have this conversation.
It's all good. This guy thinks they're controlling a rover remotely at 700 plus million miles away. So it's going to be hard.
I mean, you could, but it'll be really slow and shitty. But
You could control something over 7 million miles away. Okay.
Oh no.
No, as in you could imagine playing a video game, but you just get
There it is. There it is. Imagine you're playing a video game.
He's giving you an
Is
analogy.
life a video
that's
game?
That's false. Yeah, that's not true. He's giving an analogy, dude.
Yeah. So
a false analogy
why don't we
because
talk
we're
about
not living in a video game.
Why do we have to fucking, cryptic? If you believe, then
It's not cryptic.
No, dude. Let's talk about reality. Obviously, you can't make a phone call to the moon or fly a freaking helicopter.
Well,
on Mars. So no.
you could, but it would just be so shitty reception.
How do you know you could? How do you know that?
Because if a speed of light exists and you can send a radio,
There you go.
signal across.
Here's what you did. You said if.
If
Yeah,
yeah.
because I'm basically setting up.
But if
all these
if it's
conditions are
something
true,
what is
it has
maybe
to
yes,
equal
maybe no.
this.
Stick to things that you can verify. Don't just say
Okay, I
things
can
like,
verify
well,
that a radio
of course
signal
you
exists,
can.
correct?
Okay, how? Well, if you believe it happened, no, dude. Just make claims that you can back up.
Okay, so we
What
can all
did you
agree
say
that
about
radio
radio?
signals exist, right?
If you
Radio waves.
shit in one hand and wish in the other, guess what you're going to have? Shit in a hand.
Okay, we can all agree that radio signals exist, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
And so you can receive a radio signal from point A to point B. And it
Yes.
doesn't matter what the distance is if you have a strong enough signal. Correct?
Do you have a citation
Yeah.
for that?
Well, hold
no
on.
Matter you said no matter
That's-
the distance.
As long as you have
that's
a strong
kinda-
enough signal, you can receive info from anywhere or radio signal from anywhere.
You're
Can
presupposing.
Welcome to
If
Flat
you
Earth.
had a radio place here in
You mean that radio signal in 90s, like 10,000 miles from Australia to UK? Do you mean about that?
if you have a strong enough signal, yes.
From Australia to UK, in 1918 or 1908, I don't know the year.
Year doesn't matter. I'm saying in
Yeah,
like,
10,000
if you
miles
have
of straight
strong
line.
enough signal.
Year doesn't matter, huh?
Doesn't matter 10,000 miles of straight line. That doesn't matter.
Well, we're talking about if radio signal doesn't matter. Okay, I'm saying
Radio signals, it's going over the curve, you're saying.
Hold on. How does it matter? You brought it up, kiddo.
so. I'm saying about how you can transmit data between here and Mars or some other planet would be
No, dude.
Prove
if you have a strong
prove distance to Mars. Prove distance to Mars.
No, the radius. You're giving
Theoretically,
an
you could prove it just by having two people different spots on the globe and knowing the distance between knowing the
What
distance
globe?
between the two of them, and being
What
able to
globe?
see the planet.
So
What
two
globe?
people standing on the ground, two people standing on the ground are going to tell you the distance from where they are to something in the sky. That's interesting.
I mean, how can you
about wouldn't you need somebody on Mars and somebody on the ground to get the distance?
And he started it with the word if.
Why don't you just walk us through that real quick, Pat? How does that work? You know, me and you,
same way
we're
your eyes work.
friends.
You have 2
How
points
far
of
apart do we need to go?
observation, and you're able to determine depth by 2 points of observation on how far away an object is. That's how your eyes work. If you close one eye, you lose a lot of your depth perception.
So we're just
For-
looking at it now. What? How do we determine the distance?
Trig. So in that case, you'll need to be on a flat plane.
Oh.
Which would be a way for you to determine it, but if you're want more accurate reading, you have to put people on across the planet. So like a person, like let's say in North America, another person down in Africa, and get both visibility or something like that. Both visibility on the other planet.
Wait,
and
didn't
then
you just
be able
say
to
that
figure
you
out
need
where
a
they're at.
flat plane?
Yes, but in that case, you have to factor in.
Welcome to
all the
Flat
other
Earth.
factors.
How do you factor in the curvature? if it's
More
a flat
advanced
plane you need?
geometry.
Oh, is there more advanced geometry that allows that?
Yeah.
Or is that trigonometry?
Yeah.
Well, okay, so you could still do it with trig. You don't need to factor in the curve if you pick your points and you know the exact coordinates of your points.
That's exactly
How do you
right.
know the exact
So-
coordinates of the moon or Mars?
So there you'll need to do probably. Well, let me think here. 1, 2.
My
2
friend, you just
triangles.
described how a sextant works in navigation, and you said it assumes a flat plane, which it does. So,
well,
is that okay? Can you say you're a flat earther now, please?
you
You've been
don't-
talking about it for a
You
minute.
would want a flat plane if you want to skip a step, but you can do it without a flat plane. For
How do you do
example,
that?
if you knew how
This is
far away
always
each
about
person
that.
was from each other. So if you find out how far away person is from A and person is from B. So okay, so let's just if we take the globe for example, just an example, you know exactly where the middle of the globe is. Just
How?
an example.
Wait, how?
Okay, fine. If you know that.
No,
You
don't
can
like
then-
just be like, just tell us how you know that.
I'm not
You're
gonna.
assuming
you guys,
that-
Well,
you guys are trying to
started it
stop
off
me
by
at every
saying, give
route
us
I
a
take
globe,
here.
we would know the distance to the center of the Earth. How?
Okay, so if you know the center of the ball.
Well,
not saying
how?
It's the globe.
No, how?
So if you know the center of the ball.
We have to be able to get there first.
You can't, and you know the distance between person A on one side of the ball and person B on the other side of the ball. From
Okay,
each
so
person
we've
to the
got
center, you can then figure out what's the distance between the two of them.
It's a
If you find the distance
presupposition
between the
of
two of
the
them,
distances.
Hold on.
then you
Let's
know
walk
the
through this
degree of
slowly,
angle.
Pat Wig, me and you are together. We're gonna do this. All right. So, how far apart do we need to be?
The farther apart, the more accurate your information.
All right. Just be specific. Pick a distance. Go ahead.
The more far apart you are.
All
the
right.
more
Well, just be
accurate your
specific and
information
go
is
ahead
gonna
and
be.
pick a distance. Me and you are gonna do this. Pick a distance.
It's not like a certain distance will do all scenarios. It's the further the object is away,
Why
the
don't you
more
just
distance you're going to
being
need between the people
specific
to be
for
able to
once?
get accurate information.
All right. Let's just try being specific just for once in your life. Why don't you pick a distance and then let's move on? So, me and you are gonna do this thing you're talking about. How far apart are we gonna be? You can pick. Go ahead.
So if you want, let's see here. It is relative. So like all things are.
No problem. Just pick a distance and then we can move on with your example.
For something like looking at Mars, using the human eye, I would recommend being as far away as possible that we can. So
Okay,
that'd
so
be
how
different
about-
continents.
Okay. So can we
The
have a
further you
distance?
are, the
please?
more accurate your information is.
Well, so
Okay. Can we get a
Australia
distance,
and the
though?
UK. Is that far enough?
Jesus Christ.
All right, cool. So now what? We've got our distance, I guess. Now what? You're in the
Now
UK.
you
I'm in
have-
Australia. Now what?
You'd have to figure out the exact distance between the two people. Then
You were supposed to. Well, you were supposed to pick that distance, but whatever. So we've already got that. Now what?
Then you'll have to have each person be able to find the planet. So this example would be Mars, and you would have to look at it and find the degree of angle between. If you drew a straight line between person A and person B, then you would want to find basically a way to see exactly.
But you can't
Okay,
draw
so
a
imagine you
straight
have
line
X-ray
on a
vision.
ball.
You see
Can't
through
draw
the
a
planet,
straight line
see through
from
the dirt,
person to person
see
on
what
a
through
ball.
whatever.
Wait, that is a good
You'll
point,
be-
Pat Wig. There
you-
aren't any straight lines on a sphere. You understand that, though,
Yeah,
right?
but we're
So
not counting that. What we're counting is that if
So
you could
why
see
is it more
through the
advanced if you
sphere,
can't do it?
you could determine where the person is. Correct.
wait. How do we know
Patwig.
to begin with?
Okay, so if you know where the person is, and you can, let's say, for the sake of argument, you have X-ray vision and you can see through the sphere, and you know exactly where the person is.
Into the sphere.
Wait,
You have to
wait,
put it
wait.
into
So
the
you
sphere.
could figure that also out with math, but I'm not going to go into
How
that.
did we determine it was a
Patwig.
We've got our distance.
Patwig.
You're in UK.
Hey, buddy.
Oh yeah.
Look
Yeah,
what
but
I
you also need to
posted
determine
in
where the
the,
other person is, and then you
text.
take that and you look at the. So you're trying to keep this on a 2D kind of plane.
Wait a
2D.
minute, Patwig.
Patwig.
Where did you get the globe from? We got our distance. You're in Australia. I'm in UK. How did we determine it was a globe first?
Okay, well, we need to be able to. Okay, so let's say I point and look exactly where you would be.
Hold on,
right?
wait. How are we going to turn on X-ray vision and look through a globe when we didn't even determine?
Okay, fine. Let's just say we're able to just point exactly where the other person is going to be. So we know we just have an imaginary string that goes exactly from person A to person B, right?
Okay.
Then you have at person each of those spots. Basically, it's finds angle pointing straight up to that straight up to the planet that we want to look at. Find the distance. So we both look at that, and we both are able to look at the angle on each side. So taking the angle on one side, angle on the other side, and the distance between us, you can use trig to figure out what is the distance between each of those people to the other planet.
That's if we assume it's a planet, first of all, and that it's physical.
Okay, you do it to the other dot.
Well, could you
in the sky.
could you do the same thing for like a rainbow? Just a kind of a quick question. Like, say there's a rainbow, we want to do trig and determine the distance to the rainbow.
You could do that to a rainbow, but there also has to do a lot of distortion because it is light. And all
No, you need the radius of Mars to determine its distance.
You know what?
You also need the radius of Earth.
Yeah, you need the radius of Earth.
If you know the exact distance between the 2 points of reference and the angles to see the next point, radius of Earth.
You're assuming the Earth is a ball with a radius of 3959.
Yeah, but real quick, can I ask this guy another math question? I think he might be good at, because I haven't gotten anybody that's really good at math to help me out with this one. Would you mind?
Yeah, go ahead, Dave. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was a little frustrated earlier with hearing were you the one that mentioned that you would take the speed of the plane and you would figure something out with the speed of the plane? Was that you?
If you're talking about that, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So I just want to figure out. Okay, help me out with this. So if you're trying to land the plane, right, and you're going, say it's a northwest landing strip, right?
Yeah.
And let's say you're at like maybe 700 as far as the latitude goes. Maybe it's like between 700 and 600. Let's say 640 for the speed of the Earth, the spin of the Earth at that latitude. Right now that the northwest runway at an angle, right? Now that's going to be going against the spin of the Earth, right? Now what's the difference between landing on a northwest runway compared to a southeast runway with the spin at like maybe 50, or let's say 500 miles per hour? So
honestly,
how would you calculate the difference? Because the pilot would have to adjust, right? For either landing with the spin or against the spin at an angle at a certain latitude. Wouldn't you have
gotta
to
remember
take the math in?
atmosphere is also working with the spin in that regard.
Right, but that doesn't solve it for me, because if the atmosphere is going with it, that means all the winds would have to go in one direction.
And that also means you're going with that direction.
Well, then you can't fly against the spin of the Earth, see?
Well, you can force your way. It's like you would force your way up a stream. You can do it.
Okay, so you're forcing your way, right? So there's a calculation for that force then, right? Against the spin.
And it's basically the jet streams.
Right, well,
you can
but
fly
I'm saying, like, when
against
he's
the jet
landing,
stream. You can do that.
When he's landing, I'm talking about when you're landing with the spin or against the spin. There'd be a difference, obviously. It has to be, whether your atmosphere is going with the Earth or not.
Well, there's no resistance for the top of the atmosphere on the outside, so there's no resistance for the atmosphere
What'd you say?
outside of. So look at the model where it's just you have Earth, atmosphere, and then space. So assuming it's that, there's no resistance of the atmosphere on the atmosphere to space side. There's only resistance like between the atmosphere and the Earth side. So the atmosphere will eventually, assuming you start a model where it's just straight Earth, straight
That's two
atmosphere.
assumptions, by the way.
Yeah,
no, hold on,
the
you know what? Help me
atmosphere
out,
is going to
though,
be
because-
turning pretty similar
Okay, when
to
you
what
look up-
the planet's turning.
When you look up the spin, when you look up the spin of the Earth, right, and you look up how planes treat it, they'll tell you that the plane can either fly against or with the spin, right?
Yeah,
Right.
because
So
you can
there'd be
go
a
up or
difference.
downstream.
Yeah. So if you're going either with or against the spin, there'd be a difference in how you land. If either against or with the spin, it'd be a
It's
difference, right?
it's very minuscule.
Well, why would it be
like,
minuscule?
Because at that point you're more worried about wind changes.
Why would you be
basically
worried about
everything
wind
else.
changes? You're talking about the spin of the Earth and the speed of the plane and the latitude that the runways face.
Because if I'm landing a plane, I'm more worried about am I going to get crosswinds or something else than and is my landing gear ready?
That's
Is
the least of
everything
your
am I coming at
worries.
slow enough speed? Slow
No,
enough
think
angle?
about it. I don't think you're thinking about it. Because, okay, first of all, did you know that all flight simulators use a stationary plane for the pilots to train on?
Yep. Because it's a lot easier for programming.
Well, yeah, but then that would be a different situation you're putting them in once they're in the air. Wouldn't that be dangerous?
Why is it
It's such
that
a
the
minuscule
easiest why is it that the easiest representation for a simulation of reality to be a flat thing, if they were training them over a globe, why would it be flat in the simulation, my friend?
Exactly.
Because
it works
the same in real life. Easier for doing the
No, not exactly.
Not easier because they would crash every time. You can't say there's no difference between a north-northwest runway and a south-southeast runway. There's a difference, either with the spin or against the spin, bro. You can't get out of this one. You
So
can't
is
get
he
out of
saying
it.
it's such a minuscule difference that it
No, it's not a minuscule.
According
I don't know why they
Not at
do.
all, dude.
I don't know who
According
can
to
do
you, it
it.
would take longer. You'd have to use more fuel, bro. Come on.
Think about it. You would have to aim. You know about the Coriolis effect, right? You know what the Coriolis effect
was that the one with the flushing toilets? Or
yeah, that's the myth. That's the myth that goes with it. That is not true about the flushing toilets. It's all about the angle of the drain. What the Coriolis, what the problem is the globe model had to include the Coriolis because of all of the measurements that, or not measurements, calculations that the globe model would require. So like if you were shooting a bullet, say south to north and north to south, then you have to figure in the latitudes of the spinning Earth that you're aiming at, and then you would have to aim at a target that's not there because it's spinning towards you still. Once the projectile's in the air, their claim, and it has to be this because it's no longer spinning with the Earth, right? It has, maybe you could say, conservation of momentum, but then you still have to calculate the latitude change from where you're shooting from to where it's going to land. And you'd have to shoot at a target that's not even there. You'd have to like aim and then adjust and calculate where the target's going to be. And even though Coriolis, you'll get snipers saying that they think they took Coriolis into account, but it's just the drop of the bullet. And the problem is that the planes don't take Coriolis into effect, but it is required for the globe model that the plane is in a separate reference frame from the ball Earth. And you talk to the ballers and they have to admit this. The plane's in a separate reference frame. That means it's no longer spinning in lockstep with the Earth. And if it were, then it would be even worse because then you couldn't fly against the spin of the Earth. You understand that?
Coriolis effect doesn't exist. It's called rifling. It causes the bullet to curve to one side or the other.
Right.
Just so you know.
Yeah, okay. And it doesn't exist. But the thing is, the manuals also say treat the Earth as if it were stationary and level for the pilots. So you got a manual telling them to treat the Earth as if it were stationary. And you can't just say, because things are relative, that means that the pilot just treats it like it's stationary and might as well be because there's no adjustment made for the spinning ball. You can't say that.
Welcome to Flat
because
Earth.
there would be.
Yeah, and not everything is relative, man. We live in
Okay.
reality,
So,
right, Patwig? So
let's
when
say you're
you
driving a car,
What?
Different
Different scenario.
situation. Different situation. You're
Well, they
talking
both got a
about in the
vehicle.
air. In the
Both
air is
kind of-
totally different. In the air is totally
Both
different.
driving on a runway. Although I guess
Does the
you are
car
on a
does the
lockdown.
car drive separately from the spin of the Earth in the air?
No.
No.
It's
It
just the
doesn't work,
difference
and
is
this
so
ends
minor.
it,
Like,
dude.
like if you're trying to
It's
do
not
something like
dude,
that.
to claim it's minor. No, this is what frustrated me with.
Okay,
the
would
guy
you
that was on
play?
it
Would you
earlier.
try add
He
in
was trying to claim that. Listen,
the
you think
curvature of
1,000
the
miles an
Earth
hour
when
at
you're
the
during
equator?
game dark?
Wait, hold on, wait. You're still under the impression that 1,000 miles at the equator is negligible. Like somehow that's not, because it's only 15 degrees or one rotation per day, that makes it somehow small in your head. 1,000 miles per hour is 1,000 miles per hour. There's no getting out of that either. Just because somebody tells you that if it were as small as a clock, it would be slower than the hour hand, doesn't mean it's slower than 1,000 miles an hour. It's literally that speed, which is faster than the speed of sound.
450 meters per second. 450 meters per second.
That's a false equivalence fallacy, by the way. A little
Yeah.
Angular velocity versus tangential speed. It's a really dumbass false equivalence fallacy to say you're not going to be able to feel it because the angular velocity, that makes no damn sense. It's non sequitur. Follow?
Yeah.
Yep. So you might want to try another point because that one's not going to fly. That dog doesn't hunt.
Well, it wasn't about feeling. It was about airplanes not adjusting for the Earth's rotation.
I mean,
Yeah, that's over too.
Mm-hmm.
So,
Okay, so for example, if that were the case where we were having to feel 1,000 mile per hour, or what is it, 1,000 mile per hour, or
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
400 meters per second.
if you had to
450 meters
feel
per
that,
second.
would we not be just getting like flung off the Earth when you took a jump?
Earth is not moving.
It doesn't make sense.
It's not
It was a
moving.
ball, dude.
The Earth
Get that out of your
doesn't
head.
move, dude.
Oh yeah.
Hey,
Flat.
you have to already presuppose. Listen, you already have to presuppose that the Earth is moving before you say any other words.
If it's not moving, you have no problems.
You just right. You just said if Earth is moving at 1,000 miles. Stop there. You mean if?
Begging the question fallacy. Literally.
Begging the question, indeed.
You would feel it.
Yeah, in reality, there's no curve and no Coriolis that's measurable.
How many?
Oh, Earth-based.
Who are you talking to? Patwig? Is that who?
Patwig, yeah.
Yeah, Patwig.
Patwig, there's another problem before you get to the Earth turn, and that's the Earth curvature. You ever flown in a plane before?
Yes.
Like a commercial flight?
Multiple times.
Multiple times, right? So how many times have you been on a flight greater than an hour?
I want to say like 15 times.
You've only been on a commercial flight for 15 minutes?
No, 15 different times I've been on a commercial flight.
15
longer than
different
an hour.
times, and the duration of the flights was longer than an hour, obviously, right?
Actually, I think it might be more than 15, but yeah.
Yeah, and the duration's longer than an hour?
Yeah.
So a commercial, your average commercial flight, it flies 500 miles an hour. So how much drop is there within 500 miles on the curved Earth? Right?
Prepare for
Because
spiraling.
the Earth
I don't have
curvature
numbers
is
off the top
dropping
of my
away
head.
from the plane immediately upon takeoff. So I've known that you've flown flat and level almost the whole way, right? Regardless, of course, there's turbulence and stuff, but you've definitely flown flat and level, right, for a long time. Well, you got a problem. If it's just an hour flight, guess how much drop that plane must negotiate?
No idea.
167,376 feet. That's 31 miles of actual elevation drop. This is a second grade proof, man. Because that plane would have to drop on average 2,789 feet vertical drop per minute
Okay, and so the pilots
to
would
remain level.
take that into account.
Yeah, to remain at the same elevation.
Yeah,
they
and
would
I
have
mean
to drop
in the
that
globe,
much.
in the globe theory, if you were to take a plane and you were to fly straight, just a straight line,
Yeah,
you would at first be going like straight, like gravity's gonna be straight down for you, but eventually it's going to start going back.
No, there is no gravity. Gravity doesn't have anything to do with this.
And so eventually you'll be flying straight off the planet and out of the atmosphere if you don't.
Yeah, you'd continuously gain altitude.
What did you say it was, QE? 2000 what?
2,000.
Same thing as making a tangent on a circle.
2,789.6 feet of vertical drop per minute, flying at 500 miles an hour.
Per minute. Okay, my friend. Atwig. People would be in the ceiling for every single correction.
So
okay? Does
they
that make
can't have a
sense?
continuous correction. That's
Not only would you feel it, it's thousands of feet per minute, dude. I'm not talking like a foot or two or 10 feet. Thousands.
Everyone would know it. I know when that plane
a slight
drops 10 feet.
change in if you're already going in a certain velocity, okay, so if you're going in a certain velocity and you're not feeling any change in acceleration, like
what?
What are you talking about?
You won't be able.
Yeah, he's digging his hole.
What are you talking about? Velocity and acceleration. We're talking
You can
about
only feel the
elevation
acceleration.
drop.
You won't be able to feel your current velocity.
This has nothing to do with acceleration and velocity. Drop. Elevation drop. So yes, you are accelerating because you're changing direction.
But once
You're
you reach your
dropping.
top speed, you're no longer. Once your airplane reaches this top speed, it's not going to be accelerating anymore.
Yeah, if it
So-
drops, it does. It's changing.
Okay,
there's
so are
another
you saying the
axis
airplane's
of-
basically going off like flying
clown
straight and then
show.
just
This
shift?
acceleration, you don't
and then
understand.
fly, then
Angular
shift.
velocity, tangential speed, velocity, or acceleration doesn't have anything to do with that. All
you're
I'm
an airplane,
saying
you
is
just-
that plane.
you have a gyroscope.
Shut the fuck up and stop trying to obfuscate with your bullshit. Number one, everyone on that plane would notice that drop. Number two, the nose of the plane would never get above horizontal. It's over. There's nothing you can do.
Yeah, but like
I'm done.
The problem is that they don't even realize that there can be acceleration without a change in speed because they have
doesn't
no
have
idea what
anything-
acceleration is.
Oh my God, this doesn't have anything to fucking do with acceleration or velocity. For God's sake, when he does that, don't go off on that tangent. Just stop it right there and get back on point, please. I got enough fucking problems dealing with these idiots. My word. Explain the drop. Everyone on the plane would they know it. I know.
How would you feel
It'd
the
make
drop?
you know what? It'd make you fucking sick is what it would do.
So what are you saying? Like, so you basically have the plane be flying straight, and then all of a sudden everyone just shoots up out their seats, going straight up, or what do you mean by the drop?
No. Are you drinking this morning?
No.
Okay.
No, he's
When you're
responding
on a
to what I
plane-
said.
When you're on a plane flying level, we've all been there. I just got off a plane, a couple plane flights. You fly. Basically, there's a little 1 or 2 degree up tilt to the nose of the plane when you're flying straight and level, right? We've flown that way from Missouri to Montana. Hardly even a bump. It was smooth as a baby's ass. That's impossible on a curved earth because we would continuously gain altitude because every single second the ground beneath us is falling away from the plane. You follow that? If that plane drops 10 feet, I fucking know it. I know it because I can feel it. Right? Yeah, you're done. A second grader can destroy the spinning ball space monkey Earth just with that proof. It's over.
And that misses so many variables.
Yeah, I'm not missing anything. You're missing just basic reasoning skills.
That's missing the fact that people,
and
would, if you were
self-awareness.
flying a plane, you would adjust for that.
But everyone would know it.
Yeah, they would feel it, man. That's like he's not asking if it would adjust for it. He's asking if you would feel it. So they're very different things. Do you think you would feel that?
For a slight adjustment to the airplane, probably not.
Slight adjustment
What,
at 2,000.
a 10-foot drop. You wouldn't feel a 10-foot drop.
10-foot drop when you're dealing in the hundreds.
2,789 feet per minute. That's slight adjustment.
Come on, man. This is absurd. Come on, dude.
Yeah.
Be reasonable. Be reasonable. Come on. Like, if you are, I don't know. Yeah. If you're in a car and you go around a corner, do you feel it or not?
Yeah, because you're on a rigid frame usually, and you get it basically the whole tilt put into.
It's not the rigid frame that makes you feel it, dude.
When you're on a car and you hit a bump.
I didn't say bump.
And then what did you say?
I said when you go round a corner, do you feel it?
Yeah, because you're changing nearly most of your momentum. Because you're usually, when you turn a corner, you're turning that something.
When you're on an elevator and it moves up or down, can you feel it moving up or down?
When it's initial acceleration, yes. Once it gets
Yeah, but
moving down,
do you realize? But do you realize that when you change direction in a car, you are accelerating, even if your speed doesn't change? If you don't get that, then if you don't get that, then you don't even know what acceleration is, because acceleration is a change in velocity, and velocity is a vector unit, dude.
And if you were sitting in a chair on a plane and it moved up or down, you would feel it. Plain and simple.
No, if it was changing in its velocity in that regard, then yes, you would feel it.
Well, if it's changing direction, then it would be. Kind of the point.
True.
Okay, so then what QE said earlier is true, and so you have to agree with it. Right?
I mean, it misses so many variables.
Well, okay, give me a variable that he's missing, and tell me the variable that he's missing at. One second. Tell me the variable that he's missing and why it's relevant.
One atmosphere would matter.
Okay, and why it's relevant?
Also, the drop in the plane matters.
No. You've skipped past that, right? Don't just give me variables, right? Because I can say, oh, it doesn't matter because he's wearing. Sorry, it matters because he wore an orange shirt and then wore a green shirt, right? This is obviously a variable that doesn't matter. So what I'm looking for is variables A and B. Why it matters, okay? So give me a variable and then tell me why it matters.
Atmospheric density does matter, and so does
why?
Because
tell me the why.
Drag on the plane.
Okay.
Help basically slow it down and all the other stuff. So it basically prevents it from, like, if you go
drag. So if there's drag on the plane, you won't feel a change in direction.
There's also the fact that you can't go above a certain
No, just think about what you've just said. Just think about what you just think about. Instead of just saying things, think about what you said. If there's drag on a plane, you won't feel a change in direction. Is that really your statement?
No, that's not what
Okay.
Okay. Trying to think of a way to explain this so you guys can understand it.
It's not my lack of understanding that's the problem. It's the fact that you've named a variable that doesn't matter. So name a variable that matters.
The one variable that would really change everything here would be gravity in that regard. Because if gravity is at a central point, practically, down below, if you fly straight on the globe, let's say like a tangent, you would then, yes, you'd have that giant discrepancy of
a straight tangent.
Except the gravity would, in that case, would be basically constantly going back and back. So if you get a circle and you draw a tangent, so basically a line on top of a circle, you would have at one point on the tangent, so like let's say near the circle, the gravity is going to be practically down if you're going along the curve. But then
what in the fuck is he? What are you babbling about?
Hold on, let me just.
What are you babbling about?
Hold on, I'm just going to draw this out here.
You're going to draw what out? It's fucking painfully non sequitur, what you're saying. It has nothing to do with the subject. Then we're going to get back to gravity after we're done with this. And you're going to scientifically validate that for everyone. Gravity has nothing to do with this topic. Nothing. Zero.
It does.
Even if it existed, it doesn't. It does. Yaha. Great argument.
I'll send you this. Just a quick sketch here.
Oh my God, this is painful.
Yeah, I know that's a really bad sketch, but
No, your entire every single argument you have is childlike.
okay. So as you can see,
I kind of want to see the MS Paint proof, though.
Yeah, it's a really shit sketch. I'm not sure who I could send it to, so they put in there.
Don't send that to me. This is a fucking.
Send it to Creation Bear.
Are you
It's
kidding me?
the worst sketch I've ever done, but ignore.
I'll take it. I'll take it. I need to laugh.
Yeah. Okay, send in live. Yeah, there you go. There you go. It took me 5 seconds to make it, but okay. So,
what exactly is this person's purpose?
okay, so if you're flying straight, and you're saying that you're just not making any changes at all, you would be going completely straight, right? And so gravity on that would, yes, you have that discrepancy, but if you go straight like that, as you said before, what happens? The little arrows there say where the gravity is pointing on that person, so you'd feel a constant change, eventually being pushed more.
Well, we don't.
Back into your
That's
seat,
the
back
problem.
into your seat, and the whole gravity in the situation will change.
Well, back in your seat. Bullshit. This is fucking idiot.
This is brilliant.
So that's why you go on the curve.
Affirming
so
the
it feels like the gravity's always going down.
Not affirming the consequence. He's a moron.
This is even better though, because he's saying that because gravity, therefore you don't feel.
You drop an elevation.
I assume, so like, let's just say that you jumped off. Let's just assume that gravity exists for the sake of this argument, right? If you fell off a building, would you feel it?
No.
You wouldn't feel it if you fell off a building.
If you're free fall, you won't feel gravity.
Holy shit.
Well, okay, you're not gonna be like.
I'm done. You guys have fun.
Well, you'll be feeling it when you hit the ground, but like.
You'd feel it on the way down, you moron.
Well, okay, you technically can't.
Have you ever skydived?
But you can feel the forces of gravity, as in like.
Clearly, you've never skydived.
You're being pulled down on.
This is brilliant. Come on, dude, you're tying yourself in knots.
So if you're right now sitting at a chair, you feel that you're being pushed down onto the chair, correct?
Yeah, well, real quick.
Hold on.
Can I tell you before they pounce all over you?
He's just not serious.
I want to help you out. Please, can I help you out?
You guys are
they're
gonna
going to
say,
keep pouncing on you.
gravity's not a force.
No. Hey, 2 words. Wind resistance.
Oh, yeah, okay, what's that?
You'd feel it.
Yeah.
Okay.
You feel wind resistance.
Uh-huh.
But you'd feel it without the wind resistance.
So if I were to blindfold you and put you in a vacuum,
here's another one.
chamber,
I think this is just a very
Patwig, here's another one.
Would you
Here's
feel
another
it's just
one.
ignorance, right?
No.
Ignorance has
Here's
a voice,
another one.
and we're listening.
Do you know how to try to validate your claim that you would or would not feel, or you're saying that you would not feel someone jumping off the building? If you jumped off the building,
you'd feel wind.
Listen,
right. So
we can't perform an experiment on that. So why are you talking about it?
Well, actually, you can perform an experiment on that, just like a bungee cord in the back of you, and jump off a building.
Oh no!
But,
okay.
Like,
And why do people use the bungee cord? Get that amazing sensation of motion, right?
Yeah, I don't think this guy understands what internal anatomy is. Clearly, right?
Do we want to move on to like another subject, because this one is a belly laugher?
Yeah.
Yeah, you still haven't addressed the point though.
Yeah.
We should. By the way, Crypto, you did say something.
Curved in order to make gravity.
We only heard
Always going down.
So, okay, let's go to gravity, because you keep on saying gravity. Okay, which gravity are you talking about?
I'm talking about the gravity attraction of mass.
Yeah, I didn't catch that.
The attraction of mass to mass.
That's the 106 years out of date pseudoscience.
Yeah.
Yep. 106 year out of date pseudos. Why are you parroting 106 year out of date pseudos? This is going to get worse than your first argument.
So are you not at all pulled to the earth?
Do you understand that you just parroted 106-year out of date
how old the science
Newtonian horse shit? Do you understand that?
Doesn't matter how old the science is. 1 + 1
The
still
science,
equals
there
three.
is
They
no
did it
science.
160
You're
years ago.
parroting the wrong pseudoscience, son.
He doesn't get it.
He doesn't
He's
get
so-
it. Let me show you. And we'll expose you real quick right here. Are you in live stream or live stream voice text?
Yeah.
Yeah. So you're parroting. Now we're going to use Newton. It's not exactly Newton's. It's Reverend John Michelle Cavendish CV Boys Gravity, but they call it Newton's. So we'll just call it Newton for that. Okay. From your alma mater wiki, Newton's classical mechanics were superseded early in the 20th century when Albert Einstein developed the special and general theory of relativity. See, even your pseudoscience priests are telling you, but you're not listening. From Science Alert, the mathematical equations of Einstein's general theory of relativity, tested time and time again, are currently the most accurate way to predict gravitational interaction. Listen up. Replacing those developed by Isaac Newton several centuries prior. What's going on? Check this last one. I'll skip the third one just to save time. From Andrea Ghez, UCLA professor of physics and astronomy. Einstein's right, at least for now, said Ghez, a co-lead author of the research. We can absolutely rule out mass attracting mass, Newton's gravity.
Oof.
You're exposed. You're finished. You're done.
Okay.
You're done. Now, can you scientifically validate gravity for us?
Sure. Just take an item and drop it on the floor.
So take an item. Okay.
I was gonna say something. Okay, doesn't matter
take
what
a
the
helium
force,
balloon.
what you call it or what is doing it.
I'll take a
all that
helium
matters is
balloon
the fact that it is happening. That
I'll take a helium
basically-
balloon then.
Well, yeah, but it still applies to that.
Oh, does it? Is the helium
Yeah, it does.
balloon dropping on the ground?
You could take a helium balloon and let's say we take a balloon, a huge balloon.
No, a helium balloon.
Yeah, so let's say we have a huge helium balloon and we have a
Yes.
huge balloon that's a vacuum that is able to
That's
hold
a
shape.
huge balloon that's a vacuum. That's
The one that's a vacuum would be able to shoot faster than a helium balloon.
Wait, can we talk about
a
reality?
huge balloon that's a vacuum? That doesn't make any sense.
Which continent are we talking about?
You can make a balloon that's a vacuum, but it's
You can make a balloon that's a vacuum. That
You can.
is fucking retarded.
you can, but you have to have the balloon structure.
All
to
right,
be able to withstand
I'm
that
sorry.
atmospheric
I'm done.
pressure.
I'm done. You need to go back to preschool.
You can make a balloon
guys
that is a
continue-
vacuum.
Revoke his license to speak.
We're gonna go through your example one step at a time, buddy. So
No,
we're
no,
dropping something.
listen, I put him on mute. Listen to what I'm telling you. I put him on mute for mercy. Okay? You got to have mercy on some people like this. Clearly, he's delusional. Okay? What are you going to do for the next 2 hours? Just tear him apart on everything? I'll bet you he doesn't even know what his name is. So,
Dude, 5 points on a test if you know your name, bro.
So I'm going to do a mercy. I'm having mercy on him right now. Okay. Just leave him alone. Go find somebody else.
Yeah, we have Rod. You have any questions for us?
Yeah, actually, I do.
Okay. Let's
Enemy
go.
spotted. Yeah, I was wondering why there's a different time zone in two countries where the countries are right next to each other, but
Can I
they
ask
have
that one?
different time
Ask
zones.
that one.
Yeah, go ahead, Crypto.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
There's actually two ways to answer that question. The first way is that time zones in the way that we understand them are actually socially constructed, and so we just say, well, the time here is X and the time here is Y. Why do we do that? Which is, I think, more the fundamental part of the question, is because the sun is in a certain location, and as it moves, we need to account for basically where we are in relation to the sun. So at midday, it's more or less overhead. At like 3 p.m., it passed us 3 hours ago, etc. And the reason we do this is so that we construct a society around day and night.
Okay, so it's more like of a construct, like more of conceptual, rather than.
Well, I mean, it is real in the sense that day and night does happen. But like, for instance, there are time zones. Like Russia has 11 time zones. I think America has 6. But there are certain places that have similar lines of longitude, but they'll be in different time zones. And that's just basically where we've decided that place X has this time zone, place Y has this time zone. China, for instance, has only one time zone. There's only one time zone in China, right? But clearly China is large enough to have multiple time zones. So, you tell me.
Yeah, and like for example,
That's so interesting.
Between Finland and Sweden at the border, on one side it's 1 hour ahead, on the other side it's 1 hour behind. On the other side of the border.
So there's 2 hours gap, but it's like a meter between the two places.
Well, 1 hour, yeah, 1 hour.
Yeah. That's interesting. Yeah, I didn't know that, but yeah, I mean, time zones are kind of we make them up. Like there's nothing.
Fair enough.
Yeah,
that's
there's
the
nothing
same
like
with
physical about time zones.
that's the same with England, right? England and the Netherlands. It's also an hour difference. Why?
Right.
Why? Because people made it that way.
Because.
Yeah, and we move the time zones. Like we have British summertime, which is an hour different to Greenwich Mean Time. We just decide that in summer we're going to move the time zone. So, yeah.
Official reason because reasons, right?
Yeah, I think it's just so that the society functions slightly better is what they would say. But yeah, day and night occurs. It can occur on a flat Earth. It can occur on a globe Earth. So it doesn't really kind of answer
The rhetoric, at least,
whether you're on a globe or a flat plane.
Crypto, don't you think it helps to confuse us? I mean, they changed the seasons, the months, didn't they, from 28 days to 30 to 31?
Yeah, for sure.
That's a bigger conversation, but it's part and parcel.
Yeah, I was going to say. I did want to ask this guy who asked about the time zones. I just wanted to ask you if you're there.
Yeah, sure.
If I threw you off a building, would you feel it?
Yeah, I would. I would
Sweet,
feel it.
okay. So you're nowhere near as bad as the last guy. That's cool.
Or actually, maybe gravity would make it so that I would fall in a particular way where I wouldn't feel it. I'm just kidding. I heard the different conversation.
The whole bait and switch.
Like the thing is, Jude, I don't know if you're coming here like honestly, if you really want to find out about the flat Earth, but when you're someone like me who's been in this for a few years, QE, a few of the other guys have been here in this for a while, some people wrap themselves up in such stupidity just to justify their globe, and that for me is really, really suspicious. Like, if you were in search of truth, you wouldn't have to wrap yourself in ridiculous to justify your truth.
Yep. It's probably
You might want to repeat that last part. You cut out a little bit.
Oh, did I cut out? Yeah, I was just basically saying you wouldn't have to wrap yourself in ridiculousness in order to justify something that you thought was true.
Yeah, I agree with that 100%.
Yeah, if it were real, you wouldn't have to perform any mental gymnastics. It'd be obvious, and you could see it right there.
It's done subconsciously.
I do think the more stupid globers make our job a lot easier. Though. Thank you to them.
I think the job's been done. 2015.
Does our new friend have any more questions?
Well, I thought about something because the flat Earth topic and stuff is relatively new, right?
Not really.
I mean, in the modern,
it's as old as creation.
Okay, but I mean, nobody was talking about flat Earth like 10 years ago, right? So, I mean, in the newer...
They were, just people weren't listening. But maybe specify your question.
Okay, what I mean
okay, let's maybe clarify. Like, there's been a resurgence. Yeah, there's been a resurgence.
Yeah. Yeah. There's been a resurgence, and conveniently, apparently it's been censored right now. So you have to join like a hub like this to even talk about it. Is that true?
We don't have time for a meeting
For the most part. Yeah,
So
for the
do you
most
think-
part.
Do you think
Perfect.
that they could have purposely wanted people to talk about this conspiracy in order to
Yes.
create more confusion?
No, yes, yeah, for the most part, and that's my belief. But I don't know about anybody else. But I agree with that.
Because I feel like it's a little bit too convenient that it gets really popular and then boom, it gets censored, right?
Right.
We don't have time for a meeting of the Flat Earth Society.
It's not.
But-
It's kind of a controversial question, I guess, but
Well, yeah, I mean, it just doesn't have anything to do with the shape of the Earth. That's kind of more
Right,
speculative.
but Glad, he's got to know first and foremost, though, someone's got to explain to him this is the number one most censored topic on Earth.
On Earth.
Yeah, I'm just wondering if any.
So it's already set. Well, the point is, we can't even test it. You can't even compare it. It's censored everywhere. How could you compare it and say, well, it's causing this? It's not even being allowed to come out.
Okay, so
Surely the most censored topic on Earth wouldn't really be known about, right?
So Glat Flobe agrees with my
Aye.
premise. Is there anyone else who agrees or disagrees?
What was the premise? Sorry, I missed it.
That
Point.
flat Earth quote unquote conspiracy was
Quote unquote conspiracy. That has nothing to do with flat Earth.
Yeah, I'm just saying like that it was controlled to release
Nope.
this type
Cares. Nope.
We're into
Nope.
the evidence.
It doesn't matter, though. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean,
Sorry, I shouldn't have told you my belief because it doesn't fucking matter.
How dare you, Glad?
Sorry.
Well, I can answer that directly. I think that it was going to come out anyway. Whether it's a controlled release or not, it's so fucking obvious that you're on a flat and motionless plane. To be honest, I think we would have just figured it out anyway. So I think from that point of view, whether it's a controlled release or not, doesn't matter. But what I would say about this is that what I find really interesting is how a lot of globals, they want to talk about the kind of psychology, or they want to talk about people groups and how they could perceive each other and all this other stuff. We don't care about any of that. We just care about the evidence. If there's evidence for a flat Earth, then it's flat. I don't care if the government controlled the release or not. It doesn't bother me.
But I do though. I think it's interesting. So that's why I'm asking.
But you understand
But
that
okay,
it matters.
fair enough, you don't care, it's fine.
Well, you understand that it doesn't really matter that they lied. We know that they lied.
I think it does.
Well,
I'll tell you this. I'll tell you this though. No, chronologically, they can't control anything. That they've been trying. So no, they don't get to decide when information is released. That's one of the parts of the deception.
They make you think that you can't find it. You can find all that you need to know if you really truly search.
So like if they never created YouTube, okay, so if there was no like
It's not
media
about YouTube.
okay, whatever.
Yeah, but what if elephants could fly? Yeah, I don't know.
It's not about YouTube anyway. It's about facts, empiricism.
Yeah, I mean, if you
So we're
look
not-
at all of the enormous kind of social media platforms now, there's probably, I would say, 10 where this could have spread quite quickly. So you can kind of Facebook, YouTube, TikTok, Instagram, Snapchat, etc. Like, it didn't require one of them. It could have been spread in any one of those. Just as a starting point. And Discord's a good example.
There also is an element of hiding it in plain sight. The reason why they have the Flat Earth Society, they relaunched that for a reason. They knew full well that this would grow when the internet came around, and they knew you don't, if you want to hide something, you hide it in plain sight.
Yes, but again, it has nothing to do with the shape of the Earth.
For anything.
Check it out. The psychology of it doesn't matter. The fact that it exists at all, the lie, that's what we're focused on.
I mean, I don't think you can say it doesn't matter at all. But if in this particular group, perhaps it
No, it does. It doesn't matter at all, dude. Not at all. Find us some Earth curvature. I don't want to talk about why someone would lie.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
not
I mean,
germane to the topic at hand, right?
Right.
Yeah, I think what we're talking about is slightly different things.
Present
So,
evidence or ask questions. No, my bad. Go ahead.
I think I talked over you. Sorry about that. Just quickly, I think we talk about slightly different things. So, does the lie matter? Yes. Does the lie matter with regards to what the Earth objectively is? No. So, what we're talking about is evidence only. If you're interested in psychology and groups, people being lied to and all that, yeah, that is important because lies matter, but lies don't affect what is objectively true based on empirical evidence. I hope that's a good enough answer for me.
Yeah.
Spot on.
It just sounded like he said that it didn't matter at all, but obviously.
Here's why it doesn't, Rod. So it's like when I was a young lad, I was told that Santa was going to be bringing me gifts for Christmas. Well, one year, I did some investigating. I did the creep down the stairs and figured out, hey, guess what? That was a lie. I was lied to. Does it matter that I was lied to? No. Did I ask my parents, hey, why'd you lie? No. I now know the truth. Now I can move on. It really doesn't matter why they lied. Okay. The thing is, now you know it was a lie. And that same energy applies to this debate here. You know, you need to creep down the stairs and figure out who wrapped the gifts and figured out, hey, I was lied to. It doesn't matter what the lie is. Now you know the truth. Move on.
So are you differing from Cryptiox's response, which was that it does matter, but not in this context?
Crypto.
Crypto. So you're saying it doesn't matter at all, period?
That's a preferential. That's a personal preference at that point, subjective, and we can't admit it here.
I
In
literally
this room,
never
it doesn't matter
cared
because
to
I
figure
said
out
so.
who came up with the Santa Claus thing. Now we know what the truth is. So it's like, but who lied about that? Well, no one cares. You know what I mean? Like, you know that it's garbage and it's lies. So you can move on in your own truth now. You don't have to worry about the lie.
Sure.
So let's move to the evidence and not the lies, you know?
Because that's speculation. People lie for all kinds of reasons. We'll never know.
So now that we've adequately pulled you back onto the path, do you have anything actually relevant to talk about?
To be honest, I don't have time, so I'm just gonna listen for like the next 10 minutes or so, 5 minutes. But I would like to.
Sure, thanks.
Yeah, sure. I did leave this. I somehow accidentally left the server like literally 50 minutes ago, and I just rejoined, and I had the VC verified thing. So I don't know if I could get that back.
Oh yeah, sure. 1 second. You seem like a reasonable guy, so
Yeah.
let me give it back.
I was
Don't
trying
know
to
what
click on
happened.
some setting, and then I clicked leave or some shit.
Oh,
I don't know.
there you go. It's done.
Okay, thanks.
Welcome back.
Thanks.
Who's next?
Just wondering if the last kid who thinks he wouldn't feel it if he fell off a building is still.
Well, he fell out of the server as well. Released the room.
Tricky, he fell.
No chance.
Wonder if he felt that.
Yeah.
Plus, he was muted, so if you did, we wouldn't have heard him. Because in space, nobody can hear you scream. The irony of that is profound. Is there really nobody else?
Have you spoken to Guy Incognito 97?
No, I haven't. It's verified, so you can speak if you wish.
I didn't really have a question, to be honest. I was just listening in while I was eating dinner.
Sweet. Did you think you would feel it if you fell off a building?
I definitely would, yeah. I would feel the acceleration and the wind resistance, and then I'd very briefly feel the earth hitting me in the face.
Sick. You might also feel a little bit of panic.
Yeah, probably.
And maybe your pants will be a little bit wet.
What would be higher, the panic or the relief from a lifetime of debt?
Sorry, I can't hear what that last person said. If that was directed at me, they were a bit quiet.
It would. Yeah, my mic was a bit down. I was just saying, what would be higher, the panic level or the relief from all the debt that's been cleared, or at least pushed onto someone else?
You're, yeah, you're sounding a bit like my wife now.
Oh dear.
Are you calling him a woman?
I really hope your wife doesn't have a voice that.
Many problems there, but they're all your problems, so I'm happy.
Hello, love. I've cooked you a steak. Is there a voice
maybe you should ask her the same question. Would she feel it if she fell off a building?
I'm sure she'd be devastated. I'm a great guy. Yeah, I didn't really have any questions. I'll have a crack at explaining the plane and why it doesn't nose down if you want to hear it.
Oh no, we know that it noses up a little bit.
Yeah, it doesn't nose down because the Earth's flat.
I think he wanted to try.
Well, surely because you would go feet down first, right?
Yeah, go on then. Give us a crack. But after that, I'd like you to explain Eratosthenes to me.
I mean, I don't really know about that. I'm not, I'm not coming here to try and have a debate because I don't really know about most of the things that you're talking about. I need to go away and look into it. I was just listening to that plane conversation, and I guess, right, I just totally admit I could be wrong because I'm not a pilot and I don't know that much about aerodynamics, but I do know that what keeps the plane in the air is a balance between drag and lift. And if you are, just imagine for a minute that you are going through, imagine for a minute the Earth is a globe and you're in a plane and you're essentially heading in a straight line. As the Earth is starting to fall away from you, you're now essentially going through the atmosphere at a slightly different angle, which means your angle of attack on the atmosphere is different. So now there's a differential between the drag and the lift, which is starting to favor the drag, which essentially pushes you back down. So there's no manual correction. It's like a constant, smooth rebalancing of the forces.
Nope. Plane has to drop either nose down or decrease speed to drop in elevation. Nope.
Well, what's actually wrong with what I said?
What's actually wrong with it? It doesn't make any sense.
Doesn't it?
Because you didn't give a mechanism.
Lift and drag.
This is the key. That plane needs to maintain altitude. I maintain altitude at 40,000 feet for 3.5 hours just the other day on a private jet. And we remained flat and level. No drop. In fact, they had a digital readout that faced us in the cabin that had speed, altitude, destination time. It was right in my face, and I looked at it multiple times throughout the flight. It hardly even changed. The altitude, it's not going to change because, like I said, it was smooth as a baby's ass. But if the Earth was curving beneath us, that plane is either going to have to decelerate to maintain altitude or drop or tilt its nose down. It didn't do any of those for 3.5 hours.
Well, what I've just said is the balancing act between lift and drag, which is what essentially is tilting the nose down. It's not a manual process of a person grabbing the stick and pushing it down.
That's what I'm not talking about that. I'm saying that the people on the plane will know if the plane drops. The question isn't who's adjusting, whether the plane's adjusting or somebody else. That's not the question. I give a shit less. All I'm telling you is that plane's got to drop in altitude, dude. And I know it.
When it's gradually.
It's not gradual. It's 2,789 feet at every minute. It's not gradual. Can't be.
Right, but it's it's not like it goes along, points down, goes down a bit. Goes a bit further, tilts, goes down a bit. It's not like a step repeat pattern. Yeah. It's like a consistent, smooth movement.
Oh, it's a consistent moving down with the plane's nose up. That's non sequitur. And it's not decreasing speed.
Who said
and
nose
not
up?
dropping.
I said nose up. I said nose down.
But it's not nose down, is it?
Nope.
The plane flies nose up, doesn't it?
Yep.
Guy.
Well, no, not really.
yeah, they do.
Yeah.
Planes fly nose up slightly.
I mean,
2 degree up angle.
It's slightly tilted upwards in order to maintain the balance of the drag and the lift.
Yeah,
over a flat plane.
Oh,
yeah.
not.
Yeah, that means it's not pointing down. Yes.
So
relative to the angle that the plane is what I'm saying.
I don't feel like we're getting into this. Let's
relative to the angle the plane is. That makes perfect sense.
Well, yeah, we're not going anywhere with this. Dude, would you agree that a change in vector is an acceleration?
Yep.
Do you think that if you're traveling in a circular path 40,000 feet above the Earth, that you are accelerating all the time?
As long as you are, you can maintain. Actually, I don't know. That's a good question because
maybe go
it depends, like relative to what, because your direction isn't really changing, is it?
Can I answer the question?
Oh, come on, dude. Relative to your previous direction. I don't know even how to answer that.
But you're not really changing direction, though, are you? Like, if you're heading in a straight line.
Yeah, but you're around a ball Earth, you would have to be changing direction because the Earth is falling away from you. So if you're maintaining altitude, you would be constantly changing direction.
Which would be acceleration.
Should be an acceleration.
The answer to his question would be yes, right? So what comes next from that, Crypto?
Gee, I don't know. Would you feel it?
Dun dun.
I mean, I've just basically said the same thing that QE has said, but in a different way.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying, and it's a good point. I'm not quite sure. I don't know.
Lovely. Honesty is perfect. But we know.
I mean, I would say that your direction is not really changing, like, relative to the ground, because if you're maintaining constant altitude in a straight line...
Okay, fine. So I'm driving.
Start with I don't know.
Right. Okay. So I'm driving around the Monaco Grand Prix racetrack, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and I take the corner at 180 miles an hour, but my distance to the corner doesn't change throughout that turn. Therefore, I don't feel the turn.
I mean, you'll feel it because of momentum, but that's a different situation.
No, you feel it because you changed vector, my guy.
It's called the vestibular system, right? Wow. Amongst other systems within the anatomy.
Like, seriously, this is the argument you just made. If I'm on the Monaco Grand Prix and I take a corner, probably not 180 miles, probably 100 miles an hour. But if I make sure that I do not change the distance between me and that corner at any point, then I don't feel the turn. That doesn't make any sense.
Well, you're also talking about going into a turn, which means that, you know, if it's a completely circular track and you maintain your speed while you're going around that track.
So a bit like flying around the ball.
Well, the Indy 500 is like that, isn't it?
And maybe help the guy out with some base principles that we're working with, because maybe he's just not familiar with angular change and whatnot. Not everyone did what we did, right?
Okay, so the Indy 500 race is, as far as I can tell, exactly like that. They just fly around the circuit in a circle the whole time, right? Like, do you think that none of the drivers feel that they're going around that track?
Well, it's not quite the same thing, but if they are maintaining, like if it is actually circular and they're maintaining like a smooth circular path and they're not changing their speed as they go, like I'm sure they do feel some of it, and obviously they're feeling things like wind resistance, but it's not going to be the same as if they're like weaving back and forth.
I think I understand the issue here.
Yeah, go on.
So even if you could eliminate all the other variables that you were mentioning, right? The fact that you're going around in circle, by definition, means there's a change in vector. So at every moment, which is at every individual moment after each preceding moment, or whatever, right? There's going to be a change. So that is what's going to be felt. That's why it's acceleration, by definition. You follow me?
Yeah, it's also called constant acceleration.
Hold on, get. Sorry to interrupt. I just want to make sure that the guys follow what I'm saying. Guy, you have it?
Yeah, that makes sense.
Right. So I could obviously have been a bit more clean with the verbiage of that, but it's kind of basic. Well, from my memory, it was basic physics. So that's the point we're getting at. So when you then put that back to your example of what you're talking about with the plane, there is no way that works, right? The way you're imagining it, because it's by definition acceleration. So you're always going to feel it. There's always going to be a change, and that's not what's experienced in reality, as anybody who's gone in plane can attest to, right? You follow?
There's a nuance. Hold on. There's a nuance with the analogy, because there's only so many directions on that Indy racetrack. With plane flight, you got your z-axis, whatever that direction is, plus you got up and down. Follow?
Yeah, good point. Yeah, you got altitude as well. But what I was trying to demonstrate to this guy is that your distance from the ground isn't what like, if that stays constant, that doesn't mean you don't feel any change. Right? I was trying to just demonstrate.
I don't know. I think this is a dead topic, man. It's second grade. Well, duh.
Yeah, for sure.
We can move on.
I was just trying to simplify.
We could hand him an olive branch and bring him back down to earth. Because you wouldn't have to start talking about planes once you've established the fact that there's just no curvature to begin with. Or is that too simple?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Like, I started out saying I don't really know anything about planes and I'm not a pilot.
You don't need to know anything about planes. Yeah, and you don't have to be a pilot.
Okay, well, I will, I'll think about it.
And most pilots don't know about the quanta effect.
Move, Earth pilot. Sorry, boys. I have to push down to deal with the curve. What are you talking about? Guys, we're going 500 fucking miles per hour. There's 8 inches per mile squared down there. I have to buckle this thing down a couple 100 feet, like in a fraction of a second.
They have good reflexes.
Yeah, fantastic. They're almost fantastical, aren't they? Get
yeah,
You know what's interesting? What's interesting as well about planes is that they actually wouldn't have to climb in order to reach altitude. They would have to fly straight. So
Right.
why do planes climb at the start of their flight?
Yep, I agree.
Well, you need to be a good fortune teller, to make these predictions. How much you have to tilt the nose up or down.
But there would be no point in planes anyway. You would just have something that can keep you off the ground sufficiently long enough for the Earth to move you to the next place. That's stupid. They'd just be doing jumps and stuff, like Superman.
There is this Romanian guy, Henri Coanda, and he invented the jet engine, and he described the Coanda effect, which no airplane, no propeller, nothing would be able to fly if he wasn't describing it and related to us, It's about the fluid dynamics, like a fluid in motion tends to stick to a convex or concave surface. It follows that surface.
Actually, I've got a really good example. Skullface guy, whatever your name is. Have you ever been to a fairground before?
Sorry?
Skullface guy gone? The English guy that asked about planes. Is he gone?
Sorry, were you talking to me or the other English guy?
No. Well, you're the one with the skull for it, so you.
It's a Zoidberg head.
That's cool. Maybe that's right. Have you ever been to like a fairground before?
Yep.
You sound like you're from Southern England, so you must have either been to Chessington or Thorpe Park.
I have been to Chessington.
Sick. All right, so I haven't actually been to Chessington in a while, but I assume that they've got a ride which goes around in a circle.
I haven't been there since I was a kid, but yeah, I'm sure you're right.
Well, anyway, let's just say there is. If you go on that ride and it goes round in a circle all the way around, do you feel that or do you not feel that?
You mean if it's like, uniformly spinning you around?
Well, those things are designed to do that. Like the Gravitron, for instance, it'll get you to a certain speed, it'll spin you like that for like 2 minutes, and then it'll slow down. But you'll feel that the whole time.
Well, you feel the essentially the centrifugal force.
Okay.
If it's consistent.
But why?
Why do you feel it?
Because it's moving. Not just because it's moving.
I don't know. I guess I would say because you're changing direction, you're essentially accelerating.
Yeah, you're changing vector, so therefore you're necessarily accelerating.
Yeah.
Which was QE's point to start with. So
It's a constant
you would feel it.
acceleration.
Yeah, exactly. You would feel it.
Sure. Yeah. No, I don't disagree with that. It's more like.
You'd feel it, therefore, in a plane. You'd feel it in a car. You'd feel it at a fairground. This is just something that we know is true in nature, and it applies in all scenarios.
Well, this is just off the top of my head, but like that same force, the centrifugal force that on that kind of a ride is sort of pushing you basically like back into your chair as you spin around. If you're in a plane going around a globe, the same force would basically be pushing you upwards instead, and which is basically could just be countered by gravity, so that you don't really feel it.
It's something like Viktor's Grebennikov device.
I don't know what that is, but if you drop in the chat.
Yeah, that's very interesting stuff. Yeah, I know.
I'll drop it in the chat.
Hold on, he's just said something that doesn't make any sense. Sorry, Kiwi. Is that Kiwi?
No, that was me, Karen.
Oh, sorry. Elisha, no, go on then.
I think you were gonna go there anyway, but what he said raises the question of what's gravity?
I was actually going to ask something else. If you're in a plane and you're going around a curve and gravity is counteracting the centrifugal force, therefore you don't feel it, why do you also not feel a much heavier force of gravity at the surface of the Earth when you're not traveling around it in the surf?
Yeah.
Things that make you go.
You're used to it, though, aren't you? Like, if gravity were to change,
It doesn't make sense. Come on, my guy. We've just added centrifugal force of traveling around the Earth at 600 miles an hour, right? And you're saying gravity balances it out. So when we take away that centrifugal force, then you'd have to add that to what you feel, right, at the surface. But you don't.
Yeah, like if I weigh 1 kilogram weight in Europe, and then I go to the equator, because of the centrifugal force, it'll be lighter. Yeah, because you have a higher tangential speed, 1,000 miles per hour, compared to the speed in Europe, you have like 700 miles. And the difference is subsonic and supersonic speed. That's how much of a difference is.
that does happen, though. Like, you weigh about 0.3% less.
Imagine hitting a wall with supersonic speed.
Hold on, how could you possibly know what you just said is true?
Yeah.
You change weight during the day where you are based on what your diet is, how much. There's 30 or 40 different variables I can name off the top of my head. How could you possibly know that you weigh 0.3% less at the equator than in England? How could you possibly know that?
I don't personally know. It's an appeal to authority.
If that were true, we would be making fortunes selling gold from Europe to the equator, and buy it from the equator. I mean,
Of course, you would think of it like that.
If you buy precise scales, you do have to recalibrate them for different latitudes.
Oh, really? Really? So, if I go with my scale from Europe, from Europe, if I go to Africa, I have to recalibrate it? Are you kidding me?
Yeah, that's true. Just look up. I mean, over that distance, but like between the pole and the equator is about 0.3%. Look up.
They recalibrate them. They recalibrate them when you change altitude from sea level.
Yeah, they do. If you look up,
but not when you travel from north to south.
Such bollocks. I mean, wouldn't all weightlifters trying to break world records head straight to Kenya if that was the case? Because it would give them a massive advantage.
Right. And that's not how a scale actually works. Like, a scale is literally you have a balanced scale with nothing on it, and then you calibrate it to set known quantities of whatever. So this much spice compared to this rock, that's a calibrated sign for rock, and you do that every time. That's what a scale is. The idea you're talking about deviates too far from the core of it. Hopefully I haven't lost you there, but what you're saying just can't make sense.
I mean, look, it's an obvious appeal to authority because I haven't tested it, but go and look up like precise scales that are used for things like pharmaceuticals, where you have to be very precise. And they'll talk about recalibrating for altitude and latitude.
It would only be altitude. The latitude would be a myth.
They don't
Because
calibrate them.
think of it, right? You have a scale. Say you're a military, a navy operation or whatever, right? You have scales for whatever reason, and then you just go off to the next docking station, your next port of call, whatever, right? And suddenly you have to recalibrate. Well, that's a myth, and it doesn't take that many brain cells to put that together. So that's probably just some rhetoric. There's probably some rhetoric they just threw in with the other side, which is accurate, as you were saying, with the altitude, because of other reasons. Do you follow me?
Yeah, but the reason for the latitude
And simply
is because of centrifugal force, not the altitude.
Yeah, but that's an assumed centrifugal force. That's not actually how those mechanisms work.
Yeah, no, it is assumed.
I want to make a.
Right,
I want to tell you a
but those
point.
mechanisms don't function on assumptions. They function on actual reality, right? Otherwise nobody would get anything done.
Yeah, but what
I want to mention something. They use end mass to calibrate the scales. They don't use latitude and altitude, longitude, blah blah. They don't use that when they are calibrating scales. We are using end mass. And an end mass of 1 gram, weighing, placing it on a scale to calibrate it in Europe, yeah, and then take them both into Africa, it will weigh 1 gram, not more, not less.
And when you move a piano,
Wasn't that a motivation for standard units of measurement?
if you ever move any object that has like a spring or a torsion spring inside it, there will need to be recalibration at the new location due to all the jostling motion in transit. So exactly like you said with the scale, if I take that thing and travel to another continent, when I get there, I'm going to need to recalibrate it back to 0 because the vibrations that it picked up during the transit could have offset that thing just a little bit.
And to do that, they use a end mass. A precision.
I think maybe it's even in the term, right? It would be recalibration as opposed to adjusted calibration. So you're taking it back to what it was already calibrated to, that it's deviated because of journey, etc., etc. So it's not to do with the location, but it's to do with other things. And the calibration is always back to its original. Anyway, that's like you said in your opening statement, Guy. It's an appeal to authority, so it doesn't really matter. That's why we try and keep it simple.
By the way,
measurement.
According to what he said, I would be curious. Where does the scale has this computer or mechanism where you put the longitude, latitude, altitude? Where do you give these details? I never seen such a scale.
Yeah, you don't do that. It's but you know, if you have something that you know is a fixed mass, you can use that to calibrate in different locations. I don't know what the actual internal mechanism is in a modern scale that does that for you. I don't really know how scales work.
Yeah, then why use them as an argument if you don't know how they work?
That might just be a British thing of, filling in the gap of silence.
Mr. Skullhead, have you ever heard?
Go ahead,
Mr. Skullhead, have you ever heard of the Eratosthenes example?
Yep.
Do you think that proves a ball Earth?
Not on its own, because it does work from the assumption that the Earth is a globe, because it would also work if you had a flat plane and a small local sun.
Sick. Okay, that's what I wanted to ask. Did you know?
It is nice to have conversations like this, isn't it, Crypto?
Yeah, when someone actually goes,
levels of honesty, right?
Yeah, that's cool. Genuinely impressed. That's how low our standards have gone. Now, I just wanted you to know that you can use Eratosthenes' example to calculate the radius of your flat bedroom floor. Would you like to know how?
Go on then.
Sick. Right. So get 2 pens. Do you have a light in the middle of your room?
Yep.
Okay, cool. So you put 1 pen directly underneath the light, and so it's got a 0-degree angle. And then you put another pen off to the side, so they have a 7.2-degree angle. The shadow, right?
Okay.
We can then assume that distance is 1/50th of the ball, because 7.2 degrees is 1/50th of 360 degrees. So let's just say that you had a meter distance between the 2 pens, and there was a 7.2-degree difference in the angles. Right? Yeah. We can now therefore assume that 1 meter is 1/50th of the radius of your flat floor. Therefore, the radius of your flat floor is 50 meters.
Wizardry.
Does that sound cool?
Yeah, and you have to assume that the light from the bulb is coming parallel.
I think hearing that example for the first time would make anyone with sufficient common sense question any other trick. Mathematics that's presented to them.
Would you drop that argument into the text so I can reread it?
What, my one?
Yeah, the thing with the pens in your room measuring your flat floor.
Yeah, sure. I mean, we're not doing any measurements; we just calculate. And that's kind of the point. Sorry?
I've just got to jump off for a bit, but I'll come back.
Okay, well, when you come back, I'll do it.
Yep.
Cool. Enjoy your dinner.
I think that's a perfect demonstration or example of how deceptive, quote-unquote, mathematics can be. To actually, open people's eyes, because a lot of the time, we're making the point that they're just living in fantasy when they're just taking the maths for what it is, right?
Yeah, I come in the flat.
Sometimes you need to actually show them how, like with that kind of example, how dumb it can be if you don't know what you're listening to, right?
Yeah, I come in the Flutter server to find these silly people who don't know science and anything. They don't know nothing. They're stupid. I'm gonna make such fun of them, I'm gonna explain to them how reality is and works. And they don't know shit when they come here. They realize they don't know anything. Like, not even the stuff from elementary school. I mean, that much brain damage do people get in 20 years? They completely forget what they've been through, what happened 15 years ago.
That's the art of war, right? Deception.
Yeah.
And that's and that's how they got people with the education. That's warfare. Warfare on fully functioning mindsets. Or minds, should I say. Because it just made me think, even with the mathematics, until you get to a higher level, there isn't actually much that they're saying that's stupid. But then, if your mathematics isn't founded on the fact that you live in reality, and unless you actually have those apples and take away 2 apples from the 5, there isn't actually anything there. If you don't have that base principle, that first principle, then you can get deceived with even simple mathematics presented in a sufficiently veiled way or whatever. Wow. Don't send your children to school. Do your job.
This is what the perfect religion. It creates blind believers, fanatics, literal fanatics. The heliocentric religion is the perfect religion.
Perfect in that it's imperfect in every single way, right?
I know. For someone going in depth, asking the right questions, yeah, it's problematic. He's gonna quickly find that it has issues, a lot of them, and gaps. Like it contradicts everything that we experience in reality. It contradicts our feelings, senses, natural governing laws. You know. Yeah.
Oh yeah, that is the root core of it, isn't it, Gebiget? It's those who wish to obey the laws and those who don't. Are you gonna obey that which is presented to you, which is for your benefit, by the way, or are you gonna disobey and suffer the consequence? Wow. Obviously, that for me, that's just too easy not to say. But that's simple. Back to the garden understanding.
Yeah.
I set before you life and death. Choose life.
Yes.
What's interesting as well is if everything they told you was for your benefit, they wouldn't need to punish you for non-compliance in the first place, because you would already want to do the thing that would benefit.
Yeah. Got to go back to work. My break is over.
Force the punishment. They have to force the punishment on you, whereas the natural, or in my opinion, the creator given, for your benefit. If you don't do it, you'll reap the negative. There is no force on it. It doesn't have to come out of his way, down from his throne, and just smack you over the head. If you do certain things, you reap what you sow. That's your own business. So that's an interesting point, Crypto. Yeah, because they actually have to actively search you out, punish you for something that you didn't need punishment for, really. But I'm just walking across the road. It's my business if I get hit. Don't jaywalk me now. No, it's just a simple example of their stupidity.
I guess a good example of that would be like paying taxes. Like, if you really felt that paying taxes contributed to a society that benefited you, instead of benefiting them, then you would willingly pay the taxes, right?
Right.
Pay more to.
Or at least at least in a society, it would just be obvious, and it would be, like everything about it would be that, oh, if I'm stepping out of this thing, I'm actively being an idiot, as opposed to I don't see any reason why I should, which is what we have now.
Oh, and a good example of that is a private arrangement. Like, let's say that I go into a pub and I'm hungry. I will willingly hand them £10 for them to cook me a meal, right? So there's a direct benefit there, and by not handing them £10, I won't receive the meal. So there's no punishment needed there. It's just a direct transaction that benefits both parties.
Right. I mean, you could give that an overarching title of treat others as you would like to be treated. Hold on a minute. I've read that somewhere in a book. There's your weekly sales pitch, Crypto. Give it a read when you get a chance.
Was it the Communist Manifesto?
You joker. No. The Book of Lies.
The Christian Communist Manifesto.
Wait, what's the communist one? Treat everyone like shit, and we'll still treat you like shit.
Yeah, literally.
There is what is it? Yeah, there's no hope. Just die. Isn't that the conclusion of their book? Flipping dumbass.
I haven't read it in a while, to be honest. I'll have to read it again just for a.
Yeah, and then throw it on the fire. But that is interesting, because their whole thing is what collectivism, but under dictatorship. It's deceptive, and amoral from the get-go. And if you've done studies that people like I have done, it goes actually back to Nimrod. But it's nonsense. So what do you mean? I'm doing all this work for the collective, but the collective's doing all this work for this one geezer who's taking the absolute piss. And he's lying to us at the same time. Whereas what I would promote as myself, because I'm going to speak for myself now, that comes from the scriptures, it's a benefit for everyone when you behave in these ways, right? Treat others, etc. But it's a benefit for you. It literally, you do this, you will be blessed. Not you will be blessed as the collective. You will be blessed if you do this. You reap what you sow, be it good or bad. So it's, I don't know. So, it just, to me, it's just so very simple, and to see the difference between the right path and how basically everything goes back to that communist nonsense, which is the Babylonian system, right? And there is no benefit of it. I don't understand why people can't just see it for what it is. But you know, the blind will be blind.
Well, people like to cry about how unfair society is, but they don't know how to quantify fairness. And so I think that's what the issue is like. For instance, is it unfair that I'm not 7'3" because I now don't get to play in the NBA and make lots of money? I mean, depending on who you ask, you get a different answer, right? So how do you quantify fair?
Yeah, right. It stems from like what's wrong with your mind. Because if you're content with what you have, then the fairness question doesn't come into it, does it?
Exactly. Yeah.
And most of these ideas come from expectations and promises that were never actually established in. Let's kind of give it an overarching term of natural law. You were never promised this NBA type mythical dream. What were we given? Well, we're given food and clothing and like, let's just be really basic, food and clothing. If you have food and clothing, like why are you complaining? You're not dead. No, you're living, you're breathing. And I know I'm being super harsh and super basic with it, but that's the kind of thing people should be focusing on in terms of, oh, what's my lot in life? But because they're too busy indulging in too much food and too much clothing, they seem to think, or a lot of them seem to think, that they can complain and feel hard done by because they don't have that thing that it's not really of any value to them anyway.
Yeah.
That was a long-winded way of saying people need to just shut up and get on with it.
Well, I mean, fundamentally, what people really are asking for is, oh, can I have an easy life, please? Me, I'd like an easy life. And life just isn't easy. Right? It just is for some people, but not for.
Yeah, not only do they want to reap where they don't sow, they want to reap someone else's goods.
Right? Yeah.
No, they want. Yeah, exactly. Because even if you look at people who have done really well, and like rich people and stuff, at some point, either them or their family, in general, now there's some thieves out there and they will get their recompense for sure, right? But at some point, somebody did the work to get to what they're enjoying at the time, right? Yield doesn't come from nothing. Right. Yield doesn't come from nothing. But
I would say in some
cases
cases
sold a yarn that they can. Oh, pardon me. I'll finish real quick. At some point, people sold a yarn that they can reap or yield from nothing at all, and that's the problem. But go ahead with your point.
Yeah, sorry. I would say that there are some people who have, like, let's just call them the money lenders. They benefit from absolutely no work at all, and obviously those people shouldn't be included in what we're talking about here. because they got there by lies, deception, and control.
Right, and those thieves, and this is a thing that people need to be reminded, and it's actually interesting because the scripture actually says this: "Be not deceived; every man reaps what he sows." So with that specific group of people that we're talking about there, they will reap what they sow. You just don't see it yet. So relax, focus on your own business. Don't be stressing about other people. I say you in the general sense, right?
Sure.
Not you specific.
Yeah, I agree. Cool. All right. Have we got any globe guys in the chat? Maybe we can bring some globers in.
That was the funniest thing, you humming Hava Nagila.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Me either.
Yeah. He only hummed about 5 notes. I was like, that's subtle.
Right. Let me go and fish for some globe heads. One sec.
Okay, cool. I actually need to learn that on guitar, don't I? DC. Of course I did.
All right, go and check out VC Check-In. That was my fishing attempt, at least.
I see we're joined by a wild Dan Fessler. Welcome.
What's up? How's it going?
Dan, how you doing? Good to see you again.
Good.
I forget actually, Dan. Did you are you a 9/11 truther?
You know, I was definitely. I would call myself that in the past. These days, I still think there's a lot of stuff that is weird, and I think there's a lot of secrets about what happened. But a lot of the stuff that I used to believe about it, I've had reasonable explanations for it since then. So some of the pieces I don't subscribe to, but I still think there's some fishy stuff.
Okay, that's fair enough. I remember you talking about it with Zanuck, and I can't remember what the conclusion of the conversation was, that's all.
What, is your red pill turning blue or something?
Just being realist, I guess.
He bought some purple pills from the store.
Understandable.
That was a nice colour, to be fair. It'll be a red pill. So, Dan, do you think that there are 72 genders?
No, not really.
Do you think there are any genders?
Sure.
Why?
Well, we got biological gender pretty well understood.
Biological sex, right?
Yeah.
So you know that sex and gender isn't the same thing.
I think that it's fair. Like, if you want to accept the social construct of gender, which is fine, where there's a lot of stuff that is a social construct that makes up human society, then you can say something more nuanced about gender. But usually what I see, even, from proponents of, very left-leaning people about gender, it's still kind of baked into a binary of sorts, right? It's a spectrum, basically, from one to the other. They're using the reference points of male and female to define points in the middle, which still says to me that, I wouldn't classify it as X number of genders. I would just describe it as a spectrum, personally. But I also am very removed from that sort of experience. I'm very what they would call cisgender. So I don't know. It's one of those things where it's like, you do you, I do me. I don't need to care.
mean, I kind of get that, but at the same time, it's like it feels like a bit of a cop out to me. Like I personally think that just because it feels a certain way doesn't really make it reality.
Sure, but I mean, what does it matter, really? The way I figure
because they're pushing it on your children. That's what matters.
No. Like, I don't think anybody could ever push me to become female. That's such a weird idea.
No, not you. Your children.
No. Even anybody. Do you think you could be convinced to be a different gender?
I don't think gender exists. So no.
Yeah, that's the problem, because gender is a derivation from a verb. So
I guess my point is the people who are, let's say, like transgender specifically.
Before you go there, if you just humor me for a second, did you understand what I just said?
No, say it again.
Yeah, and Crypto, correct me if I got that slightly wrong, but gender is a derivation from a verb.
Well, the way I see gender, the term gender, is that it's a complete nonsense. It was in. So I've got some.
Well, the common vernacular or the common use of it is a misapplication of the term.
Yeah, well, it's the idea that you can separate biological sex.
Doesn't it come from to engender something? So they're just making stuff up. It's like I take heat, and then I suddenly call heat, or I suddenly attribute the meaning of heat to something else, like cold.
Are you sure that
fairy tales?
Are you sure that the verb came before the noun? Because I know that there's a lot of verb forms of nouns, and it's never clear to me if one begat the other.
Well, no. The way I see it is that gender, in the sense of humans and male, female, masculine, feminine, was an attempt to replace the idea that sex exists within a biological reality, and it was the attempt to undermine that biological reality in favor of a psychological reality or a psychological phenomena that can then be molded and shaped, right? But I don't believe that that's the case. I think that biological reality exists, and that you can't pick that you are that you are.
And I guess my perspective on it is, unless I'm experiencing it, I can't really have a great opinion about it. But the one thing I can say, especially for the people who are trans and go through like surgery, right? You got to be damn certain that you are what you say you are to chop off your penis, right? You know, like, who am I to say that you don't really feel the way that you feel if you're willing to chop off your penis, right?
No, that's not. I understand what you're getting at, but that's not the case though, because they have that done to children.
No, they don't.
So the certainty isn't a requirement for them to do the degeneracy that they've done. Pardon for
the other thing I would say. The other thing I would say to Dan. The other thing I would say to Dan is that
dysphoria. So, for example, if someone feels like they want to cut off their arm or their leg, they would be hospitalized.
Sure, it is a form of dysphoria. In fact, I don't think, if you really dig down to it, that they would disagree with it. The question is what is the best way to treat dysphoria?
That's a mental illness due to a chemical imbalance in the brain.
Solar, could I just jump in 1 second? I think Crypto has a delay, and every time he tried to speak, it came in too late. So Crypto, if you'd like to try again, please.
I just wanted to make the point that when what Dan said applies to reasonably thinking, logical, mentally well people, but when you're talking about someone who wants to chop their dick off, I don't think they fit in that category. That's all I wanted
to yeah, I just don't know. This topic just doesn't really interest me too much because I can't relate to it. I don't personally subscribe to the idea that you can, public discourse can sway somebody to be a different gender or whatever. Because I can't imagine even somebody budging me an inch on that. And, it just doesn't make sense to me. Like, if anybody says that they can be swayed to be gay or swayed to be female when they're male or whatever, then what that says to me really is that you're probably on the spectrum, just like they say, right? Because I know that I'm not on the spectrum. I can't be convinced of either of those things, and that's fine.
But you're a fully developed, mentally well adult, right? We're talking about children.
Well, I'm not. By the way, I have many friends now at this point, like 5 or so, that have become trans or come out as trans, and all of them have come out in their 30s, right? And so it's very, very rare that I see this being applied at a younger age, but that's just my personal experience.
Okay, do you think that would have happened in the 90s?
Maturity is a choice. It's not a prerequisite. People don't have to
that would have
mature.
happened in the 90s?
No, I mean, socially it was much less acceptable, though it was happening in the 90s.
Do you think that your friends
you
would
made a statement earlier. Sorry, I promise I'll finish very, very shortly. You made a statement earlier that you said that you don't think the social pressure would sway people in this direction, but within the last 30 years, the environment's changed, and you've also then said that people are more likely to do it because now you've got 5 people who
there's a difference.
That 30 years ago, right?
There's a difference between having public discourse sway your inner feelings about it compared to having public discourse sway your decision to become out, right? That's what I'm referring to. Back in the 90s, people were less likely to come out about it.
Which would then not embolden other people to do the same, right? So that there would be a compound effect there.
Sure, I think that you're seeing an increase in people doing this, but I don't think that necessarily reflects, an increase in the people that are actually afflicted with this dysphoria.
I mean, I disagree, but Solo, do you want?
Yeah, I think you touched on the point that I was saying, is that if, for example, in their 30s, they've now decided that it's popular and that there's sufficient acceptance, and what's peculiar is that they consider it brave. So here's someone who's truly brave because they decided to change gender. Whereas being really brave is about embracing yourself and sort of accepting yourself for who you are with your flaws. But this whole dysphoria is celebrated, and to me, you kind of see children that are pre-adolescent that exhibit these tendencies, and you kind of know that they're going to grow up to be either homosexual or maybe curious of their sexuality later on. But someone who's been healthy and normal throughout their adulthood and some point in their 30s changes, to me, kind of appears like a new program is running, like version 2.0. And version 2.0 could have been placed there more recently.
You should talk to some of these people. I know just from personal experience, because I'm close to these people that have come out in their 30s, that it is not just a new realization, that it's something that they've been holding on to for their entire life. And I trust that they're telling me the truth. I have no reason to believe they're lying to me about that.
And that statistic that says 80% of them end their lives either way.
Go in like 2 minutes. I have a meeting that I have to duck out, and then I'll be back later.
Yeah, the statistic that says 80% of these people end their lives whether or not they fulfill these surgeries or get these operations. What does that mean about their choices?
It means it's a tough thing to go through, even if you do post-op stuff or transition, as they say. That it doesn't mean that it's an easy life.
Well, the rate is the same whether they've done it or not.
I'm not sure if it is the same though. I'd have to look into that, because what I do understand about it is that the best, like from a scientific standpoint, from a doctor, like medical standpoint, I should say, it is the current best way to treat the dysphoria is to embrace that identity. Is the most common understanding from medical industry right now.
So after they embrace it,
fundamentally retarded.
Yeah, because after they embrace it, they still have the same.
Well, that's I would like to check into that. I'm not sure if it is the same.
But just think about it with just the tiniest bit of logic. Embracing something that requires you to destroy your body as well as your mind. How is that going to help?
Well, that would be the argument. Are they destroying it? I mean,
by definition, the moment you do anything to your body like that, you're destroying it.
Were you circumcised? I was.
Well, let me give you this then. There's only one
that's
kind
non sequitur.
Yeah, there's only one kind of.
All right, I got to duck out. It's 11:30. I'll be back later.
1 second. I just want to tell you this. There's only one kind of mental disorder. Oh, he left. Or if you remove your body part, it's not a disorder. And it's only one body part.
What, your hair? I don't know. You got to explain what you're getting.
If you want to chop your balls off, you're not mentally disordered. But if you want to chop your fingers off, you are. It's only one organ, or one set of organs, I guess, if you're a girl.
It doesn't stop there, though, right? Because they're completely... Anyway, who gives a crap? They're a bunch of degenerates. Don't do it. Don't let your children do it. Allowing this kind of discourse to permeate society is why we have the problems we do. This is why weakness allows evil to prevail.
It's kind of like racism. You speak about it,
There's
it
no such
influences
thing.
people. Yeah, I know. So, like, when you speak about it, you kind of speak it into existence. The more you talk about it.
See, there's a difference between speaking about something and allowing it to be condoned, right? So, for instance, the reason we are where we are is because people allow the conversation of many different degenerate topics to continue in a condoning manner, as opposed to, no, we're going to nip this thing in the bud like any good parent would do with a child that's behaving out of sorts. So because society hasn't done that, now we have people rampantly living in ways that are detrimental to themselves and to society as a whole. So you have people living in sexual immorality. That causes detriment to the individual because it ruins their lives as they grow up. That causes detriment to their health because of diseases, because of promiscuity. So I could go on forever, right? But that's the consequence, and that's why talking about it in that kind of way is a problem. And the point that I think Crypto and the other guys were getting at is because they have continued to speak about it and have that discourse, as people like to put it, there's been more and more people who have started because they're either weak or because they're in an environment where they haven't been taught how to think properly, who have entertained those ideas. Because most people don't seem to realize that the things that they think and the ideas that they have are not their own. If you're not told of a certain way of doing things, right? So in your culture you do it one way and you're not told about another way. And you can go your whole life and that idea will never enter your head. But the moment you get into a new society, or the moment it's put into your society or your culture to think a certain way or to do a certain thing, then it starts to be there. And then maybe not you, but your children or your children's children will entertain something. And that thing could be good, or that thing could be completely evil. And another prime example of that is abortion, right? That was never something that people in the decent societies would have ever entertained, right? But because it's been allowed to permeate the society that we have in general, in the West at least, now it's seen by many as an okay thing. Meanwhile, it's murder of innocence. Anyway, that's the point that I'm getting at. But we're here to discuss the level nature of Earth and the fact that the other guys, they got none.
Well, just on that point that you were saying there, it's in that instance when it's abortion, it's my body, my choice. But yet in everything else medical related at the moment, it's not your body, your choice. It's quite the opposite.
Well, they make it as if it is your body, your choice, right? Because they say, well, you don't have to do it, but then you can't go to the theater. So they wrap it in a nice present for you, right?
Yeah, it's quite crazy.
Those who have the understanding and the knowledge or the wisdom, it is their duty to share that. So that's why we, or at least I, but I would hope we are doing what we're doing with this topic of the fundamentals of nature, right? Level, non-rotating. Because if you can't get the first principles correct, how do you think you're going to get anything else correct? If your foundation is skewed, the rest will fall.
Exactly. Yeah, we have Deja in the room, VC verified. Maybe he wants to ask questions about our reality that we all live in. Deja, are you there? Deja?
Seems like someone is not home.
Too bad.
The only other verified we have is deafened, so that won't work. Well, we got India in the room. India, you have any 2 cents or more to input?
How's it going, guys?
All fine.
Going well. My foundation is firm.
I just want to say, if I'm going to get locked out of society because I don't want to get stabbed with sharp objects, then I don't see why I should pay taxes. All my taxes should be diverted to pay for something else that benefits me.
Yeah, but you use the satellites, right? For your phone, so your phones use the satellites, so you need to pay taxes.
Saloon.
My tribe are going to use signal fires on top of mountains. Smoke signals. We'll get by.
Under all those soothing words and paperwork, badges, gun. That's why you pay taxes. They have more guns than you. Let's not sugarcoat it.
I think it's that they're actually willing to use them. Because doesn't the populace have more than them? There's more of the populace, right?
Depends where you are, man.
Yeah, they will not be on psychopathy. Normal people don't want to kill people until they have to.
Yep.
They have all the psychopaths in their back pocket. So kill for fun.
Yeah, you're a bit far away from your mic, but
yeah, this is
better.
Bit, yeah. I mean, they played the perfect game, right? They put each other against each other, right? And then let them fight the fight.
You got it. If somebody steals $100 from you, why would you have any say on how they spend that $100?
True.
I don't want to say anything incendiary, but I do believe that the anarchist cookbook is still doing the rounds.
I remember that thing.
Yeah, I had it once on a lost hard drive.
I still remember a lot of the little things that they taught you in there. I learned how to make my screen name based on that.
Do tell.
Yeah, his screen name is Napalm.
You're being literal. I didn't know who was speaking till after.
Literal. We did it. And let's just say it's hard to extinguish that fire once it starts to spread.
Do you also love the smell of it in the morning?
Only after I've had a cup of coffee.
Of napalm. That's crazy talk.
Good morning, Vietnam.
There is a recipe in there to make it. One of my friends had the cookbook back in the day, and we're like, "Oh, simple ingredients. Let's try this out."
Yep.
And then we're like, "Oh crap! Half the backyard is on fire, and the hose is not working except spreading the fire."
You didn't think that one through, did you?
Yeah, it was really easy to make.
You should have started that in the neighbor's garden.
Oh, it was not my house, my friend.
My favorite
Yeah,
one.
well, we have a. Oh, go ahead.
Oh, it's all right. I was just gonna say my favorite one I remember from the cookbook was I don't want to give any instructions or anything, but it was involving like the strike anywhere match heads and a racquetball. I don't know if you guys remember that.
Yeah, similar to old school sparklers can have a similar effect.
Yeah.
But don't you guys still have strike anywhere matches in the USA?
I haven't seen him forever.
I'm not sure, but I haven't been looking.
Isn't the principle that the same thing that you use to strike is just mingled in with the match head itself? Anyway, it's not, to me at least, that stuff is not that complicated. But what I was going to say before was that we have a couple of verifieds in. So we've got human and we have noir. So if one of those individuals would like to speak.
Can I
and
speak?
Also we have White Rose. Yeah, go ahead, White Rose. You were first. Go for it.
The third law of thermodynamics.
What about it?
It's true. And the government are controlling us with Corona. Because why did they make a vaccine so quick?
Yeah, let's. So,
One line.
Yeah.
This is like a one-liner open mic performance. What's going on?
Yeah.
So, we keep it to the topic, right? The topic is flat Earth. No medical talks.
Oh.
I mean, YouTube is listening, and So what's up, White Rose?
Mute yourself before you clean.
Nothing. Ask me something.
Okay. So how did you? When did you join the server?
Time ago now.
Sorry.
It's been time now.
Time.
Yeah.
And have you looked into the topic?
Yeah, I know. I believe the Earth's flat.
You believe the Earth is flat?
Yeah, I was speaking with someone, and the points I was stating were very true.
And why do you believe?
He made me do some experiment.
Like what?
Like when you have there's a canal, and I put it down the raft. I put something down the canal, and I could see it from 10 miles away. But the problem is that because of the globe, I should only be able to see it in 2 miles. But I saw further.
Cool stuff. So you actually know it's not a ball, right? So you actually know it's not a ball, right? Because you experienced that.
I'm 50-50.
You're 50-50. Why are you?
When you're in a plane and you see the curvature of the Earth.
Okay. Why would you?
Yeah, except you can't see curvature from an airplane.
Sorry?
You can't see curvature from an airplane. Not
No,
nowhere near high enough.
I've physically seen it, but the other guy told me that the windows are made to do that.
The windows are 3 panes of glass.
Is it painted?
No, the windows are 3 panes of glass.
Yeah, so that could probably cause it.
Yeah, so every time you look through a medium, it will get refracted. So you actually have 5 mediums that the light passes through before it reaches your eye. You have the cold air at high altitude, then it'll paint a glass, then the air that's in between the next layer of glass, and then the next layer of glass, which has a hole at the bottom of it, to equalize pressure. If they didn't design windows this way, when there's a sudden change in pressure, the windows would blow out and everyone would die in an airplane.
Next Thursday, I'm gonna go skydiving. So then I'm gonna see if the Earth's flat or not.
That's not high enough either. You realize that at 47,000 feet, that scales to 1/100th of an inch above a 6-foot tall ball, right? Right. So if you could see curvature from an airplane, you'd be on a ball of 300 kilometers radius.
Mm.
Yeah. So maybe you should do the math first. And I want to know what you sent down the canal and what you used to view it.
I sent down a can. I sanded it down and it was shiny.
You saw a can 10 miles away.
Yeah.
Yeah, no.
What do you mean?
You can't see a can from 10 miles away.
No, you can't with binoculars.
No, you can't. So zoom does not affect the angular resolution. The angle resolution of an optic does not affect it. You can zoom all you want, doesn't change it.
Okay.
You would need a 12-inch Newtonian reflector, and then maybe you could see it, but I doubt it because they don't have a variable focus. So
I didn't really see the can. I just saw the reflection. So I mean, it could be the can. It could be something else. So
it never happened.
Did happen.
No, it didn't.
Huh?
Hey, why don't you ask us why they would lie next? And then I'm going to ask you why you would lie.
Could you say that again?
Why don't you ask us why they would lie about the shape of the Earth next?
Me ask you?
Yeah, why don't you ask us that, and then I'm going to ask you why you would lie about doing an experiment that you didn't do.
I didn't. I did it.
What 10-mile canal was it?
You know, outside of Birmingham.
Yeah, that's only 6 miles.
I can't tell you the exact one because I live right next to it, but it's in Birmingham.
It's one point, though.
What a story.
A for effort.
I get C- for effort. At least check the math or at least just check the math. I mean, you don't even have to be able to do math. You just do a curve calculator, angular size calculator.
Is there something you want to ask? I mean, you said 50-50. You told us about the airplane, so we gave you a reasonable explanation, right? Something you can verify for yourself. Oh, he's gone. Okay.
Weak sauce, huh? Who is next?
Well, we have Stardew. not been verified, so it's a gamble. Stardew, you are unmuted. Can you say something? Stardew, you have control of your mic. You want to ask a question or? No?
He's watching TV, I think.
All right. Hey, Chris.
Being rounded up to the gulag.
The TV said the Earth was a ball.
Well, then.
Yeah, those little men inside the TV tell many lies.
It's amazing after being in these rooms for so long how easy and how good you get at picking out just by listening to someone's voice when they're talking, whether they're bullshitting or not.
So when did it become popular for people to live under bridges?
It's all the new rage in Southern California. Santa Ana River is just inundated with just miles and miles of pop-up tents and little makeshift cities.
Oh, so it's life imitating art now, right? Oh dear. So I was referring to the trolls, right? Trolls live under bridges. But
Yes,
Callie
yes.
just takes it to the next level. Good one.
Silence is pretty loud, if you know what I mean.
What is that theme song?
I know, I'm trying to place it too.
Race Company? No.
I just know it's a theme song.
What is it, Creation Bird?
I honestly don't even know. It just is elevator music.
Man, you're on the soundboard. You have to know the name of everything.
I'll Shazam it. That'll tell me.
Elevator music.
Okay, it says it's Local Forecast Dash Elevator by Kevin MacLeod.
It literally says elevator music.
Elevator music.
That's a lift for all of you across the pond.
So somebody wrote the elevator music. Is what you're telling me? Of course.
Well, isn't there a whole genre of music that is labeled lounge lizard / elevator music?
This one also says elevator music.
Yeah. Isn't that the preamble to The Girl from Ipanema?
Sounds similar.
Yeah.
I'll post what Shazam says it is.
It feels so lovely to be here tonight. What a beautiful art. Give yourselves a round of applause. You're so lovely. Everyone's so lovely.
I'm not gonna fall for the banana in the tailpipe, man.
Come in. Somebody knock.
Sure is quiet in here.
Yes, it is. You have a topic you'd like to discuss related to the shape of the earth or the nature of our existence. Is my mic working? Guess it's not.
Nope, you're clear, Dave. We got just some dead air here.
Mic check. Is it working now?
Yeah, you're good.
All right, thanks. Somebody said it's quiet in here. Do they have anything they want to talk about? Alrighty then. Quick station break just for the hell of it. Nobody's talking. This is the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord live, the best place on earth to talk about Earth and the nature of our existence. We're here 24/7 with information related to the subject of the Earth. We need some measurements of the Earth curvature directly measured. We need to establish motion of the Earth with some kind of method. We need to establish the existence of said ball Earth in the vacuum of space with gas pressure next to nothing. So if anyone's on YouTube listening or wherever you're at, if you're hearing my voice, you think you live on a ball, or you're curious about why you may not, come in here and discuss. Now return you to the globe silence. That's the globe proof silence. It's pretty loud. Back to you guys.
Another one.
You guys following the news coming out of Australia?
You trust the news out of Australia? What is I assume it's not good news. They don't
Oh
have
no,
much
yeah,
to
it's, yeah. I won't go into it too far, but yeah, it's getting pretty gnarly over there. Not to mention, Biden was supposed to come on today.
Oh.
Talking about federal mandates and encouraging private companies.
Of America, man. I think he's probably the most articulate president we've ever had. Would you agree? I mean, the way he strings sentences together just flows, and he's amazing. He's a great president.
That was awesome when some reporter mentioned after that debacle in Afghanistan, he mentions it, and Biden looks at him like, "Are you crazy? That was 5 days ago. Why are you talking about it?"
Come on, man.
Time was denied for hourly workers who are not unionized. 1.2.
You got Biden sound clips. So, Joe, what happens when you're at the pool with the kids? You got that one? They don't have that one up here. The hairy legs one. Anyway. Anybody try to talk to Deja?
And to get hot, I got hairy legs that turn.
There you go. VC Verified in here named Deja. We already tried to talk to them. Hello, Deja. Where's your buddy Boo at? Wait a minute. I think I just asked him that. I can't remember.
What say you, Globe Man?
There's a Globe Man in here?
I thought you said there was.
I don't know. It's a VC Verified. Named Deja, and they just bounced. They didn't want to talk to me. I guess I sound too mean.
Nah.
Ryan Dunn, he's a flat earther. Wah, wah, wah. I like his avatar, though. Never go full retard. That concludes the list. It's just crazy globe deniers such as myself. I'll shut up at this point.
Never type retard in the text. You get punished.
Really?
Yes. I found out last night that if you type Grammys, Grammys, you also get punished. Is Grammys something slang that I'm not aware of?
I've never heard it. Just the Grammys.
You mean like the awards, the Grammys? That's not allowed?
Yeah, I tried typing it into text last night, and I kept getting punished by the bot.
How dare you?
Shut up, Greta.
I couldn't think of anything that Grammys would be offensive to. Somebody's grandma? I don't know. Dan Fest, y'all were talking to him. He thinks he's on a ball, don't you, Dan? Are you there, Dan?
Who?
I could have it wrong. Aren't you a globalist, heliocentric enthusiast?
Yeah, I'm a globalist.
Okay. What's your number one reason you think you live on a ball?
Oh boy, here we go. That's right. I don't want to debate it right now. I came back here because I told people that I'd be back after my meeting. So I was talking about some stuff. I don't know if they're still here. I wasn't keeping track of who was talking to me.
I don't know if Crypto was talking to you. You're all talking about transgenders and shit.
Yeah, that's right. That's what we were talking about. And then somebody, I felt bad because he's like, no, just hold on, just 1 second, but I couldn't. I had to go to a meeting.
I don't know who that was. Are they still here? Give them a chance to talk. Who was talking today and before? Speak now. Alrighty then. Well, if you don't want to talk about the globe, I don't know what else we can talk about then. What do you got?
How's the weather?
Here in Kentucky, it's 80 degrees, sunny, clear skies, no chemtrails, a little bit of humidity in the air.
Wouldn't you like to know, weather boy?
Is that another soundboard? Wait, who said that?
That's Creation Bear on the soundboard.
Yeah, I know, but what's that quote from? That's such a random quote to have on the ready.
What? Hey, Dan, for fun, just ask Don Pettit why we haven't been back to the moon.
Why haven't we been back to the moon?
Give me just a second. He'll be in here in just a second.
Technology to do that, or we used to, but we destroyed that technology, and it's a painful process to build it back.
Very, very informative.
Thanks, Don.
Simple answer. Simple answer. There you go.
Chugga, chugga, chugga.
That we've got a toilet that you use, and then a machine that goes chugga, 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 chug, and then you go to the galley and you make yourself a cup of coffee. And that's exactly what you are thinking it is.
You're drinking piss.
And they sent this guy to a tin can in Narnia, right?
It's hilarious, man. That guy is such a moron.
Don Pettit here from NASA. I'm at home due to the COVID-19 virus. What? Bro, what?
I just thought of a clip you need to add if you don't have it, Creation Bear, the Chris Tucker. What the hell did you just say? You have that one?
That's a good one.
I'll add it.
The hell did you just say? Do you speak any English?
What the hell did you just say?
Creation Bear should change his name to Bumblebee.
I like it. He was my favorite.
Wait, Elbow, that one went over my head.
So Bumblebee doesn't speak like all the other robots. He uses the radio to speak.
So he'll like use clips from movies and radio and stuff like that.
Yeah,
Instead of using his, talking.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, that's a good one, man. I wouldn't have even thought about that.
And I'm tripping out right now. My Discord is saying I've been playing Core for 21 hours, and I do not see Core open on my machine. What is going on? How do I get rid of this thing?
Check if it's on your task manager.
Yeah, I'll check.
What have I done?
You're on point with that soundboard.
Magellan Clouds of
Yeah,
Milky
you
Way
see the
Galaxy.
Magellanic Clouds.
Magellanic,
Yeah, then you can see the zodiacal lights.
Whoa.
What's the other astronaut's name? The Woe? A really douchey looking guy.
That guy just seems like a handler.
What'd you say?
It just seems like a handler. I mean, I don't even know who that guy is.
Yeah, I forget his name.
Pretty much all the time you can see the stars.
It's not
which
a
is
black
cool thing.
void. I mean, it's black. There's all kinds of little polka dots.
There's all the stars there. And the cool thing is about it, you can see it during the day.
Yeah, you can't end. There's
Something like Massimino or something like that.
Yeah.
Massimino or something like that.
Yeah, you're right. He's so douchey, man. Like when you see him at the rallies, whatever the hell do you want to call them, little NASA rallies. He's up there just douching it up. Oh man, the man's just cringy.
We're able to see stars from the lunar surface or on the daylight side of the moon by eye without looking through the optics.
I don't remember seeing any. You can see the stars.
Oh, yeah.
You know, and
Interesting the way orbital mechanics works. You can release something from station, and what goes around comes around, so there's sort of orbital karma. And after a while, it's going to come back, and it could whack station with high relative velocity and actually make some damage on stations.
What's he talking about? Like jettisoning frozen shit or something? What the fuck?
Yeah, he's talking about.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, I was just saying. Yeah, he's talking about basically jettisoning something from the space station, and the orbital mechanics would have it come basically right back around and smack it in the butt.
Oh my god.
I was just going to ask Don real quick, what happens if you have a leak on ISS? I'm just curious.
Uh-oh.
What
He
happens
must
if you
have.
click on that? Then you have a leak.
Ah, that makes sense. Thanks, Don.
Thanks for clarifying there, Don. Appreciate it. I guess I scared off our Glober, basically asking him about the shape of the Earth. My bad, Josh.
Who, Danny left?
Yeah, I think it's when you present Don Petit right, then even a Glober is ashamed.
Run.
Don't you badmouth our American astronauts. You know, it's the best of the best, you know, Roger. He had to go through a grueling application process to get to his position. He's one of our finest. America.
So you're saying he dedicated his life?
Yeah.
Because you know that proves things when you dedicate your life to something.
Oh, yeah.
When you think about my educational background or my family history, you know that space is this holy topic. Something that must be approached with reverence and respect, right?
What?
Wrong.
That's the smarter everyday guy.
Who the fuck is that guy?
What movie is that from? Who the fuck is that guy?
It's from a UFC press conference.
Oh, okay.
McGregor. I'll post it.
Sounded like a movie line. It's probably been said in a movie at some. September 9th, 2021, just chilling on the Flat Earth Discord, waiting for this growth of this silly globe. We're going to be waiting a while. We are 2 days away from the 20th anniversary of the 19 guys with box cutters crushing 2 planes and bringing down 7 buildings and all the other stuff y'all know about. We can't really talk about it anyway.
And their passports, they fell out of the towers, right? After the
isn't that weird?
explosion.
You know, I just now there was a new series that hit Netflix about 9/11. I was watching it last night, coincidentally, and they had some recordings of some of the people on the flights calling home, saying "I love you" to their kids and stuff.
Allegedly.
And the thing that always strikes me is like they don't. I mean, it doesn't prove anything. It's just so strange to me that they are not more emotional about it. They just seem so fine about it, you know?
Because they're acting.
Well, they're bad actors if that's the case, you know?
Yeah, there was one guy that called his mom, and his first thing he said, "Hi, Mom, this is Block. This is Steve, so-and-so." That's the first thing you said to your mom. Your mom knows who you are. Mom.
Well, I don't know. I mean, I can think of explanations for these things. Like I said, it's not proof, but it does bother me. It bothers me that they're not crying on these calls or whatever. They're just, you know?
They need to show their hand, Dan. They need to show you that's all an illusion. It's you that decides then if you want to believe it.
So you're saying you're buying the official story?
No, I mentioned earlier that I used to be completely government, false flag sort of thing. It was all orchestrated by the government. I was all in 9/11 truther kind of a thing. Over time, I've had a lot of the things that I used to believe wholesale have reasonable explanations for them. So I'm like, I don't just accept it wholesale anymore, but there definitely are things, weird questions about it. And I think there are probably a lot of secrets about it. To what extent? I don't know. You know, the government is the government capable of doing nefarious things like this? I mean, history would tell us yes. So, I mean, that's not off the table, but, just as a layperson external to the events that, I can't make a positive claim one way or the other, what really happened.
Have you ever seen or heard the footage of television interviewing a man on the street who was actually a cameraman for Fox right after the collapse of the towers? And he has literally all the talking points they would use for the next few years, minutes afterwards. Have you heard that?
Yeah. And then the one with BBC reporting about the tower collapse before it's collapsed.
And Mark Walsh, who's a freelancer for Fox, you live just a few blocks away and witnessed.
Dude, I live on the 43rd floor of a building, which is 5 blocks from the World Trade Center itself. I witnessed the entire thing from beginning to end.
People talk about how it looked like a movie. I know when I came walking down here early this morning and saw both towers on fire and people on every street corner, it was like a movie. But you watched the planes hit the towers.
I was watching with my roommate. It was approximately several minutes after the first plane had hit. I saw this plane come out of nowhere and just scream right into the side of the Twin Tower, exploding through the other side. And then I witnessed both towers collapse, one first and then the second, mostly due to structural failure because the fire was just too intense.
Obviously.
I know, that's such a strange thing for a random person to say. It's so strange.
Mostly due to structural fire.
I know. Like, what a weird segue for a random bystander to say. Very
Almost like he read the 9/11 Commission report before it was written.
Mostly, yeah. How would anybody? It's very strange. Very strange indeed.
It's a guy's name, I think, Mark Walsh, right? It's a Fox employee.
Yeah, and it just so happens to be a media employee that has the narrative minutes afterwards.
So how much you guys reckon the USA, how much people think there's something fishy going on around 9/11? Even a little bit.
Sure. I mean, I think it's popular belief, like not just conspiracy belief, that there was a lot of fishiness. The question isn't, was there fishiness? The question is, to what extent? Right?
Doesn't Mark Walsh, I'm sorry, doesn't Mark Walsh has that CIA pin? I think he's been seen with a CIA pin on the show. We'll find out.
Yeah, with something, right? With a guy talking about structural damage, fires, and I mean, all bets are off, right? Could be CIA.
So I think with 9/11, same with the flat Earth. Most people, even if they see the crime scene, they can't understand the evidence if they're not given a good why the lie.
I mean, in this case, the why the lie is very, very clear. The flat Earth is harder to accept the why.
You say it's very clear, but it's so multifaceted that it's hard for people to comprehend, right? Think of all the stuff that came after 9/11. It wasn't just a pretext because they didn't use it as a pretext to go to war in the Middle East. They used weapons of mass destruction.
I mean, it's the two main things that is easy to convey to anybody on this topic about motivation is, one, to continue the military industrial complex, right? It's just a very big financial machine here in the United States. And then two, to do, relinquish more freedoms of people, the mass surveillance and stuff like that, which was a direct consequence. The freedom of information, or not freedom, what's the damn bill?
Patriot
Act. Thank you. I mean, those are very clear things. The flat Earth doesn't have a very clear thing other than hide God, right? And if you're not religious, that's not a compelling motivation.
And they laugh in your face when they called it the Patriot Act.
Yeah, they love using great names like that. I Love Babies Act.
Whatever an act is called, you can just pretty much guess it's 180 degrees opposite.
Remember our Affordable Care Act, which made my health insurance no longer affordable?
I would disagree on that very clear thing for flat Earth. I think the Antarctic Treaty and the lack of our ability to explore there is a very clear thing.
But what is the motivation? That's not a motivation. That's I guess a piece of evidence. But I wouldn't call that a motivation for why they would hide the flat Earth.
I think you nailed it on the head, Dan, with the high God. That's the ultimate thing. For me, at least. That might be a personal thing, but I think that is a big nail on the head.
Right. And that's fair. I'm just saying for anybody that's not religious, that's just not compelling.
But
it's hard for non-religious. Sorry. It's hard for non-religious people with an atheistic mindset who have this kind of nihilistic view to understand that them having that nihilistic view is a motivation for people of control, because that nihilistic view puts them in kind of a mind state that's easily controlled, and also convincing that nothing matters, right? Do what thou wilt. There is no purpose. And when you have no purpose or direction, you're easily controlled or moved in directions.
Yeah, I hear you. I mean, I can think of counter arguments. I mean, religion itself has been used specifically to control people for millennia. Like, I think you can have the atheistic approach of, oh, if you don't know God, then we can control you. Or you could say, oh, you do know God, therefore we can control you. I don't see the difference personally.
Yeah, well, religion is definitely another man-made construct for the same thing, control.
Most people I know that have a religious belief system that believe in the globe are easily controlled. Those that are religious but are what you would call anti-religion, but have a religious belief but don't follow any type of church or man-made structure of church, tend to be less likely.
If you don't know where you are, is it possible that you are controlled?
Easily.
Okay.
I think religious people are probably the easiest people to control because it has a baked-in idea of appeal to authority without reason, right? You know, I was raised Mormon, and you know, whatever the prophet says goes. You know, the prophet has a revelation. You just take it upon faith that is the truth. It's not about science. It's not about logic. It's not about reason. It's about obedience, right? And a lot of religion is like that. Just follow your prophets, kind of a thing.
Like a global religion.
Mm-hmm.
Let me ask you a question. Can you be obedient to God without having any type of church structure or community that you're involved in?
I don't know. I'm not religious anymore, so it's harder for me to answer these kind of questions. I mean, my first question to that question would be, how would you know if you're being obedient if there's no true objective source of information about the nature of God?
Does religion should to be connected with the God?
I mean, I can imagine people who are religious that don't have an organized religion that they subscribe to tend to have very subjective opinions about what God is. And that's fine. And they can be obedient to that subjective opinion. But that doesn't work for me, because it's like, well, who's to say that your subjective opinion of what God wants and how to obey him or her or whatever it is true? You know, that doesn't work for me.
So you're a moral relativist?
No, I actually subscribe to objectivism, which is the opposite.
where do you gather your objective morality?
You can research into it. It's a line of philosophy called objectivism. It's very.
I'm familiar with Ayn
well-written.
Rand.
Oh, okay. Well, then that question should be obvious to you, or the answer should be.
You can't state it?
It derives from existence. So it's all derivative from selfishness, actually. The idea that, at least the way I like to describe it, I disagree with how Ayn Rand put it. Oftentimes, I think she was too black and white about things that are gray. But I still agree with the premise, which is morality can stem from selfishness, but with enough degrees of foresight, it becomes less and less distinguishable from things like altruism, where you do things that are seemingly selfless, but really they still benefit you. It's about mutual self-interest and stuff like that. So if you ever, the basic idea of objectivism is if you're ever doing something against your self-interest, that it's immoral.
So you said previously that it stems from creation, right?
No, I did not say creation at all. I said existence.
Existence.
Yeah, isn't it your own happiness? Is your own moral or something like that?
No, it's about life. Really, it comes down to life. And then Ayn Rand puts a special importance about human life in particular, as opposed to just all life, which I don't think is well established or well reasoned. But still, she puts it that way.
But wouldn't you boil life down to creation? Now, I know you say existence, but you would have to have some sort of basis for an understanding of where life originated.
I don't see how that's important to philosophical morality.
So what is your outlook on how life started or began?
I have little reason to doubt the accepted scientific opinion about this.
I just posted somewhat of a quote that she put.
What do you mean the accepted scientific opinion?
Abiogenesis.
So you believe or disbelieve in abiogenesis?
I tend to believe. However, I am absolutely willing to acknowledge that there's very little in the way of science, to support it right now. We don't know how abiogenesis started, but it's a hypothesis. In the lack of believing in God, which I don't right now, that's the most likely answer for me right now.
You know they're moving away from current cosmology, right?
I don't know what that means.
They're moving away from the current accepted cosmology.
Sure, but in what ways? In what way? What accepted cosmology are they moving away from?
Give me a second.
Tough questions require tough thoughts.
Hey, Zanuck, how's it going?
Good. Yeah, how you doing?
Good.
So when I say they're moving away, I mean they're going on to a new cosmological model.
Sure. What was the old one, and what is the new one?
The Big Bang. That everything is an equal distance from everything.
Things aren't equidistant. What are you talking about?
Well, what? Damn it! All right. Well, what? I guess you agree with this one then. Let me find them. I'm talking.
I mean, Elijah, me talking about space expanding at faster than the light speed?
No.
I mean, space expansion is uniform, so like things spread. Like there, I guess you might be referring to the there is no center to the universe, right?
Would you agree that that data was gathered?
This woman details it right here. Whatever the standard model is right now, they're moving away from it. And this, I first of all, it's the first law of thermodynamics violation to me.
Why is it
all of that
thermodynamic violation?
However,
by the way,
oh, hold on. Wait a minute. Yeah, I'm hovering over my mute button, Panic. So don't touch me. I don't miss you. Yeah, I don't miss you. Anyway. So, yeah. So, in this video, this woman explains what she means. Well, the reasons why they're moving against or moving away from the standard model right now. Whatever that means, but then
sure.
What exactly? So then, what then is the genesis of creation, if not the currently accepted? Right. That would be the question.
Sure. The reason why I ask you about what specific, it's not like they're saying cosmology itself as a concept is a lie. They're just saying some aspect about what we believe about cosmology.
Meaning the whole aspect of, well, we started from a central point and there was a big bang and blah, 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 blah. Right. So that's the genesis and the reasoning behind, well, okay, I believe I came from inanimate matter from billions and billions of years ago. And then all of a sudden, here we are. Well, I mean, this is the genesis of that story, the standard model that we're currently under. And this isn't the first woman or the first person to say this, but again, they're moving away from the current paradigm simply because they've always done this. I'm sure you've heard them say, well, you know, when we gather new data and we find out that something that we previously held as a belief is false, we move on.
That was exactly going to be my point. Is like I don't see a problem with that. That's the nature of science. Is we're always progressing our knowledge.
Yeah, but I mean, to progress off of some agreed, like the foundation isn't something you keep the same while you change cosmologies. It's completely different.
I would venture, without having watched this video, which I will, and I'll get back to you, but without having watched it, usually the things that we have a new understanding of in science doesn't upset the things that were built upon it. Like, for example, when we discovered general relativity, it didn't upset Newtonian physics and Newtonian mechanics.
This lady is talking about getting away from that entirely.
I know, but my point is general relativity ended up being a broader explanation that encompassed Newtonian physics.
That's not true.
No, that is.
Let me tell you why it's not true. And then you can refute it if you like. We were just talking about it the other day. Whereas Newtonian mechanics has a definition for the word weight, the new currently accepted definition of weight doesn't have, actually there is no definition under general relativity.
I mean, it's relative to mass, right?
There is no definition for weight, which is why they just go with Newtonian.
Okay. My main point is you can derive all of the laws of all of Newton's laws from general relativity, okay, and they all work fine, except for on the broadest of scales, the fastest of speeds and the greatest of energies, right? And that's why
that's why it has to be thrown out, because there's this one fundamental understanding that's supposed to explain the movement of the cosmos, but then when you have the means to look further and you realize, oh, that can't be because this is different from this, there has to be another explanation, right? And this is only a problem because it's actually all theoretical. It's not really a natural law in the first place. Like Newton's laws, they're not. That's why they were superseded. Now, you might say that they weren't, but
And by the way, we even know that general relativity isn't the whole picture, right? General relativity breaks down at the smallest of scales, and we have an incompatibility currently with quantum science and general relativity.
That's because it's all false knowledge. That's why.
All right, what I think it points to,
also known as pseudoscience.
I think it just points to, and to most people, it points to the idea that there's a broader, more general explanation that has yet to be discovered.
Yeah, well, they're moving away from that model. That's why it's.
Of course, I mean that's the whole point. The science is trying to.
Because there are natural laws that never change, and then there are these theoretical laws that always change, because it's pseudoscience. Now, here, and I quote, because Isaac Newton's law of gravity serves so well in explaining the behavior of the solar system, the question arises why it was necessary to develop a new theory of gravity. The answer is that Newton's theory violates special relativity, or it requires an unspecified action at a distance at force, right? Which is the fundamental explanation. So sorry for breaking the quote, but it requires an unspecified action at a distance through which any two objects, such as the sun and earth, instantaneously pull each other, no matter how far apart. However, instantaneous response would require the gravitational interaction to propagate at infinite speed, which is precluded by special relativity. So when you say they just advanced his laws, no, they didn't. Now
Newton said that there was never an explanation. Sorry.
Well,
go ahead.
It's not. Well, what do you mean by he said there was never an explanation?
He never had a mechanical explanation for how gravity operated. His laws are just laws. They don't say why those laws are laws, right? General relativity gave one further explanation, one layer deeper of an explanation for how those laws work. But still, I mean, even that's not the whole picture, right?
That's not what this just said.
I don't think what I just said conflicts with what you just read. It's just
it definitely does. Talking about the force, which is why special relativity is not a force; it's actually an effect of the curvature of space-time.
Yeah, you're right. I'm saying general relativity gave explanation for how gravity can have instantaneous action at a distance, but that doesn't change why it how Newtonian physics works.
Because that implies that it explains how this inherent force between two bodies are actually working. But no, there is no force. Hence, there's no way to define weight in special relativity. So, no, they're not compatible.
Yeah, they are compatible. Newton's the laws never gave an explanation for how it worked. That's what I'm trying to tell you. Newton never made an attempt to say how gravity works. He only described the effect of gravity.
No, Newton defined the cost of gravity. He was saying that gravity was a cause. Einstein just said it was an effect.
They both were describing it as an effect.
No,
all of his laws are describing. Show me where Newton explains the cause of gravity. He never explained the cause of gravity.
Newton thought gravity was the force.
Yeah, it was just a force. It was just some universal
meaning. Meaning is the cause.
I don't think. Who's that? Because you sound very low, and I don't want to just talk all over you. Is that someone trying to get in here?
Can you hear me? Or I don't think it was.
No. You're perfect.
Okay.
It's somebody else. Maybe it's a hot mic or something.
Maybe so.
Maybe it's somebody's background. I said something about this. This is like a million times. Like, let's speak about gravity. Let's speak again about something what is never proven, but let's give that name. That is gravity. How is something what is not proven? Let's title that stardust. From now, let's speak about stardust. Can we, Fessler, speak about stardust?
I understand what you mean.
Because gravity, what's that? How we can use that word if it's never proven?
Right. I agree. Basically, Newton said things fall because of gravity, and then he didn't have an explanation for gravity. And then, hold on, can I finish what I'm going to say?
Listen, I know. Basically, I want one thing. Basically, Newton writes in the letter that he don't want to have anything with gravity. Now you're saying that he said something about gravity. How is that possible?
I said he never had an explanation for how gravity works. If you just let me finish what I was trying to say here.
He said in a letter that he don't want to have anything, and that people don't want to put, how to say, I don't know in English. My English is bad. But he didn't want to have anything with gravity.
Okay, I don't know the letter.
Why he write that letter?
I don't know. I have no idea about this letter. I'll read into it.
Check out. 55 minutes after the hour.
No, okay, I'll take a look. But until then, I just want to finish my thought here. Einstein said, or sorry, not Einstein. Newton said things fall because of gravity, but then didn't have an explanation for, what causes gravity. And then Einstein says, okay, here's what causes gravity, namely the bending of space-time. But he doesn't have an explanation for why, what causes the bending of space-time, right? He just says mass does it, but we don't know why. It's just one further step of explanation, but it's not the whole picture. It's just a rabbit hole that goes deeper and deeper. And neither of them conflict with the other.
What? Both don't? You say they don't conflict?
Except for in specific contexts. So like when I'm talking about big amounts of energy or speeds and stuff like that, that's the whole point. There was some things about like our solar system that could not be explained with purely Newtonian physics, which is one of the reasons why general relativity was more successful.
It's more successful to bend the concept, you are saying.
More successful at modeling reality and predicting.
Okay, how much freedom and love we have in this time in the world?
Sorry, what was the question?
This is general relativity. How much of freedom and love we have in this time on the world?
Freedom and love do we have in this world at this time? Is that the question?
Yeah.
I don't even know how to answer that, man.
Can you hold on? So why would you say that he can quantify a concept, but you don't even know how to answer Gepiget's question? I mean, shit. Tasha's question. I know. I know you more than I know Gepiget. Let's say that.
Okay.
But yeah, you're my friend.
Yeah. Elijah, I respect you,
How do you quantify a concept?
What specific concept are we talking about, and how was it quantified?
A concept, as the word is defined, how do you quantify it?
You can quantify the effects of a concept, I suppose.
How do you quantify a concept?
I don't. Taking your sentence as it is without any context, I would say you can't. But I mean, I'm assuming you would agree with me.
Well, you would have to. Yeah, go
ahead. Let's say how we can bend space-time and we cannot bend love.
You can bend space-time and you can't bend what? A log?
Love. Love?
Oh, love. Like, I see what you're saying.
Yeah. Why we cannot calculate and bend freedom, and we can calculate and bend space-time?
Yeah, I don't know. Love definitely is kind of a psychological concept. I mean, I guess you could say you can bend things like that. I mean, it comes down to electrical signals in your brain, right? And we know how to manipulate people's brain.
Right, now I can speak about love, how it's going, bending, whatever. I can speak about love, how it may be, because we don't know. Maybe it's influencing something. Maybe it's love something what it's doing, not the space-time. Maybe it's some another concept. I don't know which one.
Yeah, I think the point is that space-time is not meant to be a concept. It's meant to be something physical. That's the explanation of space-time, is that it is a physical.
Okay, so give me another example of a concept that is physical.
I don't know. You're the one talking to me about these concepts.
No, and we're here because of what you just said. So when you said it's supposed to be physical. I'm asking you, well, give me another example where a concept is physical. Because, I mean, you seem to think it's possible. So, I mean, shouldn't there be an example?
I wouldn't have described space-time as a concept, is what I'm trying to explain to you. I describe it as a physical.
It's not your concept, is it? I'm sorry.
Tesla, listen this now. Sorry,
I'm sorry, Sasha.
I would not describe freedom. The same sentence. Sorry.
I don't care what you feel about it. Right? Number one, because we need to agree on terms, we have to go with how it's defined, right? Then on top of that, first thing we need to do, seeing is that we know the definition of a concept, is asking ourselves, well, how could a concept be physical? If you can't answer that question, or if you want to justify it because of your own feeling and not what has been stated, well, there's a problem already.
Is the premise that space-time is a concept? Is that the definition of space-time that we're supposed to agree on in order to have this conversation? Because I'm not sure if I agree with that.
Well, define both words.
Concept? I don't even know how. I'd have to look up the definition of concept.
Not concept. Define time. Is it physical? You mean? No. Let's break it down. Can you define time?
It's it's hard to define it. I guess there's many ways to describe it, but
can I get a bottle of 5 minutes?
No, it's another dimension appended to our spatial.
Sounds like a begging the question fallacy to me. What is it?
How would you describe time? I don't know how I'd describe time.
Not physical. I'd say it's a convention.
You think it? Oh, you think that time is not physical?
Okay, wow, give me an example. Hold on. Humor me because I'm ignorant, which is why I ask questions. Give me an example of it being physical.
I think it's tough because we only exist in one moment.
But you just said you don't think, as if it was an absurd notion.
Look, I'm trying to answer your questions the best that I could. I mean, I'm going to say I think sometimes because I don't have all the answers.
But didn't you say it was like an absurd notion? Like, this is the way you said it. No, you said it like it was an absurd notion for me to think that time wasn't physical. So I said, okay, give me an example where it is.
Right. So I'm giving you my opinion about why I disagree with that. Is that okay if I give you my opinion sometimes?
An opinion is not an example.
Well, I don't have I would not call myself an authority on this topic. So, I mean, you trying to treat me as an authority on this topic.
Holy shit, but you just said that you did.
No, I never said I was an authority on this topic ever.
How to be authority to realize what is concept and what is physical?
Yeah, these are very nuanced.
Totally shut him down though, and then can't say anything about what you shut him down for. That's
I tried to. I tried to give him my opinion about why I thought he was wrong, and he shut me down.
Okay, but how are you going to tell me why I'm wrong?
That's not actually what happened. I heard the whole damn thing, okay? Elijah asked you a simple question, and you shut him down. Foolishly! You should not believe that. And then you just want to give your opinion? Fuck off, dude. That's bullshit, man.
Fuck your opinion.
We don't want any opinion from your bitch ass, okay? We want the fucking fact.
All right, man. I don't.
God, man. Why do we have to deal with people like you?
Come on, Justin.
Yo, Justin, here's the thing. You got like one gear, and I would truly love to see you in another gear because I have your gear. I've went off on people, you know what I'm saying? But when there are people like this who come in,
I just shut you down, and I hate that when you were talking very, very clearly.
I'm sorry I shut you down. I did not mean to do that.
I know that's fine. It doesn't matter. I don't want to speak about spilled milk. I never do. I'm only dealing with the words that you're using, and this is what's indicting you. Now you can say you disagree, but here we are in this dimension, hearing it play out. It's your words that are indicting you, not me. You say something,
I'll tell you the truth. Is I have a hard time during this conversation to really even grasp what specific thing that we're talking about is,
You're leading
that's
the
why I'm trying
conversation
to.
with the things that you espouse, and I'm only asking questions about it.
I know, and when people ask me questions, it's with topics as deep as this, it's hard for me to specifically understand what is being asked to me. So I usually, I have to answer in vague ways or ways of opinion.
Elijah, ask me: is it time physical?
Is time physical?
No, it is not. That cannot be. We cannot have time like a physical thing. That's something. That's calculation. That's whatever you want, but it's not physical. That's the honest answer. That's the only human being can answer, and that's it. I don't know other dimensions, but that's the human being can answer only that question. Nothing else.
And then you can define concept. You say you had to look it up.
Yep.
You don't know what's a concept?
No, not off of the top of my head. It's a hard thing to define. How would you define a concept?
An idea?
An idea? Okay. There's a lot of things that could be both an idea and physical at the same time. Do you think that they are antonyms? If you're just defining concept as an idea, do you think that
He already asked you for another example of a concept that was also physical a couple of minutes ago, and you.
I know, but I didn't even like it. That's why I keep on asking. Like, what are we talking about concept? Like, we have to agree on the definition of concept.
Again, the question: which concept? It's physical, like a space-time.
I don't know. I don't know. I wouldn't have described space-time as a concept. Is what I'm telling you.
Called time,
Yeah, but
and
you're
space
saying
physical, but freedom, love, feeling.
he gets it. He gets it. It's sometimes it's like a game of chess, and you have to play the game. I'm only willing to play the game to an extent.
By the way, I'm not trying to play a game. I'm just really trying to understand what
look,
you guys are
bro,
asking.
this is, to me, my philosophy is this is all a game. Okay? So,
Gotcha.
just chill. That's just me. So, you're saying that you don't see it as a concept, you see it as physical.
Maybe
But
it would be
you're using two words that are defined as concepts under the definition of what a concept is. That's the problem. So maybe you want to define these terms then? I don't even
be beneficial for me to describe what I would consider physical, because that's easier for me.
I don't need a description, because what if I don't agree with you on terms? So we first have to agree on terms, and then you can describe to me your use of words.
If we're trying to determine if time is physical or not, then maybe we can agree on what is physical, and that would be easier. Like, to me, anything that's physical is something that could be quantified, right? We can quantify the passage of time, for example.
Yeah, but that's not time, is it?
Yeah.
How is that not time?
From which point?
Because it's not something physical. We experience something like a clock, right? We experience something like a clock that's cyclical in nature. We use that to devise our concept of time.
When time started? Fessler, when time started?
I would argue that when we're measuring,
are you gonna answer him, or are you gonna?
I'm trying to answer you.
Me, right?
Yeah. I don't know how to, like, when time started. I don't know how that's important personally. But
he answers him.
It's also Elijah. Real quick.
When we were measuring time, we use devices like a clock, like you say, and we can say, oh, what you're really measuring is the amount that the hands moved in the clock. But I would argue that that's not what we're measuring, because you can move those hands on the clock yourself manually, but that's not the same as the passage of time.
Time out. But don't play my intelligence. The clock is fixed to what's happening in the sky. So unless you're gonna reverse something in the sky, no. The only importance a clock has is how well corroborated with, or what's the word? If it's not telling the time of what's happening in the sky, it's useless. It's wrong, isn't it? For your position
I wouldn't
anyway,
have
from
related
where
to
you
what's
are.
happening in the sky with the clock.
Why not?
Because it could be irrelevant what's happening in the sky. There could be no sky. We could be living in a box for all we know.
That's what the entire concept of time is pretty much based on.
I know historically it was very much tied to the sky, but what I'm saying is you
Like
could live
right
your
now.
entire life in a box and never know of anything of a sky, and passage of time would still be a meaningful thing.
It'd be a concept for you. If you decided, well, I'm going to invent something that's going to tell me. I don't even know how you would do that because no one's ever done it. So we're just thinking of things that have never been done. At the end of the day, the clock is what is the word? Not collaborated. Is cooperated the word? What's the word? Calibrated. It's calibrated to the sky. That's why at different parts of the world you have different time zones, and those clocks, right, are calibrated to that time zone. Otherwise, you're on a different type of time than everyone else because you guys are all accepting a convention based on what you're experiencing in your region so that you can all be on the same page when you go to work, when you do other societal things. I'm still failing to see how this is physical, how time itself is physical. If you could give me an example, you could help me onto the same page. But if you're going to describe to me or explain to me something that I've already learned in school, that I'm already rejecting on the offset because I'm here, right, as a disbeliever of special relativity, if you were going to just do that, then all I would have to do is go, oh, yeah, I learned that. Yeah, I accept it. There's no fruit in that.
Hey, Elijah. Back in the day, the sundials, it was divided up into 12 sections. Didn't matter what time of the year it was, daylight was always divided into 12 sectors, 12 hours, right? Now, only today with modern gearing and electronics can we get it more accurate to where all the clocks are ticking at the same rate, right? So as time is a construct, not necessarily a concept, but it is a conceptual construct, meaning something created. It is not physical. And a clock is not a measurement of anything there, Dan. Thank you.
I think the passage of time exists regardless if we're, there to name it. I think it would be silly to think that
the passage
of time
of the sky exists. Yeah. Okay.
When
we've never lived in a world where it doesn't exist. So again, for you to imagine a world where the sky doesn't exist, however time still passes, it's like, okay, how is this going to help me realize that it's physical in some way?
So let's go ahead and I'll accept your definition of time being passage of the sky or something like that.
Did I define it as that?
Okay, how would you rephrase that?
You did not.
I said clocks are calibrated to the sky.
Okay, so the sky is the premise, right? The sky is the thing that happens that clocks are based on, and the movement of the sky, the passage of the sky over the course of a day is what gives us time. That's what we base time on, right? Is that fair to say in your mind?
In a remedial sense, yeah, because it does a lot more than that.
Okay, well, so let's go with that. Wouldn't that still be physical, though? The passage of the sky, isn't that a physical phenomenon?
Well, the sky moving, whatever the sky is, and how it mechanically works. Yeah, this is an invention.
Yeah, the fact that the sky is in one state at one moment and another state in another moment,
You're
you know,
talking
at
about
discrete moments in time.
Okay, so is a clock time?
No, but I'm running on your definition here. Like a
I
clock
didn't
is
give
something
you
that
a
we based on the
definite. I
sky.
didn't give you a definition, right? So let's just remove the clock and look at the sky as a clock. Is the sky clock time?
I'd say, yeah, I would say that the sky, the way that you're talking about it, it seems physical to me. The passage of the sky over the course of a day sounds like a very physical phenomenon to me. And if that's what we're basing time on,
If we define the word physical, it doesn't fall under that definition. I'm sorry. This is why I said it would be important to agree on terms.
how would
we're
you?
We're 15 minutes in, and still maybe 20, 30 minutes in, and we're still, I mean, failing to even. You haven't attempted to give me any definitions or any
Yeah, I did.
other
I gave you my
examples.
definition for physical. What is your definition of physical? So we can kind
You
of.
didn't give me a definition for
I did.
physical.
I said anything that's quantifiable, anything that you can quantify is physical. So like I gave you the specific example of passage of time is something that we can quantify.
So anything that you can count, like I have. Hold on. So I have one rubber ducky, two rubber duckies. There are 5 physical rubber duckies. Now I can't count 5 minutes and touch them as I'm counting.
You can't touch them, but you can count.
In order to so now we have to go for the definition of quantify. So let's slow it down. I'm sure you don't mind, right? Because unfortunately, with people, well, sometimes you have to just get to the nitty gritty of all of the definitions. And me not being a snake oil salesman, me not wanting to confuse anyone, I want to make sure everything is defined, right? That me is the flat earther. That's not too much to ask, right?
Yes, right. Electricity is
no, Elijah. No.
He needs to understand.
No.
Elijah,
no, I'm trying to get a definition, and we're very calm and we're very chill. I don't need you introducing things in the middle of me having a conversation.
Okay.
Trying to define terms.
Yes, I agreed with you, Elijah.
Yeah, but you guys have a misconception between tangible and non-tangible.
Why do you think I'm trying to get the definitions on the table, Gepiget?
Yeah.
Did you just log in or what?
Yes.
Right.
So sorry if I interrupt.
Go on, Elijah.
So what can we go with? Let's see. Give me a second.
I mean, I'll give it to you. Time is a very, I mean, historically, it's been a very philosophical concept. It's hard to reason about in terms of physicality. So, I mean, I think all these questions are very awesome and interesting to talk about, but it's also very hard, very hard to talk about in any way that is easy to come to some sort of consensus to here.
So right here, yourdictionary.com, it says to quantify is defined as to measure or express the quantity of something. So an example, that's what I wanted, of quantify is to count the number of times a word was misspelled in a book.
Sure.
Now, a book is physical. The word is physical, and you can count how many times it appears. Okay. Okay. So now quantifying so physical. If there's nothing physical to count, how can you quantify it?
I think that's a great question. I do think that time is there's a prerequisite of things necessary for time to unfold, right? This gets into the topic of entropy, or seeing time as a function of entropy. If there are no things to
the question
unfold,
was,
if
how
there are
is
no
time
events to unfold, then there is no time.
That's beautiful, but the question was, how is time physical?
Because we can measure either the quantity of events, the duration of events. We can measure things that happen.
Events are things.
Yeah,
right?
sure. I actually think events and time are very, if not the same, very similar.
No, not the same. Time is not the same as things happening in time. It's not the same thing.
I think if you don't have any events,
the time it takes me to write 5 words, count them, doesn't mean I've counted time. It means I've spent time writing words, and then I've spent time counting them. Time itself isn't something I can count. So when you say the curvature of space and time, there's no way to quantify that.
Yeah, correct.
I mean, space-time gives us a way to quantify it. It quantifies it as a physical fabric. But time as a concept without general relativity is more philosophical, and it gets into this. I totally see your point.
It's a begging the question fallacy, and I mean, I'll be damned if I'm going to allow myself to fall victim to a conclusion that was reached from a logic fallacy.
Elijah, can I read one definition what I find out, like Google it, like past, I don't know, I find it one definition about physical.
Yeah, but I just want to, based on what I just said, do you think that's okay?
Well, I would describe it as, what did you call it? Begging the question. What did you call it?
See, here's the thing. It's not me describing something arbitrarily. There's a definition for begging the question, and what you're describing falls under that description.
I can tell you why I don't think so. I think it doesn't, because it's a model that is producing better predictions, right? It's a model that works.
There are no predictions.
What do you mean? Sure there were. I mean, that's how we resolved what was it? The orbit of Mercury. We did not have a model that accurately could predict the orbit of Mercury.
But did it already happen? Did you have to see it in order to then come up with a story about it?
No, I mean, we saw it and we could not come up with an explanation for it.
Okay. The sky is a clock. We just agreed, right? The sky is a clock. We just agreed, right?
Sure.
Right? Okay, so let's move away from the sky and let's move to an actual clock. Okay? So Monday at 1:00, the hand was on the short hand was on the 1:00 position. Tomorrow, it was on the 1:00 position. Is that a prediction?
Yeah, if you're predicting it will be at the 1:00 position in the next 24 hours, yeah, sure.
That's kind of that falls under post-diction.
It's not, because it hasn't happened yet. I mean, you have a pattern for justifying why you believe it will.
Post-diction because you saw it happen numerous times and then said, well, it's going to happen tomorrow because it happened yesterday. There's no reason to think that it won't happen.
That's
and
right.
then it
That-
does
that's-
happen. That's not a prediction. That's a post. Okay. Now we have to. It's crazy. Like when we talk to Glovers, it's like a dictionary fest because you just have to continuously pause and define terms because it's like I'm from Venus, you're from Mars, no pun intended. So prediction, and mind you, some of this stuff, like I just be going off the top. Like it's not like I talk about this stuff all the time. I don't know what I'm gonna find. I'm challenging myself in hopes that I can be wrong so that I can be stronger tomorrow. Because whenever I'm wrong, I'm always grateful. Why? Because it sharpens. So prediction versus post-diction.
Well, so like in the case of Mercury, I believe it was Mercury, right?
Let's see what it says, right?
So in the case of Mercury,
I know.
we didn't
I was
have a pattern.
I was literally looking up, right, the difference between prediction and post-diction because you already objected, right? So now we have to figure out what's what so that we can move forward. So please don't poison the well.
Sure, I'll wait
Right.
for you.
Prediction is involved with the encoding of what? No, I don't think that's what I'm looking for. Post-diction involves explanation after the fact. In skepticism, it is considered an effect of hindsight bias that explains claim predictions of significant events, such as plane crashes or natural disasters in religious context. Theologians frequently refer to post-diction using the Latin term Vaticanum or Vaticanium ex eventu. That was a little. Where's the prediction part? Where's the prediction part? Okay, hold on. This looks okay.
I got to head out in a few minutes. I got to head into the office, but maybe I can finish my thought here.
Knowing that it's a post-diction and not a prediction.
Sure.
Right?
So talking about it being a post-diction or whatever, in the case of Mercury specifically, basically that's the topic of it. Was it a pattern or not? Basically, we didn't have a pattern for Mercury accurately. We couldn't identify how to accurately say when it was next going to show up exactly where it should be. Right. And that was the problem. If we had the pattern, then
what's the name of the guy? Because something has come into my memory. What's the name of the guy that discovered this pattern?
Well, it was Einstein. Right? It was until general relativity. We didn't have a way to predict where it was going to be cyclical or cyclically.
Hold on. Okay, continue. Sorry.
But anyway, that's just the main point I was going to make. Because like in the case of Mercury, we did not have a pattern. We did not have a way to say, oh, because of past events, we know exactly where it will be next time. It just didn't add up.
I was right. Galileo. Well, it was observed by Galileo, but before that, obviously, people more older, much ancient. The ancients, they already observed the orbit, quote unquote, of Venus. But you're telling me that it was modeled by special relativity much later. And I'm like, okay, so you have a different model for the same observation. Wow, that's profound.
From what I understand, there was never an accurate prediction for, not Venus, by the way, Mercury.
Shit, okay.
Until general relativity.
Well, funny enough, Giovanni Zuppi, right? In 1639, and shit, me going off of Wikipedia. Obviously, I would have to dig deeper and find some EDUs that I really like to dig into, but just here off of Wiki. In 1639, Giovanni Zuppi, or Zuppi, used a telescope to discover that the planet had orbital phases similar to Venus and the Moon. The observation demonstrated conclusively that Mercury orbited around the Sun, a rare event in astronomy. is the passage of one planet in front of another, as seen from Earth. Are you saying they discovered more with like what more did they discover that wasn't just described in this little excerpt here?
I'm saying that to a degree of accuracy, I'm sure there's like it relativity is only going to have a small effect on the orbit of Mercury, but when we went to try to accurately pinpoint where we thought it should be, it was wrong based on Newtonian physics, and it was only with relativity that we were able to accurately predict it. So, like, I think that the patterns could have been known beforehand, generally, but not accurately.
And what does this prove?
Yeah, I'm just. I actually forgot how we got here. I'm just saying. Oh, I remember. It was just to make a point that this is different than just having past events predicting future ones. It's like, oh, it happened, this time at this time and this time at this time in the past. So therefore, it has to happen exactly. The thing is, with Mercury, we couldn't identify what would be the next one. We were always slightly off. Right.
But it is
only explanation.
Right? It's just that you don't. Well. So, okay, so if someone marked it down as, okay, this is the pattern, and then they're off, and then someone comes by and says, well, no, this works better, it accurately describes, could we call that a prediction rather than a post-diction? I'd say that's very flimsy. I don't know. I wouldn't hang my hat on that.
Elijah, can I ask him a question, please?
And Sasha was also trying to read the definition, and he says, I didn't mean to take up this much time. But Zanuck is waiting in the wings for you.
Yeah, that's good. Because I have to go into the office, so I'm going to have to take off. Zanuck can take over.
He's going to say everything that I said was a misunderstanding of something.
So you do realize time is not physical, it's a construct. Thank you.
Yeah, he kind of explained that he has empirically manipulated the tachyons.
I think he's got a learning disability.
Thanks, man. I appreciate that.
But
yeah, most people do.
Question
It's
is,
not your problem. It's the way that we have been taught in school. That's what causes the learning disability.
Yeah.
It's not like something against you personally. It's just one of those things to where the way that you think and you contemplate things is flawed intrinsically.
It's called
it's not
being.
your fault,
It's called being in a cult specifically because it takes away your own autonomy while you relinquished it to a higher authority that knows more than you in your mind. Not your mind, but in general, that's what happens in a cult. So even if you wanted to take your mind to places that you think it should go, there's a mechanism built in there by the nature of being in a cult that will stop you from thinking that. So for instance, I used to have thoughts, but then I would stop myself and tell myself, well, I can't question that because then I'll go to hell. Fast forward, there's no such thing as hell. There's this word hell used as one term when actually it defines three different things, but it's not the one thing that I was told it was, and it's not the thing that stopped me from mentally going places that I thought that I should go. So that's how that happens.
Yeah, hell, Sheol, right? The dead.
Sheol, the lake of fire, and Gehenna. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Oh, wait, no, that is the lake of fire.
No.
I'm bugging out. Sheol, the lake of fire, and yes, Gehenna.
Gandalf.
Is it? Am I tripping?
3 different things. No, those are 3 different things.
Yeah.
I think it's totally fair to say that the way we were raised influences the way that we think, and I think no one is, exempt from that. And everybody in this room is going to be subject to that effect to one degree or
If
another.
you,
And
unless you free your mind, unless
sure,
you realize.
and that's what I was about to say. I honestly try to engage in these conversations as best as I can, and I've changed my opinion on lots of things. I've talked to you in this room about different conspiracies that I subscribe to, stuff like that. I don't come in here looking for a fight. In fact, I rarely even come in here these days. But
I don't see you as that guy. I don't dislike you. I don't want to bad talk you. I don't see you as the guy that came in here last night, nor the kid that I was speaking to this morning. But maybe it's because I don't know you well enough. But I'm attempting to be more sensitive to the psychology of us, because I too am still enslaved, because I can see the places that I'm not willing to go. And who am I to tell someone else they're wrong when I'm in the same predicament, regardless of how far along I think I am?
Yeah, I think that's
nature versus nurture. Nature versus nurture.
I'm not afraid of completely changing my worldview. I mean, it's already happened to me once before significantly, and it was a truly eye-opening experience. It flipped my entire world upside down. And so I always say that I hope that everybody goes through that experience one day, to have everything that they ever believed in just be flipped on its head, because it totally changes the way that you look at the world.
Paradigm shift.
Yep.
Yes.
Yeah.
And
Most
I
flat earthers will say that,
give you a tip. I will give you a tip. It's more like a push. When you invoke Einstein and relativity, just ask yourself, are your feet older than your head?
The only reason why
that's what Einstein is saying.
The only reason why I've subscribed to Einstein is because it appears to give us better predictions than anything else right now.
Yeah,
So
but
it's
with
a model that
Einstein,
works.
with Einstein, you need delta V. You need a constant delta V, otherwise things crash into each other, according to his theory and explanation.
Make anything out of it.
Yeah.
I mean, there's so many things that, you can say, well, this makes sense, and then there's that are taking hatchets to the fundamentals or the premises of this belief, and it is a begging the question fallacy. I can probably get into that with you some other time by going into more detail of the fundamentals of Einstein. But I guess that'll have to be for a later time.
All right,
But again, like that video that I posted, that's one example of someone taking a hatchet to a fundamental that should not be. It's a foundation. You can't take the legs from underneath something and then say, well, it makes sense though. Like that's kind of very counterproductive.
Yeah, I'll take a look at that video and get back to you. All right, I'm gonna head off. I'll see you guys.
Good luck, sir. And do come back. And well done, Elijah.
I didn't do anything special.
Oh, you provided.
I'm trying to find these. I gotta gather up all these quotes, and then after gathering up these quotes, I gotta actually buy some books or buy some subscriptions. Figure out, the full context, just so somebody like Zanuck can't tell me that I'm. Quotes stand. We all know them. Jeranism, 100 quotes that tell us we've been lied to. It's almost hard to accept when someone says, oh, you're just cherry picking, and there's like 30 quotes. There's no geocentrism and heliocentrism that
I've been today in Gem Panda, and it's such an echo chamber in there. It's isolated, contained environment. Gaza. With his helicopter nonsense.
What's he saying about a helicopter?
Yeah, he was talking again.
I'm not familiar with the conversation.
Is time physical?
Physical. They have these ghost-like particles called tachyons, which has not empirically been proven by experiment or anything like that, nor observation. They are purely theoretical story. And they say that these kind of particles, ghost particles, they propagate through a vacuum in a laser-like medium. And
So you're not talking about the movie Land of the Lost, right? With Will Ferrell.
No. No, I'm talking like how they theoretically, these physicists, pseudo-physicists describe these particles. They say that they travel faster than the speed of light, and their motion is like backwards in time. I don't know. It's mind-boggling, to be honest.
Wasn't that invented by Star Trek?
Tachyons?
Like wormholes invented by Star Trek?
Yeah, but at Berkeley they are willing to perform some sort of experiments to prove their existence.
Yeah, but they also
So
make
they take
LSD.
it serious. Yeah. But indeed, it is coming from Star Trek. Yeah.
So again, what they're doing is presupposing that something exists, then they're going out to discover the existence of their presupposition.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna ask. So, Berkeley experiment, you say?
Yeah.
Well, then, what's the natural phenomena observed?
The tachyons.
The natural, phenomena.
The passing of time. They theorize that tachyons are actually physical time, the physical side of time.
Yeah, that's a begging the question, fellas.
Yeah, I know.
So why are you saying it's an experiment erroneously?
I didn't say it's an experiment. They want to perform an experiment, but they give no details, nothing about it.
Experiment with observation of natural phenomena first, obviously, because then they have no supposition.
Yeah. Well, they have these laboratory lasers, some particle accelerators.
I got some
and
party
who
hats
knows what.
about it.
Yeah.
No.
It's already technology which you need special clearance to verify, to see it. Yeah.
exactly what is different on the back of these people telling me that it's exactly the same. Because areas, shit, don't let learn. That's your ass. Not you, Gabby.
I know, Elijah. You mean
To tell me I'm wrong. So, this is new. This of Neo-Tychonian model of planetary motions. Luka Popov, University of Zagreb, Department of Physics. But what is less known is that Tycho Brahe, Kepler's tutor, developed a geostatic system that was just as accurate and elegant as Kepler's. The sun orbits around the Earth, and all the other planets orbit around the sun. The trajectories are laws are satisfied. For conclude that the sun's orbit in the Earth's pseudo-potential is equivalent to that observed from the Earth in the heliocentric system. The analysis of planetary motions has been performed in the Newtonian framework of Mach's principle. The kinematical equivalence of the Copernican heliocentric and Neo-Tychonian geocentric systems is shown to be pseudo-potential.
not that they won't publish his work, his model. Um but they will not mainstream it. They will just put it on a shelf to get dusty and all that. And this is the sad part of this world. There are honest scientists which do scientific work and they write down everything for us to see, but they just take that documentation and writings and everything, the data, and they lock it up. And these people, when they do this kind of work, they don't get paid.
All right, so the one, Dennis W. Sayama, Unity of the Universe, 1961, page 102 to 103. According to the wiki, one of the founding fathers of modern cosmology, whether the Earth rotates once a day from west to east, as Copernicus taught, or the heavens revolve once a day from east to west, as his predecessor, the observable phenomena will be exactly the same. This shows a defect in Newtonian dynamics, since an empirical science ought not to contain a metaphysical assumption which can never be proved or disproved by observation. That's a big one.
This is a big claim and statement, yes, and observation, very important. And it wasn't anybody from behind the corner of the street talking. You know, it was
Let me just get through like 5 more
Yeah.
of these, and I'll let y'all.
nice, very nice. Go ahead.
Physicist Julian B. Barbour. Thus, even now, 3.5 centuries after Galileo, it is still remarkably difficult to say categorically whether the Earth moves. Short and sweet.
Categorically, it's still difficult to say. Yeah.
Sir Fred Hoyle, Nicholas Copernicus, an essay on his life and work, page 87. We might hope, therefore, that the Einstein theory, which is well suited to such problems, would throw more light on the matter, but instead of adding further support to the heliocentric picture of the planetary motions, the Einstein theory goes in the opposite direction, giving increased respectability to the geocentric picture. Now I want to know why he said that. I'm going to have to go dig that up.
Yeah.
Got to dig that up. Okay, so Einstein's ether, derotational motion of the Earth, Department of Philosophy, Haifa University, Mount Carmel, Israel. Okay. According to Einstein, the argument over whether the Earth turns around or the heavens revolve around it is seen to be no more than an argument over the choice of reference frames. Choice, an argument of a choice.
Yeah.
Whoa. There's no frame of reference. Who the hell was that? Oh, there's no frame of reference from which an observer would not see the effects of the flattening of the poles. Thus, in frame number 1, yes, there's a figure in the book. The Earth turns round while the sky is at rest. The centrifugal force is a consequence of the Earth's motion, uniform acceleration, relative to the heavens. This causes the flattening. In the latter frame, number 2, the sky rotates and the Earth stands still. The centrifugal force should be understood as being an effect of the rotating heavens, which is generating a gravitational field that causes the flattening of poles. The two explanations are equivalent, as there is an equivalence between inertial and gravitational mass.
Yeah, I like how this man said it, uniform acceleration instead of constant. Yeah, beautiful.
The relativity explosion, Martin Gardner. Do the heavens revolve or does the Earth rotate? The question is meaningless. A waitress may just as sensibly ask a customer if he wanted ice cream on top of his pie or the pie placed under his ice cream. Huh. Terrible. Who are all these people that are just... I mean, shit, I've said the same thing and I was called like a stupid flat earther. I don't know why. That's odd.
Me too, Elijah. Yeah, I did the same. When I was a glober, I could never believe, imagine, comprehend. But when I saw the flat earth movement, I was already, into conspiracies and stuff. 9/11 triggered me, like it was evident for me, that there is stuff occult going on in the world, and there is conspirators at the governing, so
Look at this one here.
Go ahead.
Sir Fred Hoyle again, Nicholas Copernicus, an essay on his life and work. Let it be understood at the outset that it makes no difference from the point of view of describing planetary motion, whether we take the Earth or the Sun as the center of the solar system. Since the issue is one of relative motion only, there are infinitely many exactly equivalent descriptions referred to different centers. In principle, any point will do. The Moon, Jupiter. So the passions by Zanuck, loosed on the world by the publication of Copernicus' book De Revolutionibus, Orbium, Coelestium, whatever. were logically irrelevant. So all of that was logically irrelevant to tell me no, works better, heliocentric universe. And there is no planetary observation by which we on Earth can prove the Earth is moving and in orbit around the sun. Thus, all Galileo's discoveries can be accommodated to the system in which the daily rotation of the heavens is communicated to the sun and planets, so that the Earth itself neither rotates nor revolves in an orbit. Bernard Cohen, Birth of a New Physics, revised and updated, 1985. One more, I'll do one more. Let's go. And Fred Hoyle coined the term the Big Bang, by the way. Anyone was wondering who the hell that. This is we already read like 3 from him that was like body blows. Okay, one more from Fred Hoyle. Today we cannot say that the Copernican theory is right and the Ptolemaic theory is wrong in any meaningful sense. The two theories are physically equivalent to one another. Science today is locked into paradigms. Every avenue is blocked by beliefs that are wrong. And if you try to get anything published in a journal today, you will run up against the paradigm. The editors will turn you down. So when they ask, why isn't anyone saying anything? There you go. All right.
They
That's
just
all.
shut
I'm
you
not gonna.
off. Yeah. That was very deep. It's exactly what's going on. You don't preach their religion, you're not a scientist, you're not gonna get paid, you're not gonna have a job, nothing. You will be an outcast, a plague. Yeah. True science is for the elites. I'm looking at the stars. There's I see also airplanes, but there are some very tiny, tiny, tiny lights that move. And a couple of minutes ago, one of them was blinking, blitz, making like a blitz, and it was bright as a star, medium shining star. Why don't we see those tens of thousands of satellites? Space debris.
Okay, Theo, if you talk, can you say something about where is curvature, extra rotation, and gas pressure without container? Please, ether is yours. If you don't want gifts. Hello? Theo, if Indio, you said you are talking. Come on, talk.
Indio? Yeah.
He said no gifts, mate. I'm talking. Come on, talk.
Well, that's hilarious because he's not Russian, you numpty dipshit Englishman.
She's not
Wow.
Russian. He's not Russian.
Well, but he's talking. Can you be quiet, get better? I cannot hear him. Yes?
Yeah,
Yes?
okay, Sasha, okay.
Okay. Good. Okay. Yes, Theo? Are you talking? You don't want gifts? Hmm? Why are you talking so much?
What's the point of sitting there texting? Can't you use English, bruv? You gutter dweller from Liverpool. Come on.
Pričaj srpski, bre. Parla italiano. Tutto. Non c'è problema. Andiamo.
Parlez-vous français?
Look, we have... You can express yourself in any
Voulez-vous
language.
parler?
In which language we can find curvature? Come on.
Yeah.
Nah, you're from Liverpool, bruv. Quit lying. You're a gutter punk.
He's from some slum in London somewhere.
He is neighborhood here from me then. I'm West Midlands.
If he's from London, then it must be Croydon something.
Berkshire.
He said, stop using gifts, mate, and actually talk. And now we are here. Come on. Come on, West Midland. Yeah, I'm fucking in West Midland. Yes, that's important. Strange accent for West Midland, isn't it?
Yeah. Is he Indian, British?
He's from Luton.
I think he's from Lithuania.
he's from Milton Keynes, yeah. You don't speak, man. You're typing. He said, I don't speak Russian.
What's wrong? Pussy got your tongue? Oh, I know where he's from. Where do they farm dirt in England again? Yeah, that's where he's from.
Nice name.
I wonder if he realizes Indio means India.
Hi, Picket.
Good evening, Ariel. Nice to see you.
I was checking to see if my microphone was off.
Yeah.
Hate it when that happens.
All is good, Picket.
Yeah, work is finished and I'm sitting outside looking at the stars.
Nice.
Yeah.
You got nice weather there.
Still nice weather, yes. It was warm today, quite hot,
Yeah,
like
here
summer.
as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But last Sunday, it was the last day when this Schwimmbad, swimming
Yes.
pool were open. Yeah, they close it.
You guys don't have air
Season.
conditioning. You guys have air conditioning? Or is that
Where,
in
in
America?
Germany?
Yeah.
I think they
Or is that an
invented
American
them
thing?
here in Germany.
Okay. Because I figured, the temperature was always nice there. Because it's a nice temperate climate.
Germany is colder actually than my country, Romania. It was unbearable this summer.
Yeah. Yeah, it's rather warm one here, or personally where I'm at. It's 40 degrees Celsius right now.
Oh wow.
For
Yeah,
everybody
oh my God.
that's 102.
Bloody hell.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's hot. 100 Fahrenheit. It's very hot.
Well, it's actually
It was the
cooled
same in
down.
Romania.
It's actually cooled down because it was up to 45 degrees Celsius earlier this year.
Oh my God.
Yeah. But
Where
at that
are
time,
you?
we had Arizona.
Arizona. Yeah, that's desert. It has to be.
Right.
Yeah.
But it was humid this summer, man. It's not usually humid. It's usually dry.
That's interesting.
Gippige, wo wohnst du in Deutschland?
Ich wohne in Gersfeld, neben Fulda.
Gersfeld?
Ja.
Is that north, south, east, or west?
Close to Fulda, Frankfurt, Frankfurt am Main.
Okay. Is that Bavaria?
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah. There's some pretty nice countryside there.
Yeah, it's a small village, city, very small city.
Yeah, that's
But-
already places in Germany I would like to go and see.
I mean, from one end to the other, it's like a 10 minutes walk, even less. Yeah. And there are a lot of farmers, these villagers. It smells like cow on the streets. Yeah.
Oh, nice. Nice and calm.
Yeah.
No rat race.
It's quiet, peaceful. All the people say hello to you on the street.
Oh my God, what is wrong with them?
Yeah. but that's how it is, when you go in a small village, everybody knows everybody.
Ich habe einen Freund
You don't need to call. You can come on in.
Yeah.
We're from the country and we like it that way.
Exactly. Civilized. Yeah. Well behaved. When you see a man, you must greet him. That's.
Oh yeah, like we have a unwritten rule here in the States. Like if you're walking, like traveling down a lonely stretch of road and you see another traveler, wave at them and talk to them. It's good things,
Yeah, yeah.
Ich habe einen Freund von Oberhausen.
Von Oberhausen.
Oberhausen.
Was passiert, Sie bitte?
Ich habe früher gearbeitet neben Oberhausen. Ja, ich kenne diese Region. Ja. But I don't remember right now the area. I said, yeah, I worked before in the close to Oberhausen.
Yeah, near Duisburg.
Duisburg, yeah.
I can say I am a donut in Kaya Berliner or something like that.
Ich bin ein Berliner.
Yeah,
Ich bin
Berliner.
ein Berliner.
I am a donut.
I think more specifically, it's a jelly donut.
Yeah.
Nein, du bist ein Yankee Doodle.
If you want to sound very German, then
Yeah.
you
Yeah.
have to say
Yeah.
tutti paletti.
What tutti paletti?
Yes, tutti
What is-
paletti. But tutti paletti, tutti is from Italian, like everything, all. But paletti in German means good. And Germans, they say alles paletti. All
Alles
are good. Yeah.
Oh, that's all good, dog.
Ja, alles Paletti.
Tutto bene.
Ja, meine Nüsse am Schwitzen.
Oh my God.
I know very bad things in German. Wo kann ich ein Bier kaufen? That's good.
Das ist eine unglaublich erotische Bewegung.
Oh, Sascha spricht sehr gut Deutsch.
I studied Deutsch, but I forget it in school.
Yeah, same like me.
I know to say where are you live, and some words like stupid words. But yeah, zusammen, Bleistift, Pferd, Fahrrad, Tisch.
Yeah. Flat Earth. How do you say flat Earth, Sasha, in German?
Oh shit, I don't know that.
Die Erde ist flach. Flache
Ach so, haben wir
Erde.
jetzt eine deutsche Sprache oder was?
Nein.
Ich
Das
liebe
meint
dicke
das
Dinge.
flache Erde.
Flache Erde, yeah.
I got some German family, so
Vielleicht.
not fooling me.
My family's origins are half German, half French. My father and my brother spoke German fluently, well, my brother still does. And I played Battlefield 4 with some Bavarians for about 3 years. And instead of me learning German, they all used me so that their English could improve.
Yeah, nice.
And we get that what I am really that language I don't know nothing. My roots are Slovakian, for example. My father is Slovakian, but I never learned that language. Even my father didn't learn that language. He understands something. Only my grandma.
But you speak Serbian.
Yeah, because my mother is Serbian.
What is the root of the Serbian language?
Oh, Bože,
Sorry?
Može.
What is the? Sorry, can you repeat the question?
What is the root of the Serbian language? Is it Greek?
Root?
Is it,
No, it's that Slavic language. Slavic?
Where does it originate from?
From the Slavs.
Yeah.
Let's
The
say
south
that language.
from Danube.
It's that and that language is similar like to Czech, Slovaks, Polish, and even Russian.
Yeah, those languages sound really foreign to me. I've not really heard them being spoken. Maar as jy daaraan dink, ek is Afrikaans en mense dink baie keer ek is van Rusland. No?
I don't know what that is.
Možemo mi tako pričati do sutra, ali ko će se onda razumeti?
Razumeš, understand.
I said we can speak like like this till tomorrow, but nobody will understand nobody.
Yeah. I understood something.
That was like a Dutch.
Yeah. Yes.
I had a Dutch friend 20 years ago, but I never could. I always thought that it's some kind of mixture of German and English, but something in between, and I could not catch nothing.
Yeah, Dutch is a pretty weird language.
So, do you think there's any truth to when people say that the way the Americans talk is a truer reflection of how the English used to speak? Because I've heard people say that.
I don't know. We don't hide the T.
The T. Don't talk about the T.
But we say H, like H with an A instead of H. So
Oh, yes, I still say H, and therefore people think I'm posh. I actually sometimes spell words to people, and then they go, "You mean H?"
H.
Americans do everything right, don't you know? We speak correctly, everything.
But that every nation saying that.
we
Italians
decimate a nation and defile their civilization properly.
I mean, languages do evolve, don't they?
Yeah.
Because words get replaced, they fall out of use. New
Yeah.
words get added.
Or words from Latin to mean something in English, because usually it's all 3-letter words that are compiled to make a longer word, and it's just, prefix, suffix, root, all those kind of things.
But that Greece and Latin, that it's in all languages.
Yep.
So it's like a standard. It's something like basic.
That's because they ruled the world. Still do.
Because
That's why
if you say
doctors speak it.
Maybe earth is not, but let's say atmosphere in my language is atmosfera. That means is the same.
Yeah. Well, that's like the Japanese word for hot dog is hatudagu.
I saw.
Hatudagu. Hamburgers, hamburger. Beer, betu. But bread, well, that's pan, right? So, and then you're like, wait a minute, that don't make sense. Pan, that's like Latin.
Pane, yeah.
Because they were trading with the Portuguese, and the Portuguese brought bread for pasta. Gave them bread, and they're like, oh, this is good. It's like, yeah, we want your secret for noodles.
But all words like organization, that what is finishing with that kind of, let's say, calculation. I can tell in my language, you will understand. Calculatia, observatia. It's only pronounced on the end.
Yeah.
But it's the same word. Yeah.
So isn't that because there's some Latin mixed in there?
Yeah, I failed my German club class.
So I grew up in a household that was fully bilingual, but I was schooled in Afrikaans. And we didn't really speak English that much, so we were taught that at school as our second language. And then, of course, my dad spoke 5 languages, so I picked up Zulu when I was like a really small kid. And then when I was in primary school, first year of high school, we had to choose German or Latin. So I chose Latin, which was really, really useful later on, because I think people who you can just sort of fake that you're educated if you know a few Latin things to chuck in there. Or you can just make more sense of the world, I guess.
I had Latin study also, but I didn't catch much of it.
Half the time, Beget, we were just chanting. We were literally just, you had to just learn it like a parrot.
Yeah.
Because it was so, and then it was like chant. We basically did that. The whole class had to sit there and chant, like, past participle, present participle. It was ludicrous. Yeah, we
For
didn't.
me, Latin felt like a poor language because I speak Romanian, and Romanian language is the mother language of Latin and also of Greek language. And all those words and stuff, when I hear them, 70% of Latin words, they are very similar to ancient Romanian language, and to me it sounds like people from village speaking. Very funny.
Yeah.
And it didn't sound modern to me. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, the Afrikaans language is totally derived from Dutch, with a lot of other influences in there as well, especially French and German, some English. My great-great-grandmother was, she was in a concentration camp under the English, and she wrote a letter that was kept, and it was the most beautiful cursive handwriting, but the wording of the letter was in High Dutch.
Yeah.
Hey, I hate to interrupt,
remember
but there's somebody new here. Cruxbear.
Sure. Hello, welcome to the Flat Earth server.
Oh, hello.
Hey, Crux.
Hello, welcome.
Oh, hi. I was just listening.
Sweet, man. What brings you to the server?
I saw the link somewhere, and I was like, "All right, I gotta see what this place is."
Ah, sweet. Cool. So what do you think of the shape of the Earth, though?
I think it's more concave, like a pizza pan.
Concave, like a pizza pan?
Yeah.
I don't know what kind.
You mean with upraised edges?
Yeah, like upper edges.
Uh-huh.
Like a snow globe.
Like an ice wall.
Yes, the ice wall.
Like in Antarctica.
Do you think the Earth is moving at all?
Rotating, but not like rotating in the way, kind of like a vinyl record.
What makes you think that?
Oh,
What do you think causes that motion?
I don't know.
Do you feel that on a daily basis?
Yeah.
Well, I don't
there
think
be
we're just like perfectly still.
Would there be a way of measuring that motion?
Probably not.
Yeah, that's the problem. We can't measure something, so if we can't measure it, then how can we confirm that it's moving?
Yeah. And we don't feel it also. When you sit on a merry-go-round, you feel it when it's spinning, but when it's not spinning and it's still, you feel that you're sitting still. Right?
Yeah.
So it's not good to assume that you're moving when you don't feel it.
Well, that means
Well-
that he's interested in the subject matter.
I am interested in the
yeah.
subject matter. I want to learn.
Yeah,
I
Yeah,
want to
we're
see.
happy
I want to see different perspectives. I don't want to just learn like the fake lies that they teach in like school.
I'm glad to hear you have an honest approach. You want to learn. And you will find a lot of information here in the server.
Yeah, I found the
have
last
you
like hour
seen-
just sitting here to be very eye opening.
Oh, so you heard Elijah?
Yeah, I was listening to
Before-
Elijah talk about, I
Yeah.
believe, what he was reading passages from Galileo or
yeah,
someone
sort
else.
of,
I came in like
physicist,
halfway
yes.
through that.
I think it was from Richard Feynman or something like that. But it was a physicist he was quoting. Yeah. And these physicists, they were explaining how they can create a geostationary world model, and it works perfectly fine, like the stars in the sky and the luminaries, sun and moon, they are rotating above us in complex cycles, repeating cycles. So yeah, it makes sense. Why should we assume that we are in an infinite vacuum of space, which is in direct violation to the second law of thermodynamics and gas pressure? Because you can't have gas pressure without a container, and especially not next to a vacuum without a container, a solid barrier in between them. When you open a Coca-Cola bottle, there is a higher pressure inside the bottle, so when you open the lid, it will make all that gas pressure escapes into the lower, the air we breathe, so it comes to an equilibrium. Yeah, any questions?
No, not really. I'm just kind of just listening in, learning new perspectives, finding new things, hearing, getting a bearings of what people like and
Great.
don't like.
I understood that, but I want you to be honest. You are new here.
Yes, I am.
Have you seen flat Earth videos before?
Yes, I have seen a couple.
Can you name someone? Some of them? Any?
Not off the top of my head. It's been a while.
Mhm. Do you remember what was it about? What were they saying? Some arguments, maybe.
I know that like the Flat Earth Society is like a meme, and they're not like real.
Yeah. They are a controlled opposition.
Yeah,
They are
they're goofy stuff.
They are governmental, officially registered organization, and their members. I don't know any Flat Earth Society member. I never seen one anywhere, but their members are 100% people from the governing system, which work in the government in top positions.
Yeah, they're
So-
they're like gang stalkery types.
Yes. So they um, create this organization and website and make all these idiotic and stupid claims, and models like a flying pizza into some infinite vacuum of space, just to mock and ridicule the subject, to look crazy. So when some person is looking for flat earth, he's going to be given the results with pointing to flat earth society. He
Maybe
will
that's
see
where I
those.
heard the pizza pan model from.
Yeah, definitely. um what we are on is what you can see and feel. When you go outside, if you go like a large body of water or a sea or an ocean, you look far distant in the horizon. Yeah, you see the horizon far away. It's a flat line, straight. It's not curving anywhere. And yeah, you can see it with your naked eyes. Why would you lie to yourself that's actually curvature there when you can even take a picture, photo of this horizon line? And if you put a ruler then on the photo, you can see it's dead flat.
Perfectly flat, level.
Yeah, you don't find 1 micron of an arc curvature, nothing. And yeah, you can take even today 4K, 8K video camera, super high resolution and blah blah, and it's still flat. Yeah, that's simple how it is. They have this argument, Bill Nye, saying that ships go beyond the horizon, they disappear, beyond the horizon, because it's going behind the curvature. And things disappearing in the horizon, they start disappearing bottom up. And yes, that is true, but it's true that they disappear bottom up, but not because they are going beyond a curvature. Not nowadays, but about a decade ago, they gifted mankind these big tech corporations. They made this amazing video camera, P900. Is the highest optical zoom camera, and when you go to the seashore or an ocean and you zoom in the horizon, there are boats which are completely gone. You don't see them. But when you zoom in with that camera, you can bring them back into sight. All the way from the bottom up. And even when you see ships which are like only half gone, disappear from them. But with that camera, when you zoom in, it brings everything back into view. And yes, they don't want you to understand the laws of light propagation through mediums and laws of perspective. Also, the inverse square law, of light. The further you go away from a light source, the less illuminated you will be. You know.
Right.
Yeah. So.
That's something about light that always confused me is the direction of light, because I grow a lot of plants in my yard. Like I have a large garden.
Yeah.
And depending on if my garden, because I'm in the northern, I'm north of the equator.
Yeah.
My plants do better if they're facing south.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think it's related to how much sun they are getting. You know.
Right.
Plants grow better with more exposure to the sun. That's
Yes.
wild.
But I'm gonna mute my mic because I'm kind of shy, and I wasn't expecting to actually be able to talk here. But it was nice.
Well, don't be shy, and
I'm gonna let someone
do
else.
ask questions. Do ask
I will.
questions.
I will.
You know. Yeah.
But I'm gonna hand it off to somebody else.
Sure. No problem. Take your time. And good luck learning.
Hey, Ariel.
Hello.
Oh, yeah. Chemo.
Hi, Chemo.
Oh, yeah. Have you spoke to my friend Dan? He's a globe earther. Dan Fesley.
I came over here to avoid you, dude. Now you're following me.
Yeah, because you've got the evidence. I go where the evidence is, right?
Hey, Chemo, how's it going?
Nuts.
Hey, Chemo.
Well, I'm going to be silent, actually. I'm going to just get you and Ariel introduced. Have you met Ariel, Dan?
Nope. I heard her talking for the past little while. That's about it.
Oh, she's lovely. Ariel, this is Dan. He's a hardcore ball earther.
Hardcore man.
My commiserations.
Yeah, so, well, you can talk about it with Dan if you'd like, yeah, and I'll be silent.
I can't really talk right now. I'm eating lunch and then I got to pack up my desk. So I'm just listening.
Bon appetit.
Go on, you sure you can have a quick word back and forth with Ariel?
You missed it, man. Yeah, I was already here talking to some people. Elijah, I believe.
I was a ball earther myself last year, Dan.
Yeah, most people are, right? Before they... It's not like you were, believing in flat Earth as a kid.
No. And I'm an adult. And just out of nowhere, there was this paradox that just hit me out of the blue. And I just stopped long enough to take an interest. And I sort of dived in and started looking at it. And I was driven to the conclusion that everything is not the way it seems. It really took me a while. I was amazed when I landed up on the Flat Earth Discord to find that these gentlemen here have discovered so much more than what I even did. In my ignorance, I was so relieved when I came here and they explained the science to me.
What was the initial contradiction that prompted you to look into the flat Earth?
Well, it's the most unlikely thing. But if you recall, last year we were bombarded with Elon Musk and his Skynet, all his activities. He was sending so-called satellites into the atmosphere. And from where I live in the UK, I could actually see those lights going through the sky. I actually stood in my back garden and I looked at them. And it was a few weeks after that someone that I was watching on YouTube said, just very conversationally, that satellites are not what you think they are. Wink. So I thought, well, I don't really know what satellites are. I don't really have an opinion. But so he posited that satellites are being launched via helium balloons. So that was the thing. That was the thing that started me looking. So I didn't even think about the fact that there exists a measurement of the Earth, the ball, but that measurement is, from some ancient experiment. You can't even call it an experiment. And with that R value, you are supposed to be able to plot where the horizon is. And that horizon is supposed to be geometric. But then if you go out and you look across the ocean, it's not there. It's not there where they say it should be. So that hadn't even occurred to me because my whole foray started with satellites. And from there it moved on to what was NASA doing. Because it was also posited to me that maybe they were lying about the landings on the moon that they claim they've made.
Yeah, that's interesting. And most flat earthers start the other way. They have they start with the idea that the moon landing was fake, and then that builds the distrust in NASA, and then takes you to flat Earth eventually.
Yes, and if you have no preconceived notions about these things, because I wasn't interested in NASA, I always thought that what they were doing was just huge vanity projects, that the money that they were using could be much better spent here, in the here and now. And I thought that what they were reaching for in the vacuum of space was like shooting at the moon, basically. I had no respect for it. I had no feelings about it whatsoever. But the moment I started turning my attention to it, I realized there were things that you just couldn't overlook. So then when I came to the Flat Earth Discord, I find out that nobody has actually been able to measure the rotation of the Earth, and that the mathematics, that it's very strange. Very strange.
That's a very cool story. It's different than every other story I've heard so far.
I think it's different for everyone. As somebody who is just arrived here, for me, it's intensely interesting how people do. How people do, how it was for them. What was it that first challenged them? So I had never even heard, I think, of Foucault's pendulum. I didn't know that was just some liars, like claiming accolades for themselves when they were clearly up to no good. They were, they were involved in fakery, in egoistical search for, attention, which they did get. And then I also learned that you can't have an atmosphere, not right next to the vacuum of space. I had never heard of the second law of thermodynamics, to be honest. Or if I had, I had forgotten. And it makes perfect sense to me that the atmosphere, the ether, the air around us, here where we are in a contained system. So I quickly understood all of that. And that was just the starting point for many other realizations. That the science community is full of scoundrels. Full of scoundrels.
Well, they're people, right? People are, the world's full of shitty people and good people. I think it's a mix.
Well, in view of what we are all experiencing now, I think a lot of people are sitting up and taking notice of things that didn't interest them before, and that they weren't, their interest didn't incline them to even look twice. So I don't know, what is it that convinces you that everything is the way they say it is?
I'm kind of surprised it was the Starlink stuff that prompted you in. I would have imagined it would be the car, the Tesla in space. That one was a much more preposterous event.
You can tell it's real because it looks so fake.
And what a memorable quote, right?
We'd have way better CGI if it was fake.
Well, looking at NASA also made me look at their history. I was on the Internet Archive looking at very old information, stuff that they put out there. I didn't have somebody whispering in my ear. I didn't have someone to bounce my ideas off of. But my conclusion was that there was something... I did engage with people on NASA's live streams online. And I quickly found that people were attacking me for just asking reasonable questions. And I remember one in particular, I was talking about the footage from Apollo 11 and how horrible the imagery was. And then I was looking at the camera that they used and at the film that was in that camera. So I really started from nothing. I ended up reading a discussion that two people were having about the distance of the Earth in relation to where the sun is. Parallel rays. I hadn't given that a thought. So bit by bit, I started forming this picture in my head that, something here, I need to keep on. It wasn't a conscious decision. It was just things just didn't seem right to me. And I have I was brought up in a Christian household, and I had the Bible as a basis as well. And it was just a really confusing time for me. I was never into anything to do with evolution. I always knew that there was a creator. And just like most people alive today, I never gave these things a thought. Not a single thought.
Are you still Christian?
The evening that I came to this Discord, I didn't anticipate anything. I didn't know anything about flat earthers. Even the term to me, it didn't really exist. Because the way I was looking for information was just uniquely the way I look for things. And then when I ended up here, I didn't even know that people were going to talk to me at all. I thought this Discord was just like other Discords where people just come and go, and I would just sit here and listen, to see what are people talking about. And I was delighted when I spoke to these people, and I could say to them, I don't know what's going on, but I'm in quite a state. It feels as if my whole reality is falling down, around me.
And you have a support group, right?
And then I asked the inevitable question that everybody asks: why would they lie?
And yeah, what is your answer to that question? I'm curious.
And a girl just piped up and said to me, because they're trying to hide God from you. And it hit me like a lightning bolt. Because the biggest trick that Satan ever pulled is to convince people that he doesn't exist. But in doing so, he has achieved another great feat. He has written God completely out of the picture. The things that we learn about other dimensions and about otherworldly beings, they've all been replaced by Harry Potter and vampires and shit. And today people don't consider children, especially the younger generation. None of that knowledge has been made available to them. We mustn't speak about these things in school. That there's just this constant deterioration in, people must just regurgitate, limited access to, the curricula in public schools nowadays. It's woefully inadequate. Woefully inadequate.
I guess when I was religious, I never had a problem with, believing the Earth was a globe, and yet believing in God or creation, right? People who are highly religious, like I was, often look at the globe as something that's too beautiful to have been happenstance. So I don't know. I guess I never understood the hiding God thing, because that's true on a flat Earth or a globe Earth in my mind.
It says in Revelation that after Armageddon, the heavenly Jerusalem will come down from the sky, and it will be visible to every eye. So with the realization that there is actually a dome above us, I believe that with all my heart, my soul, and my mind, that above the firmament there is God. He's so close. And I put it to you that the ball puts him very distant from humanity. Very distant. In some galaxy far, far away.
Yeah, in the case of Mormonism, quite literally, there's a star that we designate he lives at, Kolob.
So who do you think is in control of this system of things in the here and now?
I don't know. I'm leaning towards nobody.
Okay. I see your problem right there.
Yeah. I've become agnostic atheist.
Yeah, I think the death of my brother was the thing that ripped me apart as well. It was so hard for me to deal with. I felt abandoned. I also drifted. But I think, every man will give account, of himself in the end. And I just think if anybody looks at the situation we find ourselves in now, and you can have a conversation about who is in control, who is steering these events that we see, there is so much to uncover. And for me, it is a logical conclusion that it is the deceiver. Yeah. So do you spend your time trying to convince flat earthers that we do live in a ball?
No, not really. About 3 years ago is when I started coming to the Discords and hang out in this particular one for about a year and a half. Then I just grew tired of the debate. I liked the friendships that I got. That's one of the best things about these communities is like you said, they're not people just passing through. There's some cool people here. But yeah, mostly I don't engage in that debate.
I see. You have sparred with QE?
I try to avoid QE.
I see.
There are a few people I try to avoid. QE is one of them. Nathan Oakley is another one. Witsit is another one. Basically, anybody who is the more on the more antagonistic end of the spectrum. I like having engaging conversations and not arguments.
I see people become very passionate sometimes, but I totally understand. I think it's just the pressure that we are all feeling at the moment. And because our convictions are so strong, I don't believe that any flat earther could be turned back to a ball believer, a ball zealot.
It's very rare. I mean, it's happened a few times, a handful of times, but yeah, you're right. Very, very rare.
Yes, for me, that is a total enigma, how such a thing can happen. It's like something that you've seen, you can't unsee it. So, yeah, I'm intrigued how you cling so steadfastly.
Yeah, I don't have too much time to really talk about it in depth, but in summary, when I found the discussion of the flat Earth, some of the claims were interesting to me. So stuff I had never thought about, as you said as well. And so I looked into them, and pretty much everything I've looked into has had a more than adequate explanation on the globe. So I've had no reason to change my belief.
Well, it's never too late.
Yeah.
It's like someone on here called Jenny. Like she says, we leave no baller behind. So
That's cute.
So by all means, feel free to engage and discover more.
Will do. Will do. All right. I gotta take off. Bye, guys.
Nice talking to you, Dan.
Nice talking to you.
Real quick, Dan, before you go. Oh, he's gone already, isn't he? It would behoove you to watch this documentary about Elon Musk.
I have watched that one, but I've also discovered another one, Unmasking the Real Elon Musk.
You know, this is exposing him as a cult leader. There's some question on whether or not his sixth child was sacrificed, or if it was Sid's. And every time somebody brings it up, he gets all choked up, and I can't talk about this. I need a couple minutes. So, and then like even Grimes, right? That grimy Grimes. They'll sit there and they'll say that good things come from the shadow. The shadow doesn't mean evil. It means things that are hidden. Yeah, that means evil.
Yes, I saw that today.
Yeah. Because you know how a lot of these globies will sit there and say, okay, if you don't trust NASA, I don't trust NASA either. That's why I trust Elon Musk. It's like, huh? He's a geek.
Is he really a geek? I mean,
Yeah, he's got Asperger's.
yeah, well, too many vaccinations will do that to you.
Also, there was he hates his father for some reason, and I'm not going to get into it because that's speculation.
Oh, yeah, I know about that.
Yeah. So it's just, you know, because I like to deal with fact. If, like, speculation is philosophy, right? So philosophy is like exploring those questions that cannot be answered. For instance, why would they lie? Well, we can't really give a definitive definition for or answer for why would they lie, because that denotes motive. And how can you know the motive if they're not telling you what the motive is? So we speculate on it and we philosophize on it. I mean, it's
Well, luckily I'm a woman, so I intuit a lot of things.
so you know 4 languages, Ariel?
Yes.
Wow, I barely know English.
I can also understand written Dutch very well.
Really?
Yes, because it's close to the language that I was brought up with. I just find that the different dialects, when people speak really fast, then I lose it.
Like, see, I've noticed talking to my fellow Americans when there was the whole takeover and collapse of the Dutch government. I told them, hey, you know, there's some trouble in the land of the Dutch. Apparently, their government just collapsed, and they're on skeleton crew. You know, they all abdicated their positions. And they're like, what, that happened to Germany? No, that's Deutsch. You know, so it's like Dutch meaning Holland, you know, Netherlands.
Yes, that's what we call it, Holland.
Yeah. We call it Amsterdam, even though Amsterdam is just the capital, right? Or a city.
Yeah.
Yeah.
In South Africa, we refer to Hollanders as Kaaskoppe because they are blonde. So they hate, and of course the cheese, the Edam cheese and whatnot. Cheese heads, basically. Direct translation. Yes.
7 maids of milking. Yeah, I like the clogs. And the wooden shoes.
Yeah, and the tulips and the windmills.
Yeah. It's a beautiful country, too. I just didn't know that the whole thing, well, not the whole thing, but a lot of that land is reclaimed. I didn't know that.
Reclaimed, yeah. The dikes that they built. Yeah, that was all swamp, or it was actual ocean floor.
Yeah.
That's incredible. So people are so industrious.
Yeah.
When they're just left to get on with things. Well, if you look at Elon Musk and he's, are they married now?
Grimes, I'm not sure if they're actually married. He was married twice before, right? The first wife,
Yeah.
like after the death of the child, he says we have to get a divorce or fix this marriage. And the next day he filed for a divorce. So he could marry another woman, right? And then they were married for like a year, then they got divorced and then remarried that same year and divorced the same year again. So it's like it's when people can't reconcile something in their life, they tend to repeat the same procedure to try to reconcile the loss that they had. And I think it all stems from, whatever happened to his sixth child. And then when he got with that Johnny Depp's abusive girlfriend.
Amber Heard.
Yeah. Like she's a narcissist, right? Complete controlling narcissist. He should have known off the bat.
Yeah.
Like she broke up with him. She's like, no, I'm done with you. Right. And that really tore him up. So he started spiraling out of control, started building Starship, and then it kept crashing and doing this. And he kept pushing his company, making it fail. Tesla with the AI crashes and all that. And then with the truck, he said, this is unbreakable glass and broke it. That's very un-CEO-like of a company. And the thing is, I mean, man, it's... So then he found this singer, Grimes. And the thing is she's an occultic witch, right?
Yeah.
And you can tell she's an occultic witch. She says, my art comes from darkness, pain, and hurt.
Yeah, I totally picked up on that today.
So it's just like, how can the plebes not see this?
It's a sad world because there's so much adulation for these broken heroes. These broken people.
They'd be better to have a hero as Yeshua. Yeah? Some people call him Jesus. I call him Yeshua.
Yeah, I think it's particularly sad when you hear younger men. I don't mean teenagers, but those that are just out of their teens. It's like they lack a purpose.
Yeah.
And
well, that's the way the world is. It's planned that way,
And that is where opportunists step in, I believe.
Yep.
And that is why people like Elon Musk get that kind of adulation.
He's definitely an opportunist. I mean, he did not create PayPal. He did not create Tesla.
No.
Exactly. Very shrewd.
Yes, I mean, I think I look at these people and I think they are also being controlled and manipulated to one extent or another.
Yep.
They are not their own men. They are not their own people. They are being influenced. And it's amazing how weak-willed or how insecure or how fragile some of these people really are. Because what you see of them, it's just a facade.
Yep. Hey, I'm almost to the point where I will just walk up to one of these, I'm calling them facilities that say, you have to have the fabric on your face or no entry. And just go up to them and say, yeah, what, you going to touch me? You can't touch me. You know? And then when they get closer, I'm going to say, oh, you're too close. I'm going to snatch their mask off your face. Say, look, he's not wearing a mask.
I have the same kind of ideas. Honestly, I do. I find myself being, whereas before I would be very much aware with my colleagues at work, for instance, that I don't want to engage them with, with certain topics. But I have found that at this point in time, I don't really care as much what these people's opinion of me is. I have always been one with like weird ideas. I don't really toe the line. I'm a bit of a Bolshevik. Because I feel like this impatience that rises in me. I don't want to become bitter or vindictive, or I don't want to be, cruel to people. But I have had massive arguments with my own family because of the clash of ideas, of opinions.
Yeah.
So it's very difficult. It's very difficult.
Like my whole family, they tolerate me only because we're related, right? But they really don't want anything to do with me, and that's the most hurtful thing. Is, it's like I've never changed. Like all throughout growing up, how many times I got in trouble in school because I proved the teacher wrong? I mean, it's just the whole thing. And then they're like, well, you need to just shut up about it, because I don't care about anything. It's like, well, that's the problem right there. Do you not see that's their goal? They want you to not care about anything. So you accept anything that comes down from their so-called authority. And it's just like, there's like one person in my family that like thinks along the same lines I do, but he lives like in Alaska, and I haven't talked to him in like 20 years. So
have you experienced this where you are now? You think of the people that you know, people in your family, friends, maybe people that you've not seen for a while, and you think to yourself, I wonder what he thinks or she thinks about all of this. I wonder how they have reacted. Because I find myself doing that. But when you said when you were a kid, you were asking questions.
Yeah.
You know what they do when you do that? They tell you you're disruptive. They'll even tell your parents to have a word with you because you ask too many questions, and those questions are not in the book, and there isn't enough time in this particular period for your questions. So you just have to bite that down and go away and never come back another day.
Yeah. That's why I brought in a couple of articles that directly contradicted the scholastic textbook that they were preaching from. And he says, okay, do not share this with any other student. Go ahead and sit in the back of the class, read a book, listen to music, goof off, draw, do whatever you want. Just don't disturb the class. You'll get a passing grade. This was history. So,
yeah, those teachers who actually see the pupils and they can pick out the individual ones who have particular attributes, I would say. But they just treat everybody the same. It's the hierarchy of authoritarianism. You keep quiet, I talk.
My favorite teacher was the drama teacher. Right, she saw the potential that I had, and she offered to put me as a freshman in technical drama, which is building the sets and doing all the things behind the scenes, soundboard style and lights and all that, to where I wouldn't leave that drama class until like 6 o'clock at night after, we got all the sets like set up and got everything done we needed to get done for that day to have the play go off without a hitch, And it's just one of those things. Now, that doesn't mean I'm an actor. I can't act. That's why she offered to put me in technical. But she knew that I knew my technical things. Like I knew how to set up sound and all that. And yeah, I mean, I was able to have my friends come in with instruments and we'd sit on the stage, set up our instruments and just jam out, And this was in high school. Like nobody else, as far as I know, was able to get that kind of permission.
Dude, I was in a high school. I was in a band.
Yeah, the name of ours was Gog and Magog, the underworld gods.
Oh, wow.
So even back then, I knew what was what, so.
When I was talking, because I don't know why Kimo asked me to speak to this guy, to this Dan guy, but, when I think about how I got here on Flat Earth, it just seems to me that I'm not going to use the word miraculous, but just so it's the last thing. If you said to me a year ago that this is what will be, my conviction, I would have just laughed at you. And the reason, I mean, there are smart women here. I don't consider myself smart at all. Not at all. I'm completely average.
But you know more languages. You know 5 languages. You are smart.
But the kind of inclination I think that you need to have to come to this conclusion, and if you consider that I didn't, nobody gave this idea to me. Nobody came up to me and said, "Hey, Steph, have you ever considered?" Nobody was challenging me to find anything out.
Yeah.
So I myself am still dumbfounded by the fact that I had this journey that I've made. It is a journey. It literally took me months. It took me about 5 months. And I wasn't looking for a community. I wasn't looking for people to agree with me. I was completely fine with it on my own. And some people that I do know, I was starting to speak to them about it. So it was such a gift to arrive here. And it was such a fluke as well.
Right.
And I really feel so much more grounded now than what I did a year ago. It's the thing that changes you so much, and you can't tell somebody beforehand. When it all settles down in your head, and you make, you actually consider yourself lucky. I do consider myself lucky that I have, I have seen, I see what reality is. That's how I feel about it.
Like, see, this is to the Globies and the YouTube and the Twitch and the Twitter and all that stuff.
Yeah.
Everybody that I've talked to that is a flat earther has never been convinced by a video, convinced by what somebody else has said. They've always attempted to debunk the flat earth on their own by measuring what they say should be real. Like water level, right? That's what did it for me. I'm sitting there in the field working, leveling houses, and how would you think we would level a house? Well, it's a thing called a water level, where the top of the water is the datum, right? The top of the water in the reservoir is the datum, and you have a hose. And you release the pressure in the hose by taking your thumb off the end. And when it goes up to a certain level or a line, you put a block above it. And that's where that block is sitting. That's where, the house should be. Because you have the datum set up with an offset.
Yes.
And it's all like basic math, not even trig. Well, it is trig, but it's like basic trig. And it's like, you just sit there and you put the block up there. You don't need to do the math. And right there, it's like, well, how does that work? And they're like, it doesn't matter how long that tube is. It will always be at that height of this datum.
Yes.
And I go, well, how is that? And my foreman said, well, maybe the earth is flat.
Yes. Maybe
And
water
then he says,
finds its level.
right? And that just blew my mind. I was like, wait a minute. And then I had to sit there and think about it. And he goes, just think about it, So it's like,
Or maybe it isn't. Who knows?
What was that?
So maybe it isn't flat.
Well, how can you get a water level? Explain a water level on a spinning ball. Come on, Weet-Bix.
Explain what? Explain what about it?
How does the water level work on a spinning ball? Can you find a level?
Why does it matter if it's? Why does it matter if it's
find level on a spherical object? Is there a straight line on a spherical object?
Well, technically no, but because the Earth is so big, it does look straight.
No, you're lying.
Of course I am.
You know how I know you're lying?
Totally.
Because you should be able to see the arc of the horizon. You do not see no arc of the fucking horizon. How wide is your perception? How wide is your perception, son? Do you know the angle of your perception?
No, sir.
Well, you should be able to see the arc of the horizon by your naked eye level, or by your naked eyes alone. Even if you were to use an instrument like, say, a panoramic photograph, which goes out on something like a lake, like the Great Lakes, right? It's a rather large body of water. Yeah, it's not the sea, but it is made of water, which is a liquid which finds its level, right? So you're sitting there, you're looking at that, and you're like, holy smokes, I could take a protractor, superimpose it onto it, and take an actual measurement of this photograph. And the measurement shows straight line. No deviation, no radii to it, no radius. And this is 180 degrees. That's half a circle. Like, how much of a perspective do you need to be able to see the arc of the horizon?
You say it's so big, but it has measurements, right? Allegedly. Yeah. It has values for these measurements, correct? And if we have values for these measurements, alleged measurements, then we should be able to do some calculations and figure out whether we could or could not see or observe or measure curvature, correct? Just saying it's so big means absolutely nothing because we have actual claims of a radius value. Do you know the radius value?
Not off by heart, no. Although I probably should, but you can always search it up.
Yeah, you should be able to know that if you're, a proponent for the globe. So something else too. Why is the coastline of Antarctica longer than the equator?
Why does it matter?
Did you hear what I said?
I did, and I'll just say, why does it matter?
Why is the coastline of Antarctica longer in distance than the equator?
Good question. Search it up.
Because it's flat. It's very simple, guys. Almost 50,000 miles Antarctical coastline, right? Almost 50,000 miles. That's about half of the equator. Uh-oh.
Yeah, that's just right there.
Why did it take Admiral Byrd 6 months to circumnavigate Antarctica? 6 months. And these weren't sail ships, these were diesel-powered ships. 6 months. It only takes 90 days to circumnavigate the equator.
So before you guys,
He's gone.
yeah, before you guys started talking to him, I know Ariel, you were talking about how your life has changed since discovering this topic and also this community. And I know lots of times Globers, when pressed on the scientific evidence or lack thereof for the globe, they default to the why would they lie, and they also default to why does it matter? It wouldn't matter. Nothing would change in my life. Would you say that that's a question that can only be answered once you do discover the truth, right? Like you can't tell people how their life will change.
Exactly.
Yep. I agree. I mean, it's one thing to come here and be a proponent for something, but if you don't know what if they don't even know what the fuck they're talking about, right? Then why should we listen to anything they have to say? They don't answer. They say, well, I think this and I believe this. Yeah, nobody cares about your belief. We could take it down to the philosophy center and talk about belief, right? Oh, you want to think? Well, we could take that down to the learning curve so we can, find out how you think. Find out if you think auditory, visually, or what is it? Like manipulative, like not manipulative, but like, touch, tactile. I can't remember what the hell the name of the word, the name of it is.
Sensory?
Malleable?
Well, not sensory. Learn by doing is what I'm trying to say. So you can either learn by watching somebody do it, you can learn by reading about something, or you can learn by just doing it yourself and figuring it out, And that's the main problem. A lot of people have an skewed didactic system to them. The skewed didactic is usually through a lecture. Like they will only believe something where somebody that has letters after their name tells them in a lecture without question, right? Instead of actually reading about it, watching the lecture, and then trying it yourself.
It's almost like a learning modality of subconsciously appealing to authority.
Yep.
Like that gentleman that just came in, he had a very quick response to, it's too big, you wouldn't notice, but also didn't understand the basic numbers that are given for the size. He's just heard that it's too big.
Yep.
You wouldn't see it, it's too big. And that was enough for him.
Yeah.
That was a satisfactory answer for him.
Yeah. In fact, nautical miles, right? That's a measurement. That's not a calculation. Like this one numpty dipshit Zanuck, fucking Baltard. Oh, the measurement is a calculation. No, that's not a measurement, dude. That's a calculation. What is the measurement? He never gave us the measurement, did he? 9.8 meters per second or 32 feet per second. That's supposedly the measurement of gravity. I know I probably shouldn't be giving out that secret to them. Because they just look up gravity instead of what is the measurement of gravity? What is the rate of an object? What is the rate that an object falls? Left-brained morons. feminine brain. They never access their right brain. They only work in the left brain fantasy, unconsciousness, instead of working with the conscious mind.
Well, when you think about it, 99.9% of people that you encounter, if asked about gravity and their proof of gravity, will immediately pick something up and drop it. And that is the extent of their proof of gravity. They think that that is a proof.
Except for they forgot to evacuate the air, so there's no air resistance.
I mean, there's many factors at play, some of which you can't necessarily discard.
Yep. Which is why they say, oh, we need the math to cancel out those numbers. It's like, yeah, but math is not real. Math is not something tangible. It's arbitrary, like time.
I mean, it's like someone going out to say, things fall. Why do things fall? I have a word that I'm going to associate with why things fall. I'm going to use this word, ergo, when I drop something, this word.
Yes.
You know, there's actually one of these globies that was a little bit smart and came in and said, well, what about gravitas? Oh, very good. The vernacular aspect of it. See, nobody ever talks about that third type of gravity of the vernacular.
The weight of the situation.
The weight, yes.
Yes. I don't think you understand the gravity of your situation, Mr. Anderson. It's like, oh, fucking Agent Smiths, man.
This is so funny, right? There's a guy at work. He's got really long dreads, and he's called Patrick Anderson. And I only met this man on like Microsoft Teams in virtual meetings. And I was alone in my office with the door shut about 3 weeks ago, and his head suddenly popped in the door. So we met each other in person, and when he popped his head in, I said to him, well, Mr. Anderson. And so we struck up a conversation. So, yeah, he's very interested in flat Earth now.
Yeah. And remember, like at the very beginning, Mr. Tom Anderson was searching. Was it Tom? Might have been Jim or Michael. I don't know. But, you know, Neo was searching for the answers, right? Searching for Morpheus. Then when Mr. Morpheus found him and instructed him, he didn't want to jump to it. He wanted to cling on to his reality, right? He had the opportunity to jump, and if he had faith in that jump, he would have survived and gotten away. Instead, he was given that tracker so they could locate the anomalies. So it's like, you know, that right there just lets you know. I mean, it bottom line, it came down to a choice because he had a need to find the truth. He took the red pill instead of the blue pill.
Yeah, you know, I had those moments where I was like, do I need this? Do I need to know? So I really can't tell you what drove me. To me, that is a mystery. So I don't feel a sense of accomplishment. I take no credit for it. I'm just eternally grateful. I'm
Right.
thunderstruck, but I just feel at the end of the day that's the overriding thing that I feel. I feel so much more stable in, you know, the way my thoughts, the way I can regulate my thoughts.
Yeah.
So many things have just settled. I'm more secure in you know, how I think about myself in the future. Yeah, all of that. you can't explain to somebody the impact that it will have. It's huge.
Yeah, do not see the curve. That is impossible. Instead, only realize the truth. There is no curve, and it is you that are bending to the will of the ball. It's like, once your eyes are opened, once you take that red pill, there's no going back. Which means, once you realize the truth and your world is shattered, you can never pick up the pieces and glue that back together. There will always be that crack in the rift. So those dishonest people that say, well, I was on the flat earth for about a minute, and then I switched back to the globe earth because it makes more sense to me. No, that means you're getting a paycheck.
Yeah, I pity those people. I've listened to Moranti. I never encountered that guy before, but when I did, he'd already, like the dog returning to its vomit.
Yeah.
And I did listen to his voice when he was talking, and I quite pity that man. His internal struggle must be quite intense, or he is tranquilizing it somehow. I don't understand.
I see all the blind sheep going nowhere. They're eyeless.
In moments when I feel, I was washing the dishes today and I was looking out my kitchen window at all my vegetables and stuff. And I do have these moments where I feel deeply saddened by what is going on, by friends that I don't feel I can identify with them anymore because of the other thing that's going on, the plague. And I do really find solace in the fact that there are, that I've discovered in this world there are men, and it's for me as a woman. I really take strength from the fact that you men are here and that you have working brains in your head. To me it's very charming that and the men here are not puffed up with pride. That you are God-fearing men, that you know your place in the world. But at the same time, you have found your feet.
And I know who I am.
Yes, I find that extremely, I lean on you guys. The idea of you people are in the world with me. I'm so emotional. But it has to be said. Yeah.
I hate this phone. Every time I go to unmute, the phone flips and the screen shuts off. Yeah, I know. This phone is bugged, riddled with computer bits of code that's replicating. I think they call it a virus, right?
Mm-hmm.
But this virus, it comes from the different applications that make the phone work.
I have an Android phone, and I have removed. I don't. All the permission on my phone doesn't allow any Google apps or any Google related apps to work. I have F-Droid, so I've downloaded particular apps that I use. My phone is basically a repository for all my books. I'm a compulsive reader, and there is one app. It's called Vigilante, and it alerts you every time your microphone or your camera is being operated.
Access.
And so it immediately puts out it interrupts everything and gives you a warning. Your microphone is being used. So over time, that has actually stopped happening on my phone, because with this Vigilante app, I can actually look at the history and, I can set it so that it polices my phone. And I was thinking about this.
I'm about to remove the telephony from this device altogether and revert it back to Linux. Turn it into a Kali mobile device.
Yeah, I've been reading about how I can achieve that. So I have a Sony Xperia, and my contract is up later this month, in about a week. So then I will, my phone is not on contract anymore. I will own it outright. So then I can basically do what I like. I can route it and hopefully not break it.
Yeah, this is just a cheap old track phone. And I know track phone, well, what do you think it's tracking for? Just like after 9/11, the Cricket Mobile came out because it's a bug, a listening device.
I have a box full of old phones, old Nokias and old Ericsson, and really, I've got a flip phone. I will revert back to the old tech if I see that, because I honestly think that they think, what are humans going to walk around with a phone wherever they go, because that is where their passport for access to the world resides, on that thing. I will just get rid of it.
Yeah, the addiction for social media.
Yep.
I was searching not too long ago for old tech phones, right? Like old 3G phones or prior. And it came to my attention that those will no longer work on the current networks. And even phones that are like flip phones, don't have any apps, anything like that are new, still contain the tracking capabilities. I guess really all phones would.
Yep. That's why I was going to turn it into a computer. To where the Broadcom chip that's in it won't be broadcasting the dual band for the send and receive heartbeat to the cell towers, even if there's no SIM card in it. So that's basically just turning it into a computer, a mobile computer. I guess they call it black hat device.
Yes.
Then I can just sit there and park my cell phone next to a business and get their SSD, their passwords, monitor all the handshakes so I can clone the CEO and then have access to their entire proprietary system.
Do you know how much time I have wasted in gaming? Gaming did I learned how to build a computer just for the fact that I was gaming.
Yeah.
So I have a kind of a bit of an insight. That's probably the reason why I thought I could, have a look in what is this satellite story. I think if I had absolutely no sort of technical know-how, and I don't claim that I really know anything, I know how to source like all the parts by the case. I can do all of it from scratch.
That's where real intelligence and wisdom really comes from, is knowing that you don't know anything and you need to learn more about something you want to know about, Because if you go with something with preconceived beliefs, you're going to get instant cognitive dissonance and you're going to fight the information that you see.
the heliocentric model, it does that to people.
Yep.
Things are too out of reach. It's too. I was on Nathan Oakley's server today, and a guy in tech said about NASA engineers that they do very complicated stuff. So to me, that is just a ridiculous notion. But if you don't know what's going on, then you do. Your view of it is, it's so vast, it's so out there, it's so complicated, it's so technical, you couldn't possibly, in 10 million lifetimes bend your stupid head around things, especially as a woman.
Yeah.
But here I am. I have so much of a better understanding of the limitations that actually exist. I know for a fact that nobody has gone near any so-called planet. I know that nobody has any idea what the moon is. We don't know how far the sun is. We don't know its composition. We can't verify that there are other planets. The vacuum of space is something that just doesn't work.
Isn't it freeing to use that phrase, I don't know, sometimes?
Yeah.
To just be able to say, I don't know. Globers have a hard time grasping that the answer has not been found yet.
Or I like it when certain globies will sit there and say, nobody when they were younger believed in the flat earth. It's like, speak for yourself, dude. I didn't learn about the globe earth until I was in kindergarten, and it didn't stick. That's why I had to take it twice.
You had to redo kindergarten.
Yeah, I had to do the child grower land for twice, yeah.
Oh my God.
And then I still graduated when I was supposed to. I graduated a year early, so, checkmate.
Okay, years ago I read the life and the works of Maria Montessori. She was the first doctor in Italy, or a female, who was allowed to be a doctor. And so because she was problematic for the establishment, they sent her to a place where, a home, where they put children, mostly orphans, and these children were considered to be deficient. I don't want to use the word retarded, but they had mental health issues. So some of them were mute. They didn't learn, so they didn't bother to teach them anything. They were basically just held there, clothed and fed and neglected. So out of this this woman, Maria Montessori, she set about. She took these children at face value, and she made something of this position that it was foisted on her, and she ended up devising a method to teach them, and her main philosophy is that if you want to teach somebody something, the best method is to make it practical. If you want to say this is a round object, you put that round object in that person's hand so that they can touch it and become familiar with it. And the other idea was for self, that people must become, what's the English word? Self-driven. What's the word? They must be driven by something within themselves. So the pace
Motivated.
at which they learn, yes, self-motivated. So the pace at which they learn and the direction that their learning takes them, that should come from within that child. That should just be steered in the right direction. It shouldn't be locked down and the rigor that you find in the education system nowadays. And I just, that's such a wonderful way of looking at, educating young minds.
So most of the wealthy and the elite in our country send their children to Montessori schools.
Yeah, it's extremely pricey. But you can adopt everything and or adapt. There's so much on the internet. I was looking. A friend of mine had a baby, so I was talking to her about that. All the toys and all the aids that you have, but the philosophy behind that as well. There's another one that's also popular amongst the elite, which is the Waldorf school. It's diametrically opposed. It's like a 180 degrees opposite from the state-sponsored system of learning. Why did I talk about that now? Yeah, I do go off on tangents. But what you were saying, Napalm, about the things that we have to own up to, you have to be able to say, well, we just don't know. But at the same time, there's something very weird about that, because as I began to understand the limitations and that humanity has not achieved, these things, we've not achieved space flight. We've not conquered, other places. There's no option away from this place. This is all we've got. That was extremely liberating. That really concentrated sort of my mind. I really looked at the world with fresh eyes.
I've found that I've gotten back to a more childlike wonderment of the world around me and a more, I guess you could say, appreciation of the creator's creation than I had previously.
Definitely.
And how can you articulate that to somebody who comes to a conversation just saying, it doesn't change anything in my life? It's very hard to articulate that type of testimony, I guess you could say, to somebody who thinks that these things or this topic does not matter. But I know we were talking about tech previously. Joshua or Ariel, have either of you happened to have read a book called Industrial Society and Its Future by Theodore Kaczynski?
No.
No.
I would highly recommend it.
I can't remember who wrote the book, but there's another good one. It's called Media and the Generations. And it has a lot to do with, the consensus of a population and the agreed upon lies that they find to be self-evident, even though there's no evidence for it to be self-evident, only because the media has propagated that it is a truth. Psychological book.
I heard Crypto on one of the streams. I wasn't here, but I heard it on YouTube, where he was saying he would rather live under a dictatorship than under the kind of democracy that we have today. Because on the one hand, you are being told that everything is, pay tax, we are acting in your interest. Whereas under a dictatorship, it's, you will obey, and that's just the way you just have to, it's their way or the highway.
Yeah, I agree 100% with that sentiment. Because democracy gives you a false sense of your participation in the system is creating change, and your only outlet for change is through the system itself. When in a dictatorship or some type of king, at least you know that one person, you know where they live, you know the people that serve that one person, you know exactly where the quote unquote authority is coming from. There's no hiding it.
It's very disturbing to see all the petty dictators suddenly they are revealed, and I'm talking about the police. I mean, in all these countries, they're all behaving exactly the same, brutalizing people.
Yeah, and I think that's where the elites think they have the good karma, right? Because they're not necessarily the ones that are forcing the authoritative measures on the people. They're not the ones causing the physical harm to others. They do it by proxy.
Yes.
Here's an analogy, okay? Mr. Alphabet dude that's listening in, fuck you, Quantico, piece of shit. A lot of times people will blame the dog when the dog lashes out and bites the owner. But what they don't realize is that the owner was brutalizing that dog, subjugating that dog, making that dog have no freedom at all, keeping that dog locked up in a cage, socially distanced from all other life forms. Motherfucker, I'll bite your ass. Sorry, that was just an analogy.
No.
I mean, I don't think that route is the answer, but I don't think people will back down if it comes to that. But there's ways of resolving specific things without being an aggressor. But in my opinion, the morality of aggression goes out the door when somebody aggresses upon you. It thus becomes self-defense, which is morally acceptable.
So how is it acceptable to aim rifles at the head of an unarmed man and giving him orders? You fucking pussies. Take the fucking badge off. Take the belt off. Let's go. Bare knuckle challenge. Tell you what, if you put me in the dirt, you can charge me with the crime. If I beat your ass, we'll put you on the cross.
You know, people should just go out with roses and go and stick it in the cops like hats and just offer them flowers. And just play their game. They want to subjugate you. Just go out en masse and ridicule that.
Yeah, but they don't want to unite us, right? So what we need to do is we need to unite against them.
People should dress up as slaves and put chains around their necks and go out and be parody slaves and beat them that way. I don't think people who walk around the streets with placards they're saying the right things, but chanting freedom, freedom, that makes no impression.
So, okay, this is how I understand it, and this is what I've been told by a few very influential men in my life. You know, ones that put food on the table and clothes on my back. Whoever tells you that you are free is your enemy, because you are not free. Right? Everyone is bound under natural law, under God's law. So if the enemy says, You don't need to worry about that law. You were free from that law. That is the enemy. Freedom is never free, my friends.
Yeah, it comes at a price. I am just. I don't know what this says about me, but in tough situations, I do revert to irony, sarcasm, and I just laugh at things. Not that I don't think the situation isn't serious. I see it as deadly serious. I have looked into the abyss. But I just think on a psychological level, because this is largely a psychological operation, that people can be more easily defeated by a psychological pushback. Which is why I say people should act differently to overcome this.
Fighting is what they want you to do.
Yeah, it is.
That's been obvious over the past couple years. Division and fighting amongst one another is exactly what they want.
You know why that's what they want?
Because
Order of Cal.
But it's actually biblical. They want the inevitable ethnos against ethnos. They want the race war to pop off. Yeah, I said it. Race war is biblical. The nation against nation. Nation translates to ethnos or race. Thank you.
Some say it's just a part of it. We got to fulfill the book. Emancipate yourselves from mental slavery. None but ourselves can free our minds.
What
And
is the next
seriously,
thing he says? Have no fear for
Atomic energy.
energy.
'Cause none of them can stop at the time. How long shall they kill our prophets while we stand aside and look? Ooh, some say it's just a part of it. We got to fulfill the book. Won't you help to sing
now you know why he was killed.
these songs of freedom? Is all I ever had. Redemption songs. He spoke way too much of the Creator and coming together in unity.
It's funny that you sing that song. I have a vast reggae collection. I mean, old school reggae.
There's a few songs that give me goosebumps, that being one of them.
Yeah, Ika Mouse, Dr.
Yeah, Ika
Ali
Mouse.
Montado, Burning Spear, Aswad. I think I shall take them all out tomorrow and give them a listen.
You bida bing bing bida bang bang bida bang bing bida bang bang bida sound early Sunday morning.
Read what I just posted in text.
Journalist, do you make a lot of money? Bob Marley, money? How much is a lot of money to you? That's it. Journalist. Are you a rich man? Bob Marley. What do you mean by rich? Journalist. Do you have a lot of possessions? Do you have a lot of money in the bank? Bob Marley. Possessions make you rich? Question mark. I don't have that type of richness. My richness is life forever.
Possession make you rich. I don't have
Why
this
can't we
type
get-
of richness.
Why can't we get back to ITEL? You know, I was locked up with a Rastafarian white man. His birth name is Ibri. And I go, hey, Hebrew. And he goes, how do you know that? Because your name's Ibri. Bottom of the line, don't get caught making wax.
Making what?
Wax,
What do you mean wax?
hash oil, dabs.
Oh, right.
Best way to not get caught is not make it. That's my PSA.
So many people locked up for never harming a soul.
Yeah. Your codes and decimal points have nothing to do with cognitive reality. It has everything to do with your own policy. I say nay to your entire bullshit.
Well said, my good man. Who are you speaking with?
My token agent.
Oh, is he hounding you on YouTube?
No, they have a direct tap into my phone.
Oh,
It's like a guardian angel. Maybe
Nicholas
one-
Cruz. I'm
maybe
calling
one-
you out, bitch. Yeah, you don't think I know who you are? Anything that's connected has traces. Just a change in the kernel. All right, sorry, I'll stop talking.
yes. Once again, what it proves is that the pen is mightier than the sword. The ideas in people's heads. That's what they have to conquer. Is the things that we have inside of our heads.
And the agents feel like they're doing something of importance or that it's a moral or righteous job.
Yeah, but really, if you think about it, they are pawns.
They're just slaves, yeah.
They delude themselves that they are part of it, of something, but really they are nothing.
And what they
Do
don't
they
realize is the people above them look more down upon the ones who follow them blindly than the people that they are punishing.
They hold them in contempt.
Yeah, it may be like pretty bad for us normies, but for them that are in the troop, it's a slow kill process. Starts with their mind, right? Total brainwash. Just like the military. Then eventually it starts eating at their soul.
Yes, they are chattel, and they are like dogs who go to their master and beg for a bone.
You know what an interesting factoid is? There is a percentage of agents or office holders of a specific office that enforce policy that take their own life. Why is that? Because they listen to people like me and I shatter their reality. Then they start questioning the chain of command.
Sorry to interrupt, but what's the topic?
Flat Earth, what's up, bud? How's it going, Sinji?
Yeah, I'm alright. What about you? I just came back from work. And yeah.
So the chains are released. Nice. Relax. Kick your shoes off. Put your feet up. Get yourself a cold drink.
Yeah, I just did. But it's surprising. Like, I found out today that one of my my colleagues is also a flat earther and anti-jab.
Yeah.
Like, it's crazy. Like, to meet people like that IRL is pretty rare.
Right?
Yeah.
Now, do you ever take lunch breaks with them?
I don't like. I work at a restaurant, right? We have people at the front taking orders, and people in the kitchen. And there's always one person in the kitchen, taking breaks. So I never get to like be on a break at the same time with my colleagues around me.
So pretty much you get paid to have a flat Earth meetup.
In secret. Basically. We were discussing it for so long. Like today. But to me, like sorry, go on.
Sorry, Sinji. I have totally converted a Globo.
Really?
Yes, I have. From actually 2. What am I saying? 2. And when I first started with that was even before I found this Discord server. I already started talking about everything that I knew at that time. It's so great. I just feel, people who are not in the how do I put this? People have not seen the truth. People who don't know what their reality really is. I just feel more compassionate towards them. I feel drawn more to them. Yeah.
I mean, more and more people are waking up, and that's great. Like, I've noticed it personally. Like, they can't keep this secret forever. Like, no lie can be held forever. It'll come to light at some point, sooner or later.
Well, I don't know if you ever read the articles on Zero Hedge, but I've been reading the articles there for years, and so last year I only made an account for myself, and I am just talking flat Earth there all the time because, the NASA and the Elon Musk, they always feature like weekly at least, and I am surprised at how many people there are obviously flat earthers. I'm surprised.
Mm-hmm.
I don't care what people there think of me. that's the only place in social media, apart from Discord, where I actually, leave a comment or take part in sort of social media activity. Yeah, I'm astounded. Loads of people. If you're the one who just maintains your position, then you'll see sooner or later people start coming out of the woodwork.
Yeah, because
yeah.
you need to stand firm, right? Because when you discuss such things with people, you need to be like steadfast. Like if they see any form of doubt within you, they'll use it against you, if that makes sense.
Yeah, so it took me a year or two before actually speaking about this topic to anybody in real life or anybody in general. I had and still really don't have a lot of internet presence, but once I did, I guess it would have been around 2015 some time frame around there that I started to talk to people at work or show people at work things about this subject. Right? So I've been labeled as that guy in the office, and I've spoke about many other topics and things like that, and you'd be surprised over the years how people start trickling to you with questions and start coming to you and saying, you know what, I thought you were crazy before, but now I see you're pretty much right about this. And I say, okay, well, what about this other subject? Oh yeah, well, you're still crazy about that. I'm like, all right, give it time. You'll come back.
Yes, I've had the same thing. I've spoken to people and then they've come back with something like additional that I didn't even like mention to them. But then I've also, I've psychologically I've looked at my friends, my acquaintances, everyone. With some people, it's just I'm not gonna. I don't want their heads to break open and their brains fall out.
Yeah, it's almost like some people are mentally and physically incapable of obtaining certain information.
But it's an energy exchange, When you spend time reading something, searching for something online, and then spending the time trying to absorb something that is foreign to you, that takes energy from you. So these truths that we hold dear, we have spent, we have worked for this. We didn't just blindly accept anything. It was a struggle.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I have a very close friend who is like Fort Knox when it comes, and that references where the United States used to keep their gold, so it's highly secure. But his mindset is like Fort Knox. He is dead set on what he knows, or he thinks he knows, or what he understands, and will not deviate, and has been like that his whole entire life. And no one can tell him otherwise. He's always right. He's always got the correct answer, at least in his head. And, for a long time, I was trying to get him to read extra biblical texts like the Book of Enoch.
Yeah.
And he's one of these subconsciously appeal to authority kind of people, meaning he always has to get his information from somebody that has letters behind their name. And it wasn't until he stumbled across, I think it was Michael Heiser is the one that started writing books regarding Enoch before he looked into the Book of Enoch and then presented it to me, back to me, as if like, oh, look what I found and look at what this guy is saying and listen to how this information is correct. And I say, oh, so when I told you to read this book a year and a half ago, why were you reluctant, and why have you just now chosen to do so? Is it because I don't have PhD behind my name? You know? It's funny. And even when, and after he had read the Book of Enoch, I asked him what he gathered from that, and if any of it would relate to biblical cosmology. And he said, nope. Because Michael Heiser talks nothing about that portion of the Book of Enoch.
Why don't you share with them quotes that tell us we've been lied to